right, got my notes all up. So let's just go ahead and begin with a little bit of a recap for you guys. So welcome everybody to week number 20 of Dungeons and Dragons. Thank you once again for joining us. Sorry again for the technical difficulties we had last week. We apologize for that, but shit happens. Can't always play every week. But I'm just going to go ahead and give you guys a little bit of a recap on what has happened up to this point. So basically, the nation of Enderboar is currently facing a terrible threat known as the evil Telemancer Elazar. And telemancy is a very certain type of arcane magic that focuses on the ability to control and manipulate and warp a person's mind. The group and this wizard are currently in a race to retrieve and utilize the 5 elemental unity stones. These 5 stones are very powerful magical objects that are imbued with the powers of each of the 5 elemental grand wizards. Unfortunately, during their travels and their adventures, their companions Omen Blackbark and Swarm were both killed after a rather dangerous engagement with a group of Myconid sovereigns. Both Smork and Omen fall to this pack, and their bodies are recovered by Aragus, the half-elf ranger, and Marissa, the small female gnome ranger. After a short and somber funeral ceremony, Omen's body was officially laid to rest, and they choose to drag Smork back to the city in hopes of finding a means of resurrecting him. So they return to Kogan Wisefighter's temple, in their temple dungeon, in hopes of utilizing his special orc resurrection altar. The spell to perform the ritual, however, requires a material sacrifice of diamonds worth at least 1,000 gold pieces, which none of them have, so they're currently working on acquiring those. While in this altar room, they have their first encounter with Pearl's inner demon, which is this demon that he's cursed with and manifests himself inside Pearl's body. Due to the blood pact that Omen, Queefy, and Pearl all took together, this demon is also tied to them. When Omen died, it became just a little bit more pronounced, I guess. But yeah, after that frightening conversation is had, the group decides to leave Pearl behind with Kogan Wisefighter, Callus, and Aerolith Wisefighter. Think he's a little bit too volatile to bring along, so they leave him behind. So they enter through the teleportation circle and find themselves in a small, yet not uncomfortable room. They gather themselves, and then they proceed onwards to try and get the diamonds in the city while Pearl is left behind. They emerge from the room and enter the streets of Krigoria. Definitely not the nicest part of town, though. A lot of this town appears to be in squalor. There's lots of broken down buildings and groups of homeless and dwarves roaming the streets, things like that. Definitely not the nicest part of the city. The first thing that catches their eye is the sight of a defenseless half-orc being just laid into by several dwarves, this defenseless creature. They rush to his side, eventually save him, and they learn that this is Oof. Oof is played by Ben, who will be joining us, but later on tonight. So he will not be here with us at the beginning. But they meet Oof, the new companion, Ben's new character, and then begin trying to get the gold. They arrange a meeting later on in the evening after kind of traveling throughout the shopping district with the gem shop owner. They arrange this meeting, and when they attend this meeting, it's when they learn about the problems that are facing Krigoria, or that Krigoria is facing. And that is an uprise of this dwarven radicalist group. And their mission is to turn Krigoria back into a pure dwarven city, like a pure dwarven utopia, by either eliminating or expelling all other races. Through the various sources placed around town, they knew the general location of the safe house where their base of operations might be, so they asked the group to investigate that. So the group does. Aragus decides to go off and do his own sneaking because he's an inherently stealthy individual. The rest of the group has a different plan of trying to get a good vantage point from the rooftops. Unfortunately, during the execution of their plan, they get discovered and eventually overcome. Oof manages to escape by jumping off the back of a building. Queefy Varg, however, is tied up and thrown into a jail cell in one of the buildings across the street. All his possessions stripped, all of the gold they had just earned, gone. Stolen by these dwarves. Queefy is locked in this jail cell, essentially. Pearl is 100 miles-ish to the north, running as a vigilante through the mountains at night. And that's where we had last left off. So we're going to first jump into this. We start off, Aragus. You and Oof are sitting around this table at the inn. The night had just passed, the evening after Queefy got kidnapped. You kind of return back to the inn safely with Oof. Marissa is still yet to be seen. And as you wake up, you're sitting around the table, and this very, very majestically armored individual who appears to be half shark, half human, dark kind of tan skin, notices you guys standing out amongst the dwarves and begins to approach you guys.
The fuck?
Hail, adventurers.
What brings you here, stranger?
Oof, confused.
You guys look the sort of, non-gnomes. I mean, dwarves around this area. And you seem to be like you could be in need of some help with your few numbers.
I would like to interject here for a second to explain a little bit about what this new character introduction is about. I DM for 2 different campaigns, one that I run with my buddies in real life, one that I run with this group. Both campaigns, they exist in the same world, just different continents, so things that happen in one campaign can affect things that happen in the other. This particular character wasn't really feeling comfortable with her role in the group previously and wanted to go on a pilgrimage. This was several weeks ago, game time, several months ago, real life time. She gets sent on this pilgrimage, and she is placed in a place she does not know at all, and it happens to be Enderboar. After traveling for many, many weeks, she just happens to be waking up in this inn at the same exact time the rest of the group has, or that Oof and Arigus had also woken up. And so it's kind of like the conjoining of her pilgrimage finally meeting up with the group by pure circumstance at this very moment. So that explains why this individual is here. But yeah, continue.
God. I'm gonna kind of look at Oof and be like, you are absolutely no help to me in this conversation right now.
Oof.
But just so happens we need some help. I don't know if you're aware of the current situation here in Gregoria, but there's an uprising kind of happening right now, actually.
You mean like the dwarves are trying to expedite anybody? I've noticed I've been getting some evil glares over in the lower districts.
Yeah, the darker skinned dwarves are part of a thieves guild, if I'm not mistaken, after the Dwarven Pass collapsed in on itself due to whatever that was that almost killed me.
Yeah.
They're attempting to basically get rid of everyone who's not a dwarf from Kagoria. So we were basically trying to gather some money together, myself and my now, I would assume, either dead or taken hostage companion, Queefy Varg. We were attempting to gather the money for resurrecting a friend of ours who happened to also fall in battle recently. And in search of that money, decided to help out the locals with this uprising issue. Our last night, we were scouting the Thieves Guild, and Queefy was taken. I don't know if he's dead or she's dead. I would imagine at this point, there's no reason to assume she's not. But
Oof, sad.
I know. Oof, I know. No, man. It's just a dragon. You'll get over it. Either way, we're back to square one. We need 1,000 gold to resurrect our friend. I need to talk to Basan, who is the gem shop owner, who is somehow wrapped up in all of this. I honestly don't know how, but we're just waiting until the shop's open. We're actually about to head out pretty soon. If you're willing to help, I certainly am not going to turn it away.
Well, that's quite the exposition there. Depends on whether or not what you're doing and who exactly you are trying to bring back. Do you know anything about them?
Yeah, he was a friend of ours. I'm rather new to this. Well, I guess it's really just me and Oof now. Oof's kind of new to the gang, but
Oof and Elfman both knew.
God, there's demons. There's too much to explain. If you're with us, you're with us. If not, I appreciate the offer, but Gregoria is not a great place to be in right now. I would make your hasty retreat if I were you.
Oh, I'm quite able to handle myself in this kind of situation. Though, I did find you during my pilgrimage, and you do seem to be in need of help getting rid of demons and resurrecting those who seem to be worthy of resurrection, so I'll definitely put in my effort to help you.
Well, follow me. We need to make conversation with the gem shop owner. We need to figure out what we need to do because
Wow.
we're at
Okay.
a loss.
All right. So while you guys are about to head out from the inn and do your whole thing there, we're gonna go back to Pearl. Are you with us, Pearl?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay.
Is my sound okay?
Sounds kind of scratchy. Like
You're
using-
not Pearl.
All right.
You're
Let
not
me see if I can just pause it. Can I pause
an
this?
imposter.
I'm guessing you can't pause it now, so I'm kind of fucked. So no. All right. So yeah, I'm here.
Okay. All right, so this is the night before Argus and this half shark creature and Oof had met. So this is the night before that. So you continue on your journey south after finally escaping your captivity.
Yep.
Eventually, it becomes nighttime. I assume you're going to want to break camp or something.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna rummage for some stones and sticks and just make a little camp out myself. I've got a bedroll in my bag. I can make a pretty nice camp.
Okay.
But whilst I'm doing that, I'm setting up camp. I actually want to use a spell. Actually,
Okay.
let me find which one I have.
What spell are you trying to use?
I'm gonna use minor illusion. I'm gonna set up my camp as a bush. Basically, it's gonna look like a bush.
Um. Yeah, sure, you can do that. It'd be like a
Alright.
small illusion, but yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, this is gonna be a bush. So I can just like look like I meld in instead of having this campfire just come out of nowhere.
DM allows it, as long as you stay kind of,
Yeah.
close together. All right, so you light this campfire, and as you begin to get ready to head to sleep, you notice a slight flicker coming from the flame in the campfire that you just lit. It catches your attention as it slowly but surely begins to flicker more and more. Eventually, the flame starts to form a shape that slowly begins to resemble a face. Pieces of rock and ash begin to help shape the features of this strange conjuration. First, the bald gray head finishes forming, stopping at the neck. You see the creases begin to form on the space as the rest of the head begins to kind of carve itself out and take shape. A few pieces of charred rock begin to gather in the pit and then are drawn in by the fire to form the pupils of the eyes. And then the mouth begins to carve itself out, tracing and defining each tooth individually with great precision, as if it was a very delicate procedure. Eventually, this bald gray head finishes forming the final contours of its face and turns itself directly at you. And oh, Pearl, oh my, it is so nice to finally get a chance to speak to you face to face. Judging by your look, I can tell that you may remember me. Don't worry.
Oh, I did.
I'm not going to hurt you. Don't worry. I would never do that. Quite the opposite, in fact. I'm here to help you because I believe we have a lot to offer each other.
I'm intrigued. Go on.
I love stories, Pearl. Would you mind if I shared a story with you about my past?
I would love to hear it. Go ahead.
Well, my family was never very proud of me. They always liked to make that very clear. Elazar, why can't you just be as strong as your brothers? My mom and dad would constantly ask me, how could we have raised such a disappointment? See, they viewed my very existence as a smudge on their beautiful reputation. Soon, I stopped caring about whether or not I received their praises, and eventually I just stopped caring about their lives at all. Some time passes, and as you know, being left alone and allowing yourself to fester with hatred really gives you the opportunity to find out some interesting things. I learned how to control them way before they even knew what I was capable of, but I kept my secrets to myself. I wanted it to be a surprise. I'm a very big fan of surprises, if you remember. Do you remember the surprise?
Oh, yeah. The surprise with Darrock, that was beautiful.
I love surprises. You seem to appreciate my craft.
I appreciate the art that you show.
Oh, anyways, when the fateful day finally came, it was spectacular. I still remember the look in both their faces as they stood there, fully restrained by the powers of their own disappointing and weak son, Elazar. My mother screams as I slowly sucked the brain out of the back of my father's skull in front of her. His body falls to the ground, and I begin walking towards my mother, and the very satisfied grin on my face. Right before I pierce into her skull, I lean over and whisper in her ear, "Surprise!" But don't worry, that there is a point to all of this. See, you may not want to admit it, but we are a lot alike, you and I. We really are. Both of us,
Well,
we were both cast out from our respective groups to what I like to refer to as unfortunate, avoidable circumstances. I know all about the curse that manifests itself inside you, Pearl. Do you know anything
oh.
about this?
Well, if we're not playing charades here, then yes, you're talking to me directly.
Yes.
And yes, I have seen what you've done, and you've probably seen what I've done. And I would have to agree, this partnership does offer quite endless
Well,
possibilities.
we'll just wait until you see what I can offer you. There is no reason, of course, to be ashamed of your curse. You happen to luckily be talking to one of the few people who truly understands how to deal with and dispel things like this. So if you, Pearl Baggins, allow me to help you, then I can assure you we will both benefit greatly. I will lift the curse from your body free of charge, and anybody you have pacted with in the last 6 months will also have the demon expelled from their body. In return, all I ask of you is that every so often you pop in and just tell me what your pesky little group is up to. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What?
I have a question.
Yes.
Out of character.
Oh, yeah.
Is he talking to Pearl? Because Pearl can't talk.
Pearl can talk. Why wouldn't Pearl be able to talk?
It's not him. It's not Pearl.
I'm confused. He's talking to whoever's sitting around the campfire.
Right, which is Agamemnon, because Pearl doesn't have control of his character.
Yeah, so he's speaking to whoever is possessing Pearl's body at the moment.
But so why would Agamemnon be like, okay, let's lift my curse?
I don't know. You decide.
Actually, you know what? Elsa, I've considered what you thought.
Yes.
This is what you're saying to me.
Before you
like
go
this is
any further, I want to interrupt you right there.
Go ahead.
Again, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, as in your lifetime will end if you say no.
So, you're doing the favor for me. So, let's see it from my point of view. You're asking me to betray the people that
Yes.
Pearl calls friends
Mm-hmm.
for a mutual gain.
Yes. Oh, yes, that is exactly what I'm trying to do.
So what can you offer me in addition to that? Can I...
Oh, is the demon not being expelled from your body enough? Is that not enough for you?
That's not my concern, Elsa. My concern is I have a pesky person in this group that seems to like to butt into places that he shouldn't be in. His name is Creepy Bug.
We can deal with people like that. Well, tell me more.
He has this ability, let's say, to bring out things that I would rather not say. And I fear, with knowing this information, he could possibly do this again.
What would you like from me, then?
Immunity from him.
Out of character, what exactly are you referring to? Just so I
His zone of truth.
Okay.
Because he could just easily fucking do that.
I can. I don't really know what I can offer you in that respect, but I do have the ability to offer you wit and wisdom and sage advice. But as far as his magical abilities go, I don't have anything that would resist the zone of truth. You just have to be strong enough to ignore the questions. I can make you. I can make you rich beyond your wildest dreams, Pearl. I can make you more powerful than you've ever imagined. On top of that, the curse will be lifted from your body as well as anybody you have pacted with within the last 6 months. I can make your dreams come true, Pearl.
I like the idea of this. And how would I contact you?
Well, it depends. I would not like to dispel information until you either agree or disagree to my plan. You can say no, of course. Feel free to say no, Pearl. That's fine. But I will not allow you to leave this campfire knowing what you know.
I understand that. However, their needs are different from mine. So what you're asking of me is to somehow manipulate behind the scenes.
I am asking you to betray your friends, to help yourself and to help me. Just a little bit of a betrayal. It's not anything big. Just something
just a little
small.
bit.
Just a little bit. They won't even ever know.
Then I accept, Elazar. You better not go back on your word, otherwise you will be next.
I am a man of my word, Pearl. Don't worry. and to sweeten the deal, I cannot unfortunately teleport you in my current state, but I will make sure you have safe passage on your journey south. But
I'll hold you to your word, Elazar.
Oh, I am a man of my word. Don't worry. But that is quite wonderful to hear. Thankfully, I, being the incredibly competent wizard that I am, had the foresight to anticipate your decision, and everything is ready ahead of time. All I need you to do, Pearl, is just fall asleep, and I'll take care of the rest. When you wake up, it'll feel like it was all just a bad dream.
Also, before I do this,
Yes.
what is your goal? What do you want?
What do I want? Oh, I don't think we have time to go into that tonight. To sum it up, I want revenge. See, I'm not an evil person, Pearl. I'm not an evil person. Everyone thinks that I am, but no, I am not evil. I am just angry.
I can understand that. And that's why we get on so well, Elazar.
I think you and I will get along just fine.
Okay. And that moment I will do as he says.
Okay, so yeah, his figure begins fading in the campfires and now turns to just embers resting in the campfires. You slowly begin to fall asleep. You wake up the following morning, and everything seems to be normal. You feel as if your body has gotten a few pounds lighter, and mentally, you feel like you've gotten a little bit stronger. You also don't feel quite as constrained as you did previously with your demon possessing you. So you feel uplifted, basically.
Okay. So just to sidetrack on that just a little bit, what does that actually mean for my character at this point?
You no longer have a demon possessing you, and anybody you have pacted with within the past 6 months no longer has a demon possessing them either. Character-wise, we'll discuss it afterwards. You wouldn't really know what would happen.
Okay. All right. So I'm myself again.
Yes, you are yourself again.
Oh, I feel like I've been sleeping forever. Like, what? Where am I?
It's kind of strange. Every time you speak, you hear this kind of faint, high-pitched cackling echo that recites your words back to you, like real faint in the distance, as if it's an echo traveling through like a mountain range or something, like a canyon. It's very faint, but you can hear it.
What happened? I'm gone now.
But so there is also something to touch on that happened to Queefy during the night. Pearl, you wake up. Aragus and Oof are at the inn waking up as well. The previous night, Queefy, while you were sleeping, you did feel your body being moved from whatever location that you were currently in. Your mouth was unfortunately gagged and you weren't able to speak. You were able to let out muffled screams, and no one really heard you. If they did hear you, they didn't pay much attention. But your body was transported somewhere, somehow, at some point during the night. So, yeah. Go to Aragus and Oof and creature who has not introduced herself, her name yet. So we'll go back to you guys.
Okay, so we're on our way to the gem shop, and on the way there, I talk to Sharkman. So,
Female.
Shark Woman.
Shark Lady.
I can't tell though because I don't see any parts I'm used to. Anyway.
Yeah, currently she'd be in plate armor, so.
Roger. So you said you're on a pilgrimage. I'm Aragus, by the way. This is Oof. Who are you?
I'm Eve. Let's say Eve. I'm a paladin that is currently going on a pilgrimage to rekindle my faith. Currently, my past experiences have not been the greatest towards religious strength. It's been more demoralizing, and I'm trying to find a new path in this land.
Fair enough. I'll leave it at that. We work our way to the gem shop.
Well, I'd ask what you're about, probably.
Save the world. Demons are being possessed. Hobbits, dragons have been a problem. We got more to worry about than my backstory. Let's make haste.
Oof, talk a long way. Oof, simple man. Oof, talk later. So eventually you guys do make it to the gem shop. It's just at the very beginning of the day when the shop's just beginning to open. You even walk up as he's turning the sign in the shop from closed to open. He notices you. He gives a very kind of puzzled look as he notices Eve walking up.
Basan, dude, it went wrong. Queefy's been kidnapped.
Wait, stop right there. What are you talking about? What went wrong?
We checked out the freaking Thieves Guild last night. I don't know what
Do
everybody
you
else...
have any information about the Thieves Guild? What did you find out?
All I know is they
Please
get
come
in
in,
there...
come into my shop. Come into my shop.
Okay, so we move in, I'm assuming, to some sort of private area. All I know is they use key cards, some sort of card, to get into the Thieves Guild. The building, you were right on. That's exactly where they are. But they have Queefy Varg. I don't know if he's even alive at this point, and we lost all the money we would have used to revive our friend. So at this point, it's a little important that we take down these fuckers. Marissa's gone. I don't know where the hell Marissa went. This is a shark lady paladin thing.
Hello.
Is gonna help us. I don't.
The half shark creature. Tell me about you. You are very interesting looking. Your armor, it is so beautiful.
Yes, this is high quality plate crafted in a noble area of this town.
Do we have time for admiring plate armor right now?
I'm sorry, but it is not every day you see a half human, half shark creature in Gregoria.
Hassan, focus. Your
Okay.
fucking plan got one of my people taken.
I'm sorry.
Figure something out here.
Okay. I'm sorry. You're right. You're right. Arrogance. I apologize. We will talk later. What is your name?
Do you mean me?
Yes.
I'm Eve.
Well, Eve, we will talk later. Fortunately, you say you have lost all the gold you need.
How much gold is needed for this resurrection?
We need 1,000 gold worth in diamonds, but we fucking Queefy Varg is captain of the dwarves. Can we work on the uprising thing? You know, the resurrection. Someone is actually maybe alive. Maybe we could focus on that right now.
I'm a little concerned about the fact that you tried to sneak into a thieves guild.
We didn't try to get in. We were just trying to gain information. These numbskulls were climbing roofs and shit.
It does appear as if your plan was a little bit hasty.
I didn't do it. Oh, I'm being blamed for something I didn't do. Listen, I was stealthy. These guys were supposed to create a distraction. The dwarves caught them in the act of climbing, being chimney sweeps. I don't know what was going. Marissa's gone.
Wait. So what were your friends doing while you were there? Never mind. We have more important things. The resurrection spell they were trying to obtain the gold for was 1,000 gold pieces worth of diamond.
I would look over to our guest and say, is this friend really worth that much?
Yes.
Yes.
Oof has no idea. Yeah, sure.
She would reach into her backpack and pull it down and fish out a pouch and fill 1,000 gold pieces with it, or at least an equivalent.
Well, that is very convenient, isn't it? Apparently your new mistress here has the gold you need.
She would set it on the table and say, can we please have the diamonds?
If that is what you would like to do, of course, I can get the diamonds right away. And he begins walking over to the little crate he has of diamonds. He says, would you like your diamonds in diamond form or dust? I can give you anything. What would you like?
It's needed for a spell, man. I don't know.
I will give you dust, because it is the hardest to sell, and it will work for the resurrection, I promise. He begins shoveling dust into the bag.
She would look over, I'd look over at the our guest and say, this friend better be worth 1,000 gold.
I mean, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Your friend is very generous as he kind of ties up the leather satchel with a bit of string and hands it, like, just in your general direction. He doesn't know who to hand it to. Like,
I'll take it since I'm the one who bought it.
I wish you the best of luck in resurrecting your friend, perhaps with an additional party member. Once he regains his strengths and abilities after the resurrection, he will be able to help you. That was an unexpected turn.
Well, what's our plan moving forward, Basan? Obviously, we have access to another party member, but we can't go straight in, guns ablaze, to that Thieves Guild. There are just too many dwarves.
So, you say that your friend is being held captive, but what technically do they have their ability? Like, what do they have any reason to besides just
he was
attacking?
climbing on roofs up to no good. I don't see why they would. There was no direct aggression towards the thieves, but obviously they're not a big fan of anything that's not a dwarf. As far as I know, we found Oof just getting murdered in a corner. I can't imagine they would have any reason not to just dispose of him.
It appears as if they are getting a little bit more serious with their plan.
Well, since you did say that they wanted to expedite and get rid of anyone they wanted from that wasn't a dwarf, we could try to maybe convince them, or even if push comes to shove, barter with them to let your friend go.
That doesn't. I mean, that's great and all, but that doesn't really solve the overarching issue of they're trying to take over the city. And I mean, if it's not Queefy Varg, it's going to be somebody else. And I don't exactly know if they're up for negotiations. We're heavily outnumbered. Even if we went to negotiate, I imagine we'd just be taken prisoner. But Basan, I don't know what your plan is. Are the gnomes here to help? I mean, I don't know what's going on.
How much do you know about what is going on in Kregoria at the moment? I assume you are new into town. How much do you know?
I don't know anything about this town. I've just been in the Noble District.
Well, it appears as if the Dwarven Pass to the north, the passageway everyone must go through in order to enter the Cinder Mountains, unless you go in through the Felonwood Forest. Recently, the god Vergadane has begun to close off the Dwarven Pass. He was outraged with the dwarves' reckless mining of the mountains to which he claimed birthright. So he sealed off the Dwarven Pass, causing a mass exodus of the dwarves into Kagoria. We accept them with open arms, of course, because they are our fellow humans. We would do anything to help them. Unfortunately, not everyone found their living arrangements satisfactory, which caused the formation of this dwarven radicalist group to take root in the city. And their plan, what their movement is trying to do, is to turn Kregoria into a dwarven utopia, a pure dwarven city, one that does not have any other races. So their plan is to kill or exile or expel every other race that exists in the city. And that is what we are currently trying to discuss. We must take down this movement before they get too far along.
I don't really see dwarven people backing down from that kind of commitment to that kind of drive.
Dwarves are very resilient, that is true. But we believe, that being said, we do believe it is not all of the dwarves. It is not all of the dwarves. It is a small yet influential group of dwarves. Highly trained, of course, but it is not the entire city of Kregoria. These people have spent many weeks infiltrating the higher seats of power in the city to gain information. And the leader of the city, Pharos, his right-hand dwarf, Gorem, apparently is the leader of this guild. We just found that out. So they are just now putting their plan into action. They are a fairly small group, not the entire city, but threatening nonetheless.
Well, I'm not surprised Aragus doesn't have something to say. He's more relevant in this kind of situation.
I got nothing, man.
Well, as you know, for hundreds of years, the dwarves and the elves have always gotten along fantastically. They've always had such a great relationship, so it is strange to see this.
If the group is small enough, it seems like it can be contained with some sort of authoritative figure or an intervention from our whole party.
Well, I just figured that, you guys go in with your strong muscles and your big weapons and magic wandy things, and you cast spells and you take care of these dwarves. I imagine a group your size wouldn't have an issue with this uprising, but it seems you are short a few party members and one of them got kidnapped. This throws a little bit of a little bit of a pickaxe and things.
It truly does slow down your efforts, but not everything has to really be done with violence. I'm sure there's some way that we could convince them that the new people could also help grow and flourish and diversify the town.
And violence doesn't necessarily have to be the solution, but if it comes to that, I just want you to be prepared. They are going to be immediately hostile towards anyone who is not a dwarf, and none of you guys are dwarves.
That is a shame.
Joey.
Yes.
Mr. DM Joey.
Yes.
Am I at all aware how long a resurrection would take?
You would not know. You can make an Arcana check if you'd like.
Sure.
Sure. Let's see what you get.
Whoa.
Just tell me what you get, because I don't have it open right
Am
now.
I supposed to roll 2? Is that right?
Yeah, the way you have it set up on Roll20, since
Oh,
you
right,
roll
yeah,
through
yeah.
that, it rolls 2 in case you have advantage. Or
I got an
disadvantage.
11.
Okay, yeah, you don't know too much about the resurrection spell. You know it's not like instantaneous, but it's not something that takes like a day to do. It's maybe a couple hours. No more than 5-6 hours.
Okay. Hassan, how much time do we have?
Well, how much time until what?
I mean, until this maybe gets out of hand.
I believe
you're
it has
more of a
already
dwarf
gotten
than
out
I.
of hand. We have made sure that Pharos is in a very safe place. He cannot be reached, because that is, of course, who they're going to go for first. To kill Pharos, Gorham would be the next one to inherit the power. So we have made sure that Pharos is in a very safe place. But I believe things have already gotten too far, and no matter what time you approach this, it will be, how you say, shit news. It will be bad. But I would say wait no longer than a day.
What of the help from Brickshire?
I have not seen Marissa or her father since last evening. I do not know what goes on with them. We have not seen any presence of them lately.
I mean, was there any promise of, troops? What were the gnomes going to even offer in the first place?
Well, the gnomes, if things got out of hand, they were going to offer lots of guards and military, basically. They were going to offer up their military services to help protect our city. We have not called on that yet, because we don't want to ask that of them until we need it. But they were just saying that their resources are at our mercy. We can use them however we would like. But it did not seem as if after our conversation last night, their main intention, the dwarves from Brickshire, they were not here to help us. They offered that, yes, but they were mainly here to seek out Marissa, it seemed.
God damn it. I can't just let Queefy die or whatever. I don't think that's an option. But it sure as hell would be helpful if Smork was back.
Well, it is a fairly easy process, I assume, to get back to this area, wherever it is.
We can pretty quickly make haste back to where we need to. Where
Well,
the
quickly
ritual
go,
needs to
take
be.
the dust with you and leave, and just let's hope that in the meantime, Queepy is not being used as a martyr. Let's hope. But please, go.
All right, we head back to the not crazy like sprinting or anything. Still like not trying to arouse any suspicion, but we make our way back to that where the teleportation circle is.
Okay, if that's what you'd like to do, Oof agrees.
Oh, I would like to bring up though, does Eve need the mark to use the circle?
You'll find out.
Okay. I'm gonna like just bring that up real quick. Like, it's very possible you can't use this because we've been marked by our wizard friend who set this up. So you might have to wait a second.
Do you know of the building where your friend is being held?
Yes. I'll describe where it is.
It's not like it's a couple blocks down from where this teleportation circle building is hidden and nestled at. But yeah.
But Oof and I would like to remain as unseen as possible because I'm assuming any dwarf who is involved can pretty easily recognize at least Oof at the very least.
Well, then, if that's the case, I'll probably, I'll give Argus the diamond dust and state that I'll probably be staying here and maybe checking out the building.
Okay. We'll find you on our return.
I'll be here.
So do you guys step into the teleportation circle?
And Oof doesn't have it either. Shit. All right, Oof, here's the deal. If you don't come with me, Oof, stay. You can read a book if you want to. I don't think that's up your alley.
Did you just say that Oof could read a book?
Sarcastic.
Okay.
You can read a book if you want to.
He
I don't
can.
think
It
that's
has
gonna
lots
be
of pictures.
your forte. But
Oof, help, shark person.
Oof, okay. If
I'll
you,
keep
I
an
mean,
eye
if you
on
want to
him.
go, I wouldn't recommend going near there, Oof. But you're
Oof, want a smashed dwarf head.
I mean, all right, man. I'll be back.
All right. So you both attempt to step into the teleportation circle. Unfortunately, only you are able to utilize it, Aragus, because yes, the mark does symbolize like who is able to actually use this particular circle. So it's a similar sensation as to before. You kind of lose control of your body for a brief moment. Your muscles tense up. Your vision goes black. You just see these crazy black purple swirls swirling around everywhere. Then you get knocked unconscious. A few moments pass. You find yourself lying like on your back. Kind of dust yourself off. You regain your vision after blinking a few times, and you're now standing where the teleportation circle was at.
Do I see Kogan or Callus?
You not see Callus. You do, however, see both Aerolith and Kogan standing there looking very, very concerned.
Oh, God. Kogan! Dude, I got the diamond dust.
Oh, well, did you know? Oh, that's so good. No, well, we have a little bit of a problem here. We do.
I don't need more problems, Kogan. God damn it. Where's...
Well, then fine. We won't tell you about how your halfling friend escaped. Okay, fine. We won't tell you about that. Okay. Well, let's show us the dust then. We'll go on.
Fucking... How could
Do you have...
He was hogtied, Kogan. What happened?
Well, he tricked me into drinking myself unconscious. That little halfling can drink quite a lot of ale. Quite a lot of ale for a small little thing, and he tricked me, that fucking bitch.
And what about Aerolith? What about you? Did you...
Oh yeah, what about you, Aerolith? Huh? Where was you at during this whole thing, huh? Yeah, this like looks just absolutely, just completely terrified of. I'm very sorry, sir. I didn't really mean to let him go. He tricked me just like he tricked you. I swear. I didn't mean for it to happen. I swear. Please, just leave me. We were just playing this game, and he offered to gamble with me, and the next thing I know, it must have been his halfling nimbleness or something. I don't know. He escaped from my nose.
Oh yeah, I'm guessing he was like, "Hey, close your eyes. That'll be fun," and then he just ran away. Yeah, sure. Okay.
Well, it wasn't exactly like that, but
I'm sure.
Essentially, yes. I'm not proud of myself.
Well, okay. Here's the deal. So there's this demon guy from the fucking ninth circle of hell about to go, destroy the world. So we'll worry about that later.
I think the demon is from what I know, he's safely concealed within Pearl. From what I know, so I think we're fine on that.
Well, great, because Queefy is captive of some fucking extremist dwarf regime in the town. Don't ask me how that happened.
Loa snack bar.
But at the very least, we can bring Smork back. Where the fuck is Callus?
Well, we haven't really told Callus yet that Pearl got away. He's still sleeping in the back room. We don't want to tell. Can you please
Get
keep
Callus
this a
up.
secret?
We're gonna fucking revive Smork.
Please, just keep this a secret. Don't let him know that Pearl got away, please.
Fine.
Please.
Fine.
Oh, thank you.
Can we
All right.
just revive Smork, please, God?
Yes, we have all the parts we need. You have the diamonds, I assume, right?
Have diamond dust.
All right, and he opens it up and says, all right, this looks to be about 1,000 gold. Should work. We kept all of Smork's body parts nice and safe in the dungeon. Don't
I'm
worry.
so glad you kept the dead guy okay.
And don't worry, we're on top of our shit here in the town dungeon.
No, you're not.
Thank God.
And he kind of shouts, "Hey, Callus, it's time to wake up. Go on." And Callus eventually groggily walks his way in and says, "Oh, hey, Callus, everything's going great. We got the dust for the resurrection, and we need your help to perform the spell. Could you please be so kind to wake yourself up for a moment?" He agrees as you guys head into the dungeon. And eventually you do make your way to this resurrection altar. Aragus, you follow. Along the way, Kogan does kind of ask, like, "Wait, so Queefy got kidnapped. Where's the rest of your group?"
I don't... her father showed up. Let's see.
I wish I had a father.
There's now an orc and a shark
I will
thing
know.
in the picture.
Wait, a shark thing? What? Hold on.
Can we just revive Smork, please?
Well,
A
we're on our
little
way. It takes us a
moment.
few minutes to walk to the altar. Calm down. Maybe I'll just drop the dust on the ground on accident or something.
No, please,
Yes,
please.
that's
Fucking
what I
make this
thought.
worse
Now
somehow.
make
God.
conversation with me as we walk through my temple dungeon. It's been a very stressful day.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sure it's been real stressful. getting drunk.
Shut
under
up!
the table.
Nothing like that happened. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyways, silence from here on out. Let's make our way to the
Perfect.
altar.
Fine with me, Kogan.
Fuck you. And, you guys eventually do make your way to the resurrection altar. It takes you just maybe 5 minutes of walking carefully through the dungeon. Callus just now beginning to rub the last little bit of wizard crusties out of his eyes, and you make it to the altar. Smork's body parts are strategically placed on the altar in what seems to be sort of a pattern. You don't really know what it is, but it seems like they're being laid out very
We chopped
specifically.
Smork up for this?
Well, his body was all in one. I'm thinking of Dora Rock. Sorry,
I was about
Smork's
to say,
body.
like, goddamn, we chopped
Wrong body. Sorry, this is not Smork's.
His body should be all filled with water, though.
Well, while we're here, do you want to think about maybe combining some of Dora Rock's features with Smork's? I mean, Dora Rock could be a little bit stronger.
Bring the
Wouldn't
Orc
that-
Paladin.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just trying to just trying to lighten the mood a little bit. All
Oh,
right.
it's real light. Demons from hell.
All right, fine.
Kidnapped
All right.
dragons. Yeah.
All right, fine. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me.
Under my breath.
He places his body. It looks to be kind of waterlogged, but it's been decently preserved, either through some sort of like necromancy magic or some sort of preservation method. It has been well cared for. As he places the body on the altar, and Callus pulls out a small pouch from his side and begins taking components out of it that you don't quite recognize. They're kind of strange, and he smears a symbol onto the resurrection altar and begins performing a ritual. And he says, "Don't worry, this will take about an hour to perform."
All right.
Well, in the meantime, we'll just sit and wait, I guess. I mean,
Yeah, unless you want to have a drinking contest. I hear it's quite easy there.
oh no. Ever since I lost a drinking contest to a halfling, can you believe that? No, it wasn't even a trick. He drank me under the table.
Are you sure it
I'm
wasn't a trick?
100%. No, I'm certain. I saw him drink it with my own eye. And he was drinking it the whole time in front of me. He drank me under the table. It wasn't even a trick. He just drank me unconscious. Crazy as shit.
Then.
Crazy as shit. All right,
Erlith,
so
how about you, man? I'd like to talk to Erlith a little bit. Erlith, what's how you other than the escaping halfling? How's the magic coming, man?
it's actually going quite amazingly. I've learned to levitate things with my mind. I have kind of gotten a little bit better on controlling my magical abilities, and it appears as if Kogan and I are related in some way. I'm trying to figure that out, but I've become a little bit better with honing my abilities. That is true. Kogan still says that I'm volatile, but I think I will be ready to leave the temple here in a few days.
Excellent. Well, that's
What about you? Have you learned any new bow and arrow tricks, anything like that?
I shot a dwarf twice. I giggled a little bit.
Hold on. What about this? He levitates a rock out of the from the ground and sets it on his head. Can you shoot the rock off my head, and I'll stand still.
I'd love to do a party trick for you another time, but just in case everything keeps going wrong, I'd rather not shoot your face
no
off.
fun. What's the worst that could happen?
Again, shoot your face off kind of thing.
That is a good point. But yes, I mean, that's what's been going on with me. It's been a very uneventful past day or so. Nothing really exciting has really happened. So,
Okay, let's wait.
all right. So you guys are waiting for this resurrection spell to complete. Queevy, unfortunately, like you're tied up, still restrained. Occasionally, a dwarf will come down and give you like a pan of this dirty kind of water just to keep you alive. They have not killed you. They have not killed you. They have kept you alive.
I'm still bound and gagged.
Yeah, you're still bound, and you've got a they have taken all of your possessions. You are just left with your clothes. You don't have your bag. You don't have any of your weapons. Your holy symbol was taken from you. Which, as a cleric, that seems to be weighing on you the most. Like the fact that you no longer have your holy symbol, which is such like a big thing for you. Like that is how you cast your spells. That is so important for you. You feel the actual weight of not having that. Like it's stressful for you. And I think I'm not sure.
What do you do?
I want to see if we can use.
You cry?
Insert sadness here.
Yes. Since you're gagged, you can't really. You can try to cast Thaumaturgy. No.
That would just be 3 times louder humming, basically.
Yeah, no. When you were first held captive in that initial room, and you tried to cast Thaumaturgy, and they did not like that. They were annoyed, and that's when they made sure they were going to make it as difficult as possible for you to ever use that spell again. So you can let out a slightly louder than normal hum, but
I do
no
want
one's.
to. 1 second. I want to see if there's one thing I can possibly do here.
Yeah.
I gotta find the spell name. Do. Nope, I can't do it.
Okay. So yeah, that's unfortunately you don't have very much. You can make a perception check. Actually, that's what I'd like. You can make a perception check.
I can see, or is this just like to hear?
Yeah, this is just to hear kind of visuals around you,
Smell.
things like that smells. They didn't, close ping your nose or anything. So just let me know what you get.
Oh, 14.
Okay, yeah, you smell like in the air is this really kind of thick sulfur-like smell. The room you're in, you can kind of feel on the ground, although not in your cell. There's not giant piles built up. But along the way, when you were getting dragged, you kind of felt your foot slam into what appeared to be a pile of something, some sort of powdery substance. And this room is, this entire floor of your jail cell is kind of just coated in like maybe a centimeter or so of this powder that has a very thick sulfur smell.
I'll light it.
But yes, going back to Eve and Oof, is there anything in particular you're doing or just waiting?
I was curious what action I need to perform to try to come in contact or seek advice from my deity.
That would just be a private prayer ritual.
How long would it take?
Not too long, a couple minutes of prayer. Wouldn't be that.
I'm gonna politely ask Oof if he could just sit here for a moment while I try to seek some, get some knowledge.
Oof, agree, and we'll just read book.
Try to read.
He's like holding it upside down.
That's adorable. All right.
Yeah.
She'd set her. Well, she doesn't have anything out right now, so she would kneel down and go into a prayer and try to commune with her deity.
Okay. You're a little bit stressed out. It does take you a little bit longer than you're used to, about 10 minutes, before finally you feel that sensation kind of swim through your body. Your veins kind of feel like they're flowing with this cool, relaxing, refreshing kind of feeling as a lot of weight is lifted off your body, and your eyes instinctually close and they go black for a second, your vision, and then your eyes don't open, but the black void landscape turns into this beautiful kind of cloud-esque white void landscape with these magnificent looking gold pillars that have like the golden gate, like the golden like a golden gate in heaven, basically, is what you see. And as the gates open up, that's when your deity kind of begins to float towards you. He says, Eve Bastet, it has been a while since I've heard from you. What can I do for you? How can I help you?
I don't know if you know, but I'm assuming that you've been watching my endeavors and this encounter with this new group.
I have been watching your endeavors ever since you were born.
Ah, right. I forgot. Do you know of any way that we could try to diffuse this situation that's erupting in this town?
The situation you are currently involved in, unfortunately, is out of my jurisdiction as a deity. I cannot meddle in these affairs. I can mainly just offer advice and sage wisdom. What I would suggest you do in this situation, I assume that's what you want to know. I cannot meddle physically with the affairs, but I can offer advice.
Advice is what I'm looking for.
All right. Anything in particular you would like advice on?
I'm trying to consider a path with non-violence to try to diffuse this political situation.
You have explored paths of nonviolence before. Do you remember how those turned out?
Not very well. Most things tend to end up coming back to bite me.
It was one of the reasons that you left on this pilgrimage in the first place.
So it seems that I should take a more aggressive approach to trying to.
Not always. The aggressive approach is not always the best, but most of the times when dealing with groups such as this, especially radicalist groups, they tend to be more aggressive. So go in with the intent of discussing and working things out peacefully, but keep your sword at the ready. Be ready to fight.
All right, I think I understand.
Good luck, Eve.
Thank you.
And the link is broken as your body kind of slumps back down, and you regain control, and you blink a few times, and your vision is now restored to normal. Zoof is still sitting there with his book upside down, and like sniffing it, and eventually just gets fed up and throws it against the wall. So, reading sucks. That's all it
Reading
says.
is difficult. Maybe we can teach you in time.
Oof, don't care.
I currently do have something I need to do mercantile-wise, so I would probably take Oof and head to the magic shop.
Okay, so the from the time that Argus stepped into the teleportation circle to you finishing your, prayer ritual and all that was about 15 minutes. You don't really know when Argus is going to be back, so just giving you a frame of reference or frame of time here. Yeah, you leave. Oof, ask Oof stay, Oof go.
Oof, follow
Do
me.
Oof stay or do Oof go now?
Oof, follow me.
Okay, Oof follow. Oof follows along as you go to the gem shop.
As a paladin, well, magic shop, and as a paladin, do I know the length of the resurrection spell?
Make an Arcana check with advantage because you would have more inherent knowledge. You'll definitely learn quite a bit about it. I'd say as opposed to a half elf ranger.
All right.
I need to open up roll 20 so I can see the rolls. There we go. Let's see what you get.
Yeah, just a 10.
Yeah, you do still kind of recall more information than Argus did. The resurrection spell takes anywhere from about 1 to 2 hours. The
All right.
material sacrifice is consumed, of course, but yeah, this spell itself takes about an hour or so.
I'll make sure to check back in within an hour.
Okay.
And I know that a few, 15 minutes has passed.
Okay. All right, so you head out, following alongside you or behind you, wherever. You eventually make your way to the magic shop. Now, from what you learned from the layout of this town, there are several districts that exist. The one that has the Basan, the gem shop owner who speaks like this. That one exists kind of in like the middle class district of town, I guess you'd say. You have explored the noble district as well, that has the much more fancy and elegant looking shops and wares. So which one are you trying to go to?
It'd be less time consuming and easier to barter with the middle class shop.
You are basically on the complete opposite end of the noble district.
Right, so we'll head to the middle class magic shop.
All right, yeah. So you get there. It's definitely shopping hours. So the shop is open. The door is propped open with like a small little wedge holding it open. The guy just seems to be tending to his shop.
I would greet him and head over to the counter.
Hi, welcome to my shop.
Yes, hello, I have a magical cloak to sell.
Ah, you have a magical cloak to sell. Let
Yes.
me see the cloak, please.
I take out the cloak of weather resistance.
Ah, I can tell right away. This cloak is a cloak of weather protection. I can see just by admiring the fabric used in it. You look to sell this, eh?
Yes, it seems to be able to handle very intense heat and very intense cold.
That was going to be my next question, if it was designed for heat or designed for cold. You say it's for both.
I think I don't have an identify spell, but I think he might have something that can identify. I have just been in a mountain range with an intense blizzard, so I know for a fact that it protects against very intense cold, though I have yet to be to a desert or something.
Well, you like to sell this. How much would you want to get for an item like this? You tell me the price.
I don't think it would be too expensive. Something around the lines of 500 to 600 seems to be the price range for this strength of magical item.
You are very close in your guess. It is the most I could give you is probably around 400 gold.
Can we break even at 450?
Make a persuasion roll. We'll see.
Okay.
Let's see.
22.
Yeah, all right. That is a fair deal. That is a fair deal. And takes the cloak from you, folds it up very neatly, and places it in a very nice container, and counts out the gold and hands it to you.
Alrighty. And
Best of luck.
thank you very much. And that'd be it.
If you need any more wares from my shop, please. We actually get a new shipment of rings in tomorrow, so please stop by.
Oh, I'll be sure to check in with that.
All right.
And how long did that take? About 10 minutes?
About walking there was about 10 minutes interaction. You added about 15 minutes on total.
All right, so that is 30. 10 will be that. All right, we'll head back to the area with the mark.
Okay, you head back there. Nothing. You can make a perception check because you do kind of have to walk towards the seedier districts of town to get to where that circle is at. Not in that same kind of ghetto where where you were described that the fight happened, but
13.
and you do notice around you there are still many groups of these thuggish-looking dwarves, especially the ones with the ashy kind of gray, dull skin. But they don't seem to be focused on you really anymore. They kind of give you a glance and then go back to doing whatever they were doing. They don't seem to pay much attention to you, which is strange because you are a half shark, half human walking through this city. So something worth noting.
Right. They're probably trying to plan and prepare amongst themselves.
Right.
All right. So we head back and we have like 20 minutes.
Yeah, something like that.
I'd probably spend time talking to Oof and learning his story and stuff. I know it's
Oof, not want talk right now. Oof, not in talk mood. Oof, sad.
All right, then we'll just probably share a ration.
Yeah, right now would not be the best time to ask Oof for information about himself. You should wait till Ben gets here.
I know a little bit, like out of character, so
he's
we'll
a
just.
half-orc barbarian, very large even for a half-orc. He's larger than normal.
No, I know, Joey. It's just I'm trying to burn time.
Just to give you a little bit of a description, he is bearing many scars on his back as like his shirt and armor flares a little bit. You can see what appears to be like carvings and scars on his back. You can't make out the entire word, but you get the first three letters, which say STU, and you just assume that it spells out stupid, like it was carved into his back several times. Very beleaguered looking, beaten up creature. Very defensive, not eager to trust.
I'd probably, as a sign of like friendship, should part the armor where along the rib cage where my first encounter that has that giant scar from at the watery crossing, to show him that I share my own, troubles.
Oof,
But, we'll probably wait for in character when he's here for that.
Yeah. So that's good. You guys just wait and kind of exchange basic pleasantries.
Yeah,
Oof still being pretty apprehensive with actually trusting you. Does seem to open up a little bit and talk, but still, again, being pretty apprehensive.
Right. During the time I down a water skin.
Okay. And Queefy, like intermittently, periodically, like I said, people do, like a single individual does come down. You can only one set of footprints.
I was hoping you would let me, before you do that, I want to try something here.
Go for it.
As I'm laying there, if I hear someone coming, if anything is said, like up to my cage or whatever, can I cast Feign of Death with my hands bound? Like, are we going to allow using hand motions like this as a...
Well, the way you're tied up, it's just your wrists tied together, so your hands, you can still move.
So that would still be functional for the
And which spell are you talking about?
Feign of Death?
Feign of Death,
Or
let's check this out.
Feign Death?
Feign Death, there you go.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, burn the body.
Issue with that is it's going to be difficult to pull off because you don't have your spellcasting focus.
Does
so
it
you
require
would,
focus?
You would need to have a pinch of graveyard dirt.
Oh fuck!
Yeah.
I missed that. Yeah, I don't think I took anything from.
Yeah. You don't have anything. You don't have your
omens, did
component
I?
pouch. No.
Shit.
Queefy then feels bad that he doesn't have a symbol.
Yeah, like this is like just to stress again. This is as a cleric. This is weighing on you heavily. Like you can feel the actual physical stress of not having your holy symbol.
Yeah, I didn't see the pinch of graveyard dirt thing. Never mind. All right.
Okay, so eventually you hear footsteps come down and a pan of kind of nasty smelling water. You can't see it, but a nasty smelling pan of water is slid underneath the bars of the gate. And they walk back up. They don't say anything. No one said any words to you this entire time.
But I can't see, right?
No, you can't see.
So I just
Still
know
got a
that
blind.
they put something on the ground.
Yeah, and you can kind of hear it sloshing as it slides across the floor, and you feel the ground's a little bit damp around it, and put your hands in, you find
Am I
out.
able to kick around and try and like kick it as they put it on the floor, like kick it away, like showing them
Yeah,
I don't
Yeah, you
want
can
it.
do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna kick it like in the direction it just came from.
All right, you kick it back, and he just lets out a shrug, like, "I guess he'll die then," and walks back up the stairs. Doesn't seem to really care. But he notes that you were being defensive. Or, doesn't seem to care. Yeah. But yeah. So I actually have to close the door real quick. Just give me like 30 seconds. Blue, stay. All right. So is there anything else you'd like to do, Queefy? Like while you're in this caged room?
The only thing I can think of is to attempt to break free at any point if I can try and outpower the.
Go ahead and make a strength roll with disadvantage because you're the stress you're under. But you can kind of try and wriggle your way out. You are just bound by rope. The knot is very tight. You don't seem to make any headway with that. You can try again in a little bit, but as you begin to struggle with kind of yanking the rope apart, it doesn't seem to budge. These dwarves know their knots, that's for sure. So yeah, that finishes off everything that you would like to do while you're captive there.
Yeah.
All right. So going back to Aragus. Good old Aragus and Aerolus.
Happy, pleasant mood, arrogant.
Who is nuts.
Life of the party, Aragus.
So now about an hour has passed, and if you watched Callus methodically go through this entire resurrection ritual after carving and engraving many, or kind of creating many symbols in this sigil as necessary for the resurrection spell, very very carefully with a lot of dexterity, very making sure to get the lines perfectly straight and the curves exactly how they're supposed to curve, and the symbols lined up exactly how they're supposed to line up in reference to the body. And once the final symbol is etched out, Callus steps back, grabs his staff, which is in a holster at his side, kind of grabs it, slams it onto the ground, and coming from around the circle, which is it's a circular resurrection pentagram basically, and coming from the circle like a cylindrical shape, these beams of bright shooting purple light mixed in with some like specks of black and yellow begin kind of pulsing and creating a spiral basically around this resurrection circle. You see Smork's body get gently lifted up into the cylindrical arcane resurrection circle, and his body's still limp in the air. You see the purple begin to like kind of shoot into his body. The black parts going into like his head, and just all these different bursts of arcane magic just begin shooting into his body, each one causing a jolt that causes his body to shoot back. About a dozen of these shots get directed into him, and he absorbs them all. You see his eyes kind of begin to faintly open just slightly, and you see him open up, and Smork tries to let out a word but goes unconscious, unfortunately. You can see his chest lightly kind of pulsing as you can see he is now breathing once again, but very, very slowly, as if he's recovering from a very stressful and physically exhausting situation. Eventually, after this happens, the cylindrical magic kind of begins to descend back down into the circle. Smork's body gently caressed back down, laid down flat, and the spell completes. Smork is there, breathing, but very exhausted.
Callus, are you? I mean, if Callus is done, and I can see that he's done.
The
Callus,
spell worked perfectly, he says.
brilliant.
Still,
How,
still got it. Ugh.
How long till he's in
I'm good.
fighting shape?
Well, he's probably going to need, I'd say, anywhere from like a couple hours, maybe, if we really try to expedite it with potions and whatnot. But to be fully back to himself, it'll probably take a couple days. But he'll be fighting shape probably by the end of tonight.
That would be ideal. Time is of the essence.
As Callus finishes the resurrection spell, Kogan just runs up to him, gives him a big old orc hug. Oh, that was so wonderful, Callus! You did such a good job. I love your magic. I would never do anything to disappoint you, Callus. I would never. But it is, however.
Okay.
Hey, you don't know their backstory, but it is at this point that Callus does bring up, like, where is Pearl? I have not seen him. That's a little bit concerning to me.
Actually, yeah, that's so funny. Hey, Kogan, where is Pearl?
Oh, I think he's just sleeping. Last time I saw him, he's all tied up. He can't move. He's sleeping upstairs, I swear.
You know, we should go check on Pearl.
Well, we don't need to do that. We don't want to wake him up. I mean, he's got the demon inside him. We don't want to anger the demon. Just let him sleep.
Oh, no, I'm sure it's fine. Let's go check
Arrogance.
on Pearl.
Arrogance. Do you see that pit right over there? The pit behind the circle. The one filled
Oh, you know what?
with the corpses. And
I'll
stuff.
go check on Pearl. You guys
Hell
have...
no, you stay right here. You don't need to do that.
Okay, no one will check on Pearl. I'm Callus. I'm
Pearl's
just kidding
fine.
around, you know.
Callus does look slightly concerned, but trusting of Kogan, as Aerolith stands there, just kind of not saying anything. Very concerned looking, you know. You can see a slight bead of sweat forming on his neck and kind of going down, but notice it kind of steam as it hits the nape of his neck. His skin just evaporated sweat, which is kind of neat. But yeah, the resurrection spell finishes. Kogan says, well, I mean, in the meantime, can you help me carry his body up to the temple up there?
I'll do my best.
All right, let's do it. And between using Aerolith's, ability to actually manipulate and lift things, still weak, but he's able to help you guys. It's as if having a third set of hands on the body. You cart him out of the temple dungeon and back up to the temple, where you lay him down on the bed and kind of put some covers over him and get him a nice glass of water, kind of feed him, give him a little bit of water, like force drink a little bit of water so that stays hydrated, but sets the cup down by his end table and says, well, we should probably let him get some sleep too.
Sounds good. I am going to let the rest of the party know. Actually, I should explain to Callus. Callus, we have... I don't know if they're planning on coming back with us at this point. I don't really know the situation in Gregoria now, but we seem to have lost Marissa at this point and perhaps gained 2 new fellows. Is it possible that you could, at one point or another, if necessary, come through the teleportation circle and mark them?
Well, now that I have returned, all my strength has returned to me. I am feeling once again very powerful. I suppose I could... I don't know, it would be risky coming along. The reason why I'm here in the first place is to keep myself hidden. Otherwise, Elazar will seek me out and kill me like he killed my brother. So I could, yes, but should I? Probably not.
Fair enough. All right, I will. I'm gonna go through the teleportation circle to inform Oof and Eve of the situation.
All right, so you say your goodbyes and part ways with Kogan and Aerolith and
Oh, and
others.
before I leave, I'm gonna look at Kogan and kind of be like, fucking, just like menacingly a little bit, just like, figure your shit out, Kogan. Swear to God.
Wasn't me. Wasn't me. That ain't to do with about me. Yeah. So you step through the teleportation circle. Eve and Oof are both there. sitting against the wall as, the similar sensations of going through teleportation circles happen. You regain your consciousness after several minutes and blink a few times, regain your vision, look around. You see this very well decorated half shark, half human that you met previously, and Oof sitting in the room.
Hey, hope you two are all right. The resurrection worked great. We just need a little bit of time, and he should be Smork. He's a.
He should be Smork.
He should be Smork. His name's Smork. He's a half orc paladin. I think half.
Yes.
Is right. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. But he should be. We'll have him for battle in. I don't know. I think we'll need the night's rest, but by tomorrow we should be ready to go.
If he's a paladin, I'm very glad I helped.
Oh, that's right. You guys are the whole. Yeah, I don't mess with you guys anymore. I tried to pull a fast one.
Yeah, that's gonna be like out of character. That's gonna be a pretty epic duo. The two pretty strong paladins fighting together. That's gonna be cool to see. I'm looking forward to that. But
so yeah, I asked about you two coming through the teleportation circle, and it's not something. After learning the implications of it, it's not something I'm okay with. The wizard would have to come through and theoretically expose himself. So we'll figure that out as it comes forth, but you two should find somewhere to spend the night. I'm going to go back.
I can requisition us an inn.
Okay. I'll be back tomorrow.
Wait. Oops, like, whole inn? You gonna buy whole building?
Just a room for a night.
Okay.
Oof, you stay with Eve. I'm going to go back and continue to have a word with our good friends back at the temple.
Okay.
Best of luck, Argus. We'll be in the middle class.
I will see you two here at daybreak tomorrow, and we will, figure out what we're doing then.
All right. So you step back through the portal.
Yes.
All right. You step back through the portal. The whole shindig happens. This time though, like going back and forth through a
Had a feeling
circle can be kind of exhausting. So keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're gonna have a long rest theoretically on the way back, so I'm not too worried about it this time.
Keep that in mind. But yeah, you step through and it says, "Well, we didn't expect to see you back so soon."
Well, just letting them know the situation. I am tired because that teleporting thing, man, tired. So I'm gonna go sleep nowhere near Pearl because don't want to disrupt him.
Wait, no. Pearl's in his own room. Don't interrupt him.
Good. So yeah, I'm gonna take off for the night. You keep an eye on Smork. And remember when I say keep an eye on, I actually mean keep an eye on.
I'll get my best eye on it, don't worry.
Good.
I'm in charge of this one.
Oh yeah, because I'm such fate.
I won't let you down.
I actually have a headache now, so I'm gonna go sleep. You do that.
I've been admiring you for a long time, Argus. Go have a good sleep.
Yeah, thanks, Kobe.
Admiring.
I admire. I don't know. That was a stretch, but anyway,
It's fine.
have a good rest, Argus. All right. Yep. I'm just gonna be here doing my job. So yeah, you go lay down. It's kind of still like mid-afternoon. So sleeping is a little bit difficult for you. You're kind of exhausted, but you're not tired.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's you don't. Do you want to do anything else, or just go to sleep?
I'll just if I can't sleep, I'll just kind of relax and try and take my mind off all the bullshit.
All right.
But at this point, yeah, all I'm really up for is kind of lying down and staring up at the ceiling.
All right. Yeah. All right. Anything in particular you think about?
I'm just trying to take my mind off this whole nonsense. Nothing particularly. No, I don't think so.
All right. Cool. So yeah, Queefy, do you make any more moves? Another thing. It seems like the intervals every 2 to 4 hours somebody brings you a new pan of water. Do you try anything again?
Legs are bound.
Yeah. On it like the ankles. So you can still bend them in and out and kind of flare your feet a little bit, but
No.
okay. Then yeah,
Fuck your water.
Even Oof. Did Ericus say that he was coming back?
Yes.
He
I
said
said
after
at daybreak.
Okay, at daybreak.
Meet back here at daybreak.
All right, yeah. So
Yeah.
what is even Oof up to?
Probably will be we'll about to be heading to an inn, though. What equipment, if any, is Oof wearing?
That is a fantastic question, which I will answer in just a second. There you are, Oof. He has his battle axe and a shield.
Alright, then that is fine for now. We will probably head over to the middle class inn then.
Okay. Hey, you go there and acquisition yourself a room.
Yep. Probably a comfortable room with 2 beds for the both of us.
All right. Yeah, that's good. That will do just fine.
Hey Joey, can
yes.
I prepare myself by can I kind of inch over towards the doorway and I'm assuming the door's right here, like the cage door, and then I'll be kind of laid up on the bars, and then the door will be on my side.
Yeah, you can do that.
All right.
Is there anything you want to do in particular that you're setting up for when another person comes down?
We'll deal with that when it happens.
Well, it's happening periodically. Right now,
Oh,
Oof
okay,
and-
yeah.
Oof
If
and
someone
Eve are
if someone
sleeping,
were to
Argus
come
is-
in, I'm going to attempt to sweep their legs out from under them.
Sweep the
unfortunately, you can't. You can try lengthwise. Yeah, if it's
Yeah,
the
I'll I'll kind of slide my legs basically
Alright.
just to cause yeah.
Okay, yeah, you can. You can certainly try. Eventually, some time passes, and another set of footsteps can be heard coming down the stairs. You hear the sloshing of the water, and you hear him triple this a little bit. Say, oh shit, oh shit, and then against your jail cell, sets the tin down, and as he stands up, you try to sweep his feet off from underneath him.
leg.
I'll go ahead and roll this on roll 20 for you guys. He'll have dexterity saving throw with advantage.
Use your 11-inch clit to take out their knees.
And
Oh, that's true. Oh,
as he
God.
sets down the pan, being instinctually just cautious of you in general, he notices you have first off inched closer to the door, so he's cautious because of that. And he notices as soon as he sets down the pan and stands up that you try to sweep his feet from under him, and he steps back, not even quickly or anything, just steps back nonchalantly, what the fuck was that?
I'm gonna flail my legs at him, just trying to kick him, just basically trying to cause a scene at this point. I know I'm not gonna do any damage, but I'm gonna attempt.
He spits on you and then walks back up the stairs. Doesn't say another word.
All right.
So yeah, you eventually just kind of drift off to very intermittent sleep, very uncomfortable sleep, but you eventually do fall asleep. So yeah, that everyone, Pearl, you're just continuing to head south, right?
I feel revitalized. I feel like myself again. This is
Yeah.
awesome.
For you, you are feeling like the opposite of Queefy Varg right now. Queefy is stressed and exhausted, doesn't have his holy symbol, doesn't have any of her stuff. You feel the exact opposite. You feel like a giant weight has been lifted from your shoulders. You feel refreshed and just like a completely new individual.
Hey, and now maybe I can actually go back to Glamir and tell them I'm okay. I can go back now. Fuck yes. A question about that. Does Pearl know how it got lifted, or
No.
he doesn't?
It was
Okay.
exactly how Elzar described. You fell asleep,
You
woke
forget.
up. It was like it never happened.
Okay, well, I'm going to check the lightning bolts on my head still. Just rub it a little bit. Is it there?
It's still on your head. As you touched it, it kind of burns a little bit, but not too bad.
All right, well, he did say safe passage, so in this case, I'm going to pick up my speed.
Okay.
I'm going to use just retreat, and get to Kragor as fast as I can.
All right, yeah. So while you're traveling, you notice you encounter several creatures that look up at you, and then as they make eye contact with you, you stare them down. When you make eye contact with them, you see them just visibly shake and gallop off and run the opposite direction. They don't seem interested in messing with you at all. They are terrified. Something about you just doesn't seem right to them. So yeah, you continue on walking.
Yep.
It's going to take a while to get to.
Well, if I cross anything of notable interest, then yeah,
Right.
just let me know.
I'll let you know if you do.
Yep.
I still had plans before nightfall, by the way.
Okay, gotcha. So what are your plans before nightfall?
I was told the location of the thieves' home, right?
Yeah. Or
So-
it was like it was rumored to be either a current thieves guild or a old thieves guild that was reappropriated into this new base of operations that they assume.
Well, I just know where they
Yeah.
are keeping
But
him,
it's not necessarily a thieves guild, but that is what it was described as.
the hideout.
Yes.
Would it be safe to say that Oof just stays at our room?
Yeah, if you don't say anything otherwise, for now we're just going to assume that Oof is sleeping in his room.
All right, I'll probably
The mental stress of reading that book really exhausted him.
I'll probably head over and try to gauge what the place looks like, how high up the windows are.
You want to go into
There's-
that area of town?
I thought it was still in the middle district.
No, it is in the the dwarven ghetto, basically. A few blocks away from the teleportation circle, further deeper into town.
Okay, I didn't.
I don't know if that was described. Yeah, it is definitely not like the teleportation circle. That building was already in kind of a seedy, shitty kind of area of town, but the further deeper you go towards that building, the more just dangerous and threatening everything seems.
Right,
thought
so
you
I
said
can't
one
actually. I can't go in there without getting probably attacked.
Maybe, yeah.
Even if I wear my armor to conceal, like the helmet and stuff, I'm still dwarfing the height
Yeah.
of most of the residents there.
Yes.
So I'll still be. And since obviously the armor looks very classy, it'd be difficult to move around without probably getting jumped for money. Alright, so I'll probably spend the. I'll know that and just spend the time until nightfall, like fixing up all the gear that Oof has and I have.
Okay. Yeah. So you spend the rest of the night kind of just repairing what damage was done to Oof's. He doesn't have any armor. He's using his
Right.
natural barbarian unarmored defense.
His muscle.
He does have his shield, and he does have several wounds on his body that still haven't fully healed from the beating he took the other day. So you begin kind of mending those.
Right.
And at first he kind of backs away as you begin to bandage him and heal him a little bit, but eventually kind of relaxes and lets you heal and seems thankful.
Right. Paladin lay on hands for the win.
Yeah. You see a couple of the wounds, they heal up, like visibly they begin to heal in front of you.
Okay.
Some of the deeper scars, they fade slightly, like a tiny bit, but they don't disappear.
Well, not all orcs dislike their scars, so I'll try to avoid that. I'm just trying to close up open wounds.
Yeah, as you're kind of like cleaning him up and healing him a little bit, you do notice on his back, like the glimpse you saw, on his back there's probably about a dozen, the word stupid is carved into his back and scarred into his back probably at least a dozen times.
For Ben's sake, I won't mess with that.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you finish up the rest of the evening. Arius, you went to bed at like like noon or something. So if you fell asleep, you're waking up like at 8 p.m. or so. If you want to just eat time until the next day, you can. But sleep-wise, you can't just like say, "Oh, time to sleep." You're not tired anymore. You've slept.
And it's like Joey, you can sleep anytime you want.
Yeah, this is but Arius, what are you? What's your plan here?
It's not morning, right? We're just still.
It depends. Like, what exactly? You went to your room, but did you go to bed immediately?
Honestly, I if I can't fall asleep, I'm just gonna wait till I can. I'm kind of just stressed out at this
Okay.
point. Obviously,
Either
from
way,
the
you're
whole
gonna have
thing.
some time to kill. Is what I'm.
Yeah, honestly, it's probably just gonna be spent thinking of any sort of plan to get into the dwarves area, and just kind of, just literally just thinking. So that's, I have no other plans.
All right. So going back to you, Queefy, Varg, you're in your jail cell. Eventually, you get tired to the point where you nod off for just what feels like a couple minutes, but in real time is probably about 30 minutes to 45 or so. And during your rest, you have a dream. In this dream, you kind of see yourself, you're not able to control it, you got like a bird's eye view of looking at yourself in your current situation. Although the building doesn't seem to match identically, but you see yourself bird's eye view just trapped in this jail cell, and you're just laying there on your back sleeping, and and you notice as you're sleeping, your body kind of arches back, and this weird kind of like black, shadowy figure type deal begins to kind of just gently like float up from your body, and it turns towards you. The kind of bird's eye view in this dream looks at you and just gives you this sinister, devilish grin as its teeth are like lined with this red kind of like either blood or something. It just looks terrifying. His eyes are this very piercing, soulless stare as it looks into you, and you see it like departing from your body and turns and looks at you, continues to go up, and then wisps away. And that's when you wake up.
Oh shit!
Now I know that this is like very easy to meta because I was here for the conversation. Would I be able to kind of gather that was the demon or something inside of me, like not knowing that it's out of me, but definitely raising some.
The dream definitely did raise some questions. When you wake up, though, you don't feel as if anything was lifted from your body. You still feel very stressed, but you don't know. Like, it definitely makes you think, but you don't know if you're not feeling good because you still have the demon in you, or if you're not feeling good because you've been locked in this jail cell without any of your stuff. Like, you don't quite know yet, but it does give you something to think about.
I will.
So yeah.
I will think about it.
Okay. Yeah, gives you something to ponder, and eventually, maybe when you're feeling better, it'll have more of an impact. But so one thing out of character game question. John is ready to be added to the call whenever. Ben just texted me about 5 minutes ago saying he's on his way home and should be home in like an hour or two. So we can take our break when Ben gets here and then add them both to the call. Does that sound good?
I mean, I don't mind. It's really on everyone else. If you guys want to stop. So
Well, if we stop now and then
yeah, we'll have to do it again
reroute
later.
it.
That's if he's gonna have a part in the next hour or
I'm
whatever.
mainly asking you.
I don't mind stopping to do it.
Okay.
It's,
Yeah, then let's take a quick break and add in Smork to the call because after this rest, he will be able to move. So-
Well, on that note, I can give you the video that finished rendering. So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we can play that while we take a break, you guys. We're going to play our first have a recap video done by Mr. Pearl Baggins. So check that
Or
out.
was it Pearl?
We're going to take a quick break.
Well, here I'm just gonna put it in Skype chat.
can you
Let me know when I'm-
just put it somewhere else so I can actually see it? I can't. Oh, actually,
Yeah.
never mind. Just kidding. I just minimized all the.
Yeah, let me know when I'm good to end the call and restart it.
There's a lot of work that I still want to do on it. So
No,
it's not
you
a
don't
final
have
project,
to end it.
but-
Just I mean, I guess we can, but if he's
Oh,
gonna be,
you're right, Duh, I don't have to end it.
yeah, you can just add him.
You right.
I guess we can watch the video real quick. I'm gonna put it up on the stream, so bear with me.
It's
here.
8 minutes long, so yeah.
Yeah,
That's cool.
That'll give me time to get all these things reset up and stuff. So
There you go. Everything works out.
Let's hope Smork's internet holds out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, what's up, man? Hello?
Oh God.
Oh, yeah, I see the spinning circle of death.
that's good news.
That's okay. It's very good role play, man. Good commitment. Good commitment. I like it.
It is super shitty over here. Can y'all hear me all right?
No, you're
Hear
like,
you fine, but
you're
the video
echoing.
is terrible.
and the video isn't loaded.
I can make out what you're saying, but yeah, it is echoing a tiny bit.
Can y'all hear me?
All right, so no John and I, boys.
Yeah, if we can't get your mic and stuff working, it is very robot-y. Try closing like everything out on your computer.
Phone.
Okay.
All right,
We'll
I'm
make
gonna
decisions for you.
And you can
I'm gonna mute
close
the
out.
Skype call or the sound so they can watch the video on the stream.
Okay.
Paul made this. Ooh, Exoburn Productions. $480p. What the fuck is this, Paul?
We start off this episode right as the group finally manages to find their way off of the island of mistaken magic using a well-crafted teleportation circle. Looking around, they find themselves in a small and grimy room with very little lighting. All that appears to exist in this building is the teleportation circle they just used, and a single door that leads them out into the streets. After their eyes adjust to the new surroundings, they look around and can immediately tell that this is not one of the nicer parts of Krigoria. These streets are inhabited exclusively by dwarves, many of which appear to be an ashy, dull gray-skinned variant of the standard complexion they are used to seeing. Beggars line the streets, and they're repeatedly solicited by several dwarves as they cautiously make their way through this very dilapidated dwarven ghetto. After traveling for several minutes, the sight of a brutal mugging in the alleyway catches their attention. Glancing over, they see several thuggish-looking dwarves all laying into a single, defenseless half-orc while shouting, "You stupid, dumb beast!" It was obvious this already broken creature had no way of fighting back, so the party rushed to his side before he was literally beaten to death. They make their presence known, causing a couple of the dwarves to be rendered motionless by fear. The leader, however, presents himself very boldly to the group in a way that could only end badly, by using his great hammer. The dwarves are quickly shut down, and their new friend Oof literally squeezes the last bit of information he can out of them before they proceed. Oof is just a simple and untrusting half-orc, but he cautiously decides to tag along with the rest of the group. Putting all of this behind them, the party continues further into the city of Krigoria with the intention of selling off some of their items to earn enough gold for a fairly expensive resurrection spell. Recently, the half-orc paladin known as Smork Swirmp, along with a tiefling druid named Omen Blackbark, were both killed trying to escape from a pack of angered Myconid sovereigns. Omen was laid to rest with a proper burial, and they chose to bring Smork back with them in hopes of performing this resurrection. Queefy starts to roam through the shopping district in hopes of raising the gold they need to resurrect their fallen friend. She meets with several shopkeepers, getting as much as she could for what little they have. After meeting with many interesting individuals, she raises the gold she needs and is also requested by one of the shop owners to return after hours for the potential of additional paid work. Proudly, with her gold in hand, she meets back up with the party, and they all return to the inn for some well-deserved rest before their meeting later on in the evening. When the time comes, they leave the inn and apprehensively begin to head where they were instructed. They enter the building, and the doors lock swiftly behind them as they all finish shuffling in. A swarthy and well-dressed dwarf welcomes them in and starts leading them towards the castle. Once they step into the doors of the castle's main dining hall, Marissa is shocked to see her father sitting around the table. Almost immediately he asks to speak with her in private, and they hurriedly rush off out of earshot. After they leave, the group is informed about what's going on in Krigoria. To the north exists the Dwarven Pass, an old town nestled right at the base of the Cinder Mountains. Their chief deity, Vergadane, grew angered recently due to the dwarves' reckless mining of the land to which he claimed birthright. This anger eventually became too much to bear and resulted in Vergadane using his powers to seal off the Dwarven Pass. As giant boulders began crashing down on this town, a mass exodus of dwarves seeking safety in Krigoria began. They are all welcomed with open arms, but not everyone is completely comfortable with the living situations they are provided, causing the formation of a dwarven radicalist group to take root. The crusade of this group is driven by the desire to return Krigoria to a pure dwarven utopia by eliminating or expelling every other race from the city. Through various sources placed around town, they have discovered the potential location of this group's base of operations. The party is asked to investigate the location of this rumored safe house and return with any information they may find out. They accept this task, finish their dinner, and then say their goodbyes as they prepare themselves for what may lie ahead. Oh, of course we can't forget about what's going on with our dear halfling wizard friend Pearl Baggins. The party deemed it safer to proceed without Pearl, as he is currently possessed by an extremely powerful and dangerous demon. When they initially left for Krigoria, Pearl was left under the watchful eye of Kogan and Aerolith Wisefighter, as well as Grand Wizard Callus. Wanting desperately to escape, Pearl uses his cunning and trickery to form a plan. After managing to trick Kogan Wisefighter into drinking himself unconscious, he is left with just Aerolith standing in his way of a clean getaway. Through what can only be described and explained as a miracle caused by his natural halfling luck and swiftness, Pearl manages to sneak out from right under Aerolith's nose. In the middle of the night, he begins to head south as fast as possible in hopes of eventually reaching the Dwarven Pass safely. While Pearl makes his way south through the mountains as a vigilante, the rest of the group prepares for their recon mission into the seedy underbelly of the city. Argus decides it'd be best for him to split off separately and slink around the back alleyways on his own, due to his inherently stealthy nature. As Argus disappears into the shadows, the rest of the party begins heading down the streets and further into the ghetto. Walking further and further, they attract the attention of several large groups of thuggish dwarves that begin to stare them down. Seeing an opportunity, they quickly dart into an alleyway to try and carry out their plan of obtaining a favorable vantage point from the rooftops. A few moments pass and the dwarves begin to notice them in an alleyway as they try to climb up the side of a stone building. The dwarves gather around the building and begin shouting and yelling for reinforcements. Quickly, this small group turns into a huge mob of several swarming dwarves, many of which begin to place ladders against the building. Queefy and Oof try their best to fend off the onslaught but are eventually overcome. As Queefy gets pulled down from the roof by the dwarves, Oof jumps off the back in desperation and attempts to run away as fast as he can. Using his innate barbarian strength to pummel through several dwarves, Oof manages to finally escape. Unfortunately, Queefy was not so lucky and she gets tied up, blindfolded, and carried off into one of the buildings on the opposite side of the street. All of her items are seized, including the gold they had all just worked so hard to earn for the resurrection of their dear friend Smork. Oof meets up with Argus, and they retreat back to the inn to begin formulating their plan on how to rescue Queefy Bar. And that's where we last left off.
With a little bit of spooky rage in it. We good.
What level are you actually? Thanks for
I'm
watching.
six.
If you enjoyed what you saw, feel free to drop a follow.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead with John and Nicole. It does not have video, just audio. It is still kind of shit, and we'll see how it plays out, but at the very least, it doesn't mean you have to...
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching.
But I was just going over how the players command, that Google Doc that's in the players command is updated now with Eve
I
stats.
think I might go because this is getting pretty bad.
Okay, that's fine, man.
Joey will take care of Smork.
Keith, there was a bonus clip at the end of that video, by the way.
Well, they'll have to go back and rewatch it to see it, won't they?
It's pretty funny, actually.
I'm sorry, are you going to head out then, John? Because it doesn't seem like it's going to work.
I'll make sure I don't die.
Alright, I'll make sure you don't die.
Bye,
I want to say that
John.
he's weak, like not able to fight.
No. No, we need him.
I just waved at all you guys, but we even have a few ones. What's up?
We will have Oof back with us in like an hour or so, or less, so...
Can you remove his picture out of the call so I can just do the regions back, or do we have to wait?
You can kick him.
No, you have to like actually wait for the...
Just right-click him.
No,
One of you, whoever, to the first two people who were in the call, should be able to right-click his picture and
There we go.
hit remove. Yeah, there you go.
Got it.
Remove from group.
Let's remove the jaw dolls.
Back from my days of being a Skype troll. You used to be able to like take away people's speaking power with commands. There's console commands. It's hilarious. Oh man.
Alright.
What the fuck?
Hmm?
Oh, never mind. I found you. Okay.
Alright, so if we are good to continue on, Smork seems to be taking the resurrection a little bit more, it seems to be more taxing on his body than he anticipated, so you can see his demeanor has improved a decent bit, but he's still not fight ready quite yet, unfortunately.
God damn it.
As you drift off. the rest of the
Callus,
night.
you lied to me.
I tried my best, man. Callus doesn't have a special voice, by the way. Callus is my voice. Just for the record.
Just
I tried, man, bro. I tried. Come on.
Bro,
Did my best.
I respect you, bro.
Do you know who I am? Do you know me?
My dad
He
owns
casts
a
silence on you and you just can't talk anymore.
Oh.
The crux of Argus's character.
I'm just kidding. You can talk.
Oh. That was weird.
I mean, you can only talk because I let you, but still, I'll let you talk. But I tried. Unfortunately, the resurrection spell is going to take a bit longer than anticipated. Or not the spell. I did perfect on that. But the recovery process is going to be delayed a little bit. So your friend is in good hands, but he'll be fine. Have not seen Pearl recently, which is strange. Glances over to Kogan. I don't know. He's a heavy sleeper, all right. Callus is visibly concern. But you guys are just kind of there waiting, sleeping, chatting, unless you have anything specific you want to ask or talk about, Arius.
Other than slight allusions to Pearl maybe not being here and pissing Kogan off.
I mean, that is kind of important. Do you actually, like, what do you say regarding that?
I mean, just every once in a while, wow, Pearl's, just mention it. I mean, Pearl's
I
sure
said
sleeping
he
tight.
is a heavy sleeper.
I trust Kogan, so.
Yeah, you better trust me. I am Kogan Wisefighter,
Yeah.
the Orc Elder.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Now stop asking about Pearl. He's fine.
Oh, sure.
He's fine.
He's my buddy. I just want to make sure he's not.
He's my buddy too. I love
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
No.
No, we're all great buddies here.
Yeah, of course. All right, now that's the end of that.
Yeah.
Go to sleep.
All right.
All right, good. All right, so you guys are playing out the rest of your night there. Callus is definitely tipped off to something. He knows something's going on. Every time he tries to like leave the room by himself, Kogan follows alongside him. And he's like, "Oh no, come back! Callus, let's play some cards or something." He tries to distract him at every chance he gets. Callus is growing visibly tipped off. Like he knows something's up. So Eve, did you already take care of everything you wanted to do before the day ended?
Yeah, like the moment I learned that it wasn't middle class but lower class, I was just like, no, I'm not going there.
I'd say even lower than lower class, like squalor, like terrible.
Slums.
Yeah, the slums, the dwarven ghetto.
I would just know. I'll get.
All right, Oof lets out an oof. Queefy, now you notice that when the next person comes to give you the pan of water, you hear the footsteps are a little bit further away when he slides the pan underneath the bars. Not going to fall for that one again.
I will continue to kick the water pan over and spill it
Okay.
and all that stuff.
Yeah, so you currently do have one level of exhaustion, so you know. Being in the cell, not having your holy symbol, not drinking the water, that does make you suffer exhaustion. Which if you have your player's handbook open, I can tell you approximately what page that's on.
I do.
Okay. Well, it's under conditions. I don't know. It doesn't match up perfectly.
Well,
with the
just
book.
tell me the page on the bottom.
Yeah.
I can actually see those numbers as well.
291. But yeah, you have disadvantage on ability checks currently.
Which is really bad.
Yeah, which can be kind of annoying.
All a part of my plan.
Is it? If you have a plan, please let me know. Like,
Like, straight up right now, it just seems
Nope,
like you're trying
I'm
to
not
die.
letting you twist it. If I tell
I
you
mean-
the plan, then you might go against the plan.
what? My job here is to be impartial and a fair judge. Like, you should tell me if you have a plan.
The plan is in action.
If you want it to be private, you can tell me privately.
Happening.
Or you can't just say like, "Oh, by the way, while that was going on,
No,
we didn't talk
I'll
about it, but I
catch
did
you-
this."
I'll catch you beforehand. Like I will.
All right, let me know if anything happens. All right. All right. So even oof. Yeah, you sleep. The night progresses. You eventually fall asleep, Argus, at a normal sleep time, and
Yeah.
and you wake up right when the sun's beginning to kind of crest over the mountains. I don't know when the rest of you guys would wake up. Queevy, you're not really able to sleep other than nodding off occasionally for a few minutes now and then.
All right, so my move is to, I'm going to go check on Smork first off. Just make sure he's not ready to go.
Smork does not seem to be ready to go quite yet.
All right, hang in there, buddy.
But Callista said, don't worry. When Smork is ready to fight, I will guide him through the portal myself. You don't have to be here for that.
All right, awesome.
Least I can do.
So my move now is going to be go through the teleportation circle and wait for Eve and Oof. And
All right.
hope that somebody has a plan.
All right, so you begin heading towards there. Even oof, you wake up. What are you up to? What do you do? What time do you wake up? Your natural body clock would probably wake you up at like around 7, 8 in the morning.
Right. Well, I'd probably wake up 4 hours before that to do the water dousing because I have the half rest. But we would eat, then go to the place. I don't see why not.
Yeah, that's fine. You go there and you meet up with Argus right and about. You'd only been waiting there for maybe about an hour or so before you guys got there. Meet up together.
So I got a plan. Unfortunately, Smorg is not going to be ready. He's still recovering.
Oof,
Which,
sir.
from being dead for a while, I mean, that's, I guess, fair.
Oof, sir.
I was planning on trying to scout out the area, but knowing that it's in the slums, going alone would be very difficult to achieve.
Well, we know our way around. Oof, if you can at least remember. I don't know how his memory is. But,
Oof would be able to remember that.
okay. But it should be. I mean, we know our way around. It's just it's a lot of dwarves. I don't know if there's anything we could physically do.
Right. Just the three of us, we would probably garnish a lot of attention, and I doubt there's any authority figures or anyone on our side in those slums.
Unfortunately, I'm fairly certain there isn't.
Hmm.
Truly our only option getting in would be somehow managing to get one of the key cards that lets you into the building. But even once we got one, I don't see how we would remain undetected, especially if Oof came along with us. I mean, I'm not much. Well, okay. I'm quite taller than a dwarf. I don't see any way we wouldn't be noticed once
Yeah.
entering.
Yeah, none of you even kind of look close to being a dwarf.
I'm guessing, Joey, there'd be no even if we got in and like flashed a badge theoretically. I'm guessing people would still, being not dwarves, presumably we would still get fucked over. So.
Maybe. You won't know till you find out.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. That seems stupid. But that's like the only thing we can do at this point is maybe attempt to get some information or that card. So maybe our best course of action would be camping out somewhere near the guild and potentially finding someone who, maybe like mugging one of the dwarves who walks by and seeing if they have one of those key cards. That's the best I can think of.
Do you know if your friend will try to hold out? Do I need to send anything as kind of message or try to ask my deity for any kind of sign that we're here to help?
I mean, I would imagine she doesn't want to die, but if you could somehow let her know help is on the way, I can't see why it wouldn't hurt.
All right. If that's the case, then I'll kneel down in prayer and pray to my deity that she sends some insignificant but noteworthy sign that there are people trying to help.
All right, so you begin performing your prayer ritual. It takes about 5 minutes to establish this connection where similar feeling overwhelms your body and you slowly get kind of not levitated in the air off the ground, but your body is lifted slightly. So there's no actual physical burden that you're enduring to hold yourself up. Close your eyes instinctually, and the blackness that you see eventually turns into that beautiful white kind of landscape with like the billowy clouds and basically like heaven as the gates open up and your deity walks towards you. What can I help you with today, Eve?
I would like you to try to send a message to our group's friend to show that we're trying to help.
I can try. Who is your friend, and what message would you like me to send?
They are a dragonborn, and they are currently in a type of hideout prison.
Do you know what kind of magic or what alignment this particular person follows?
Do I know that they're a cleric?
That was never revealed to you, unfortunately.
Right. All I know is that they are a dragonborn, though due to the fact that they are part of this group, I would think that they are a good aligned.
Well, I will try. If their spirit is not willing to accept the voice, then I will let you know, but give me just a moment. You can see your body kind of float backwards, the gates close. Your vision still viewing this beautiful cloudy landscape, and eventually, Queefy, your ears twitch a little bit as you hear this faint voice in the distance. It's shouting out, "Queefy, are you there, Queefy Varg? Are you there?"
I'll like hum there. Yes, I'm here.
What was the message you wanted to send, by the way, if it was established?
I was thinking it would be more like a message, like, you know how, like, if they're like, give me a sign kind of deal, rather than a physical message. But if it's a actual message, then just say that your friends and a few others are trying to get you out. Don't lose hope, and don't let yourself be captured or put online for execution. You know what I mean.
Your friends
Wait
are
for that.
Queefy. I know you cannot respond right now because you are currently being restrained, but I am the deity known as Dol Ora, the god, very lawful god of light, and I am here to deliver a message to you from your friends. They are on their way. They are going to help you. Just please hold out. Don't die.
I'll be like laying there, and I'll just be like,
You have good friends, Queefy.
"Hey."
You have not met the person who is sending you this message yet, but I'm sure you two will get along just fine.
Hey.
Hum once for yes, hum two for no.
What's the actual question?
There's no question.
There's no
Right, just like
I'm just fucking with you. It gets boring being a deity sometimes. I'm sorry.
Well, and I'll be like, I can talk to this
Hey,
deity.
Queefy, shout my name if you want to be released.
That's what I was saying. Can I talk to the deity?
You can try. I mean,
Alright.
telepath.
I'll just like really intensely think, like pray, basically, like to give me the power to get out of these bindings to this deity.
Fortune does not seem to respond to your messages. Does not seem to hear you.
Does it? It does it?
It doesn't say anything in response to
Doesn't
that.
acknowledge the fact that I
doesn't.
even said anything.
It doesn't acknowledge that. No.
Okay. Fuck, I'm gonna try and get out anyway, assuming maybe it gave me the power, but I just didn't notice
Yeah,
it.
go ahead and make a strength check with disadvantage. Or that might even be quadruple disadvantage. No, but just normal disadvantage.
yo.
What'd you get?
15.
All right. Yeah, you begin to make again very very tightly tied knots, but you do begin to feel the knots loosen slightly, but it's a very gradual, extended process. Like,
Are
this is
they? Can you
very
describe what, like, how I'm bound? Front, back, side.
Your hands are
twisted?
behind your back, bound at the wrists. Your legs are extended straight out, bound at the ankles. So you can like bend them, like like this, like this, but you can't.
Can I attempt
separate
to see if maybe I'm like enough that I can get my legs down under my ass and through my legs? Like I've seen people do that with handcuffs before, like to where I can try and flexible enough to get my hands under my ass and under my legs and up and over.
Yeah, sure. Make a dexterity check with disadvantage.
Shoulder dislocation.
Yeah, make a shoulder dislocation check, please. Standard roll. You should have a macro set up for it.
Yeah.
What'd you get? Let's see.
You permanently dislocate your shoulder.
Yeah. You try and you writhe around like a worm in pain, and you don't make any progress escaping further, other than the very small amount of relief you felt when you loosened the ropes a little tiny bit over that several hour period.
I'm just gonna bang my head on the cage. Just like
Really?
try and make noise. Yes. Trying to make
Okay.
noise using my head as.
Okay, yeah, you take 2 points of damage as you slam your head up against these bars. It hurts a lot, like, but no one seems to really care.
I'm at
All part of the
33
plan.
of 35.
Does that continue to? Do you continue to bang your head? Like, how? I need to know how long you plan on banging your head against.
And
it.
what time of the day is it currently? Just a rough estimate, like
You
morning, like because clearly I haven't really slept other than napping a little bit.
You don't really know. You haven't seen much sunlight. You've been locked in cages for a couple of days now. You don't know. Like, it feels like to you, it's probably mid-afternoon, maybe, but you don't really know. You're kind of disoriented. So I would like to know how long you plan on slamming your head against that cage.
Stockholm syndrome, baby.
God.
It's like, hey guy, all right, so
Door.
I can feel powder on the ground. You mentioned.
Yeah.
Am I able to lay on my stomach and smell it?
Yeah.
And you said it's just sulfur, right?
Yeah,
Like,
the smell that you smell in this room is this very thick sulfur smell, yeah.
would I acknowledge that as some sort of like gunpowder or?
Generally, things that smell like that are combustible, yes.
Dragon breath.
Do it, no balls.
And you would know
Do
that
it.
just
Thinking
from...
about it, actually.
Do it.
I'm thinking about it. All right, so the next time somebody comes in, I know I'm bound and gagged at this point, but I'm going to attempt to use poison breath. And however this functions, if it's gonna burn the shit out of my mouth, it's not fire, but
Right.
it may just come to backfire me. But I'll do it at least once to try and burn the shit out of my mouth, and then maybe even a second time if it burns, and then I can do it to the guy that comes in.
Okay, that is what you're doing. All right. Okay, so back to Oof and Argus and Eve. What are y'all up to? What are you doing?
Okay, so my proposed idea. Well, I guess Eve, it's kind of your start off since you're coming back from whatever prayer you just did.
Yeah, I'd explain that. Well, do I know that she was able to send a message?
Oh yeah,
we still like
your
him.
deity confirmed with you that the message was sent successfully before saying goodbye, Eve.
I would tell them that we were able to send some kind of message to hopefully keep him preserved.
Her.
Excellent. I'm not going to correct him.
I'm glad you corrected. Honestly, like out of character, it makes me smile a bit that you correct her, because I always call his character like the wrong gender, and I always fuck it up. They always correct me all the time. I got so bad that I was like, all right, every time I fuck up, to make myself bad, I'm gonna give you 1 XP point every time I fuck up. Just call me on it. And she got like 35 XP points before we stopped tracking it.
It was really bad.
Alright.
Whatever, I can play it off that I don't know. All I know is that it's a friend.
Yeah, no, I don't care if you
Queefy
think
is kind of a
Queefy
female
Varg is a
name.
dude.
No, I have not heard the name.
True.
I just know that it's some
I haven't
friend.
really cared enough to tell you. I've just let you know that it's a Dragonborn. All right, so I think Basan didn't help us at all. He was just like, here's diamonds, no info.
That technically helped a lot.
Yeah, but in terms of this, I guess info, he hasn't given us anything.
Well, how are you supposed to fight a whole radical group?
You know, I wish I knew, because he said he seemed pretty confident in us. So, I don't know. Marissa is gone. It's just us 3. Unless Smork is about to show up anytime soon.
Now Smork is...
Yeah, no, I figured
He's,
yeah.
Unless he does, like, in person, literally drive to a McDonald's. The one thing that could save him is public Wi-Fi. See, that's the only thing that can truly revive Smork right now is stable internet connection.
I think our only option is finding a place to kind of stealth away, and if a single or maybe 2 dwarves pass by, the ashy-faced dwarves pass by, potentially attempt to knock them out and get information, do what we got to do, but without any risk. I'd be very clear that we'd only make any decisions that are like 100%. We're not going to have a horde of ashy-faced dwarves running after us all of a sudden.
Gotcha. Okay. So
How many?
yeah,
Oh wait, Joey. How many blocks are between? Because we're at the teleportation circle. How many blocks are between that building and the Thieves Guild building?
about 4 or 5.
Okay, then I would suggest to Oof and Eve that we maybe move halfway, and maybe in a little bit, and just kind of find an appropriate spot. You know, not much traffic, just in hopes that a pair or maybe 1, at most maybe 3, of the dwarves pass by.
We're not exactly the stealthiest group. You seem to be the most agile one among us.
Yeah, I mean, if we can find a dark alley and ambush, that would be ideal.
I don't really have an idea beside going up there ourselves, but you've proven that that might be a little bit not the greatest idea.
Theoretically, I and Oof and I would be recognized if we were to approach the guild itself. I imagine I might not be, but Oof certainly. It's kind of hard to forget a guy who was throwing your friends around.
If I didn't feel we would get attacked by the whole entire slums, I would probably try to just go in there aggressively, maybe kick down the door, and incapacitate anyone in there.
Yeah, I mean, there's just the last time we were there, it was night. I mean, it was nighttime. It was late at night, and there were, 24 maybe. Certainly nothing we can handle.
Well, thieves do work well in the night.
I mean, it would be worth scouting it again. I'm more than willing, but I'm skeptical.
We don't really have any good plan.
All right. Then I think I will scout again. I'll do my best to maybe use that same building, Joey.
Okay.
I think we can all go together, unless Oof would like to stay in the inn and keep himself.
Oof will follow along wherever you guys go.
I'm not really okay with Oof getting very close, because again, I think he's going to get recognized pretty immediately. So I think I would prefer if they stay within earshot of me, and I go up to that building and scout just to see what I can see. Maybe there's less dwarves around. I don't know. Whatever it is.
If that's the plan, that's the plan.
Yeah.
All right.
So officially, you guys, let me know what officially you're doing.
I'm going to take up a position quite possibly in that same building, just
Okay.
out of sight, but
Much like you did before.
can see.
Okay.
And I want them to be close enough that if shit went down, I can at least yell, and while running out of there, rely on them for any sort of backup.
Okay.
Right, I'm just curious as to why you're like trying to be like, I'll go scout out when you are about the same, different, like yours stand out as.
Well, they didn't get... The majority of the dwarves saw Oof, and again, he was throwing their friends. There are only maybe 2 or 3 of them who are going to know about me, unless they had a big group discussion about this group of people they encountered. So I can't imagine I will be as, and I'm trying to stay stealthy. It's not like Oof can tiptoe his way in there. But if you think that's a bad idea, I'm perfectly willing to stay behind and do nothing. I don't know what else we would do.
We don't really have any other situation. I'll just be sure to keep an eye out on you.
All right. Wish me luck.
Okay. So everyone make a stealth roll.
Yeah, stealth roll me.
Oh, cool. Oof gets a 19 on the stealth roll. Nice.
Yeah, I got it too.
Yeah. So you're fine. You slink around the town without being noticed, and you're able to hide in what you believe to be pretty favorable positions. I guess you're in pretty much the same exact building you were before. You guys are kind of just in an adjacent alleyway, kind of hiding behind some. You're concealed. You're good. One thing that you did notice as you were walking up and sneaking around, the amount of dwarves that exist in this part of the town is not the same as it was before. Like, there are still groups, but they seem to be more sparse and spread around less frequently than before. The eyes that were constantly like on the street, pretty much every stoop having like a group of dwarves that look to be intimidating and thuggish, they are now far less. And they don't really seem to be paying much attention to anything other than just like looking down in their own shit. So that's something that you noticed on your way. Queefy, you begin hearing the footsteps.
All right. So, as I hear him walking up and opening the gate, and I hear the pan hit the ground, I'm going to turn to where he is and attempt to use poison breath.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, you are able to use your poison breath. Fortunately, it does, however, ignite that entire building.
Yes.
You take 86 points of damage as your body is just completely blown to bits. Right as you let out your dragon breath, causing this powder to combust, you hear the dwarf, "Oh, he's letting his fire breath out!" And before, no,
I thought
but
it was
86.
but yeah, you were blown to bits. Aragus, Oof, and Eve, you notice kind of coming from like a corridor, maybe a block away from you, a huge plume of smoke and a loud, just crackling noise is heard from that as you see smoke begin to billow up into the sky. The streets now become a little bit more packed and a little bit more busy as dwarves begin to like emerge and see what's going on. Blue, stop whining. But yeah, you're dead right now. Like, you are dead and like disintegrated.
Alright, we need 1,000 more fucking diamonds.
Oh,
That
it's
altar
not
was
work.
only for orcs and
I know.
half orcs.
Oh my god!
Oh, Ripperito.
So what do I see? So I'm like across the street
You are
from
like
this
kind,
explosion.
yeah,
What-
you're
what
like
do I see?
a block down. The only thing you guys are able to see, you don't see like the building that exploded or anything like that. You just
Well,
see
aren't I
a
in the
huge-
building across?
Yeah,
from
but
the-
this is happening about a block away from you.
Oh,
This-
while we're okay.
yes. But no, not while you're walking. This is a different building than the one you have your eye on.
Oh,
Different building entirely.
shit, okay.
About a block
Okay.
down. You see this huge plume of dark, like purple and black smoke that eventually transitions into a kind of a darker gray smoke, and a huge explosion that preceded it. And several dwarves begin just running in that direction.
How
As the
far
streets
away
become
am I
busy and
from-
busy. About a block away.
No, from Aragus.
Oh, from Aragus? 15 feet max.
I would probably call out to him and say, "Do you think that's your friend?"
I have no idea, but we better go check it out at least in some way. And if there's any like, as we're walking there, if there's any, I don't know, I don't want to be seen, but at the same time, like asking someone something at this point, I feel like.
Dwarves are beginning to emerge from their buildings, just like running past you guys, not even like looking down the alleys to see what's going on. They are heading towards that direction.
Yeah, I feel like if the opportunity arises, one of us should trip a dwarf and maybe pull him into an alleyway.
I don't think we necessarily need key cards for this anymore.
Well, I mean, if you can break down the door here, then I more than encourage it, but
It might just be burned down, and I suggest that we should head toward it as well.
To give you a bit more of a visual, the building that you had like the fight and you saw Queefy's body being carted into earlier, this is not the same building. It's about a block down.
right. But we're still like at that building, right?
You're
Or have
at,
we
yeah,
started?
you're still at that building, yeah.
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 I mean, that theoretically is the main building, although I don't know that necessarily. But I guess my point is, I would like to get in there while there's this giant distraction over there.
Okay, if you insist that we try to go there, and I technically don't have any other way to think that something relevant is happening over there, then I guess I would do a strength roll to try to kick down the door.
Yeah, could do that.
How sturdy does the door look?
It looks to be pretty sturdy, but it seems to be more held in place by by a mechanical mechanism rather than a normal like door hinge.
Do I have a way to pinpoint where it's locked or held?
It's just pretty much a very, very flat black piece of appears to be slate, and right around like where the doorknob would be, there's just a little slot where you slide the card in.
I'll try to kick at that point.
Okay, go for it.
Is this athletics or just strength?
It would just be strength.
Okay. Holy crap. Keith, what the hell, man?
And you take 86 points of damage.
Yeah,
Your
the,
body is disintegrated.
You rear your foot back and you attempt to kick at the door, but your foot just kind of pushes it open like a breeze, like super easily, as if whoever just came out last was so rushed they
Oh.
forgot to lock it behind them.
And okay.
The door slams and swings around and hits the wall, but it just kind of flops open.
Door's open, I guess.
This
We
room
both-
is empty when you step in. There doesn't appear to be anyone there.
I tell Oof to take the. Well, actually, I'm gonna ask Eve. Eve, are you particularly hardy /
Yeah.
out of character tanky?
Yeah, she's
All right,
made for
you
defense.
two take the front. I'll cover your backs. Let's move deeper into this building.
All right.
It's a fairly small building. It appears to be at one point it was probably a small house that has the main level, a top level, and then a basement. When you walk in, you kind of enter into like the looks to be the living area in the kitchen.
Does it still look like a kitchen?
It looks like a kitchen that hasn't been used in a long time.
Okay. I then would like to quickly like just look upstairs and then
Okay.
come back down.
Upstairs, there's 2 rooms in this hallway that are both bedrooms. It seems as if something like everything in the room has been kind of tossed around and shuffled around quite a bit. You can try and search for loot or something, but you are pressed for time.
Yeah, I'll just peek my head in if there's no. I'm looking for people, if anything, and if there's no one in there,
No people.
and there's no like further way to progress, I'll go
Should
back
I guard the
downstairs
doorway?
and say we should just keep moving deeper.
Okay.
Assuming that there's maybe, you know, I as far as I know, Queefy is in this building. Last I saw, so I just want to find a way to progress further into this building. So if there's nothing upstairs, I can't find anywhere to go.
There's the basement.
Yeah, then I want to.
Yeah, so you go to the basement and you enter this room, very dark, grimy kind of room. 6 jail cells, all of them empty. One of them, the door is swinging open. One of them looks like the door has been broken on it on the opposite side, but this room is empty.
Can we investigate the area?
Yeah, make a investigation check rather than perception. Make an investigation check.
Can I go up to the top floor?
Yeah, if you'd like to.
All right, I'll head up to the top floor with my weapon.
You head up to the top. Okay, you head up to the top floor with your weapon ready. Arius, you're kind of like scanning the ground and looking closely. Something was dragged through here recently. You don't know what. It's a very, just kind of generic body shape, but something was dragged out of the far back right-hand cell. And as you begin to search around a little bit, you make a perception check because kind of looking around, noticing things, and something catches your eye. You notice in the far back, one of the cells, there appears to be engravings of some sort on the near the bottom. It looks as if somebody spent many painstaking hours carving into this wall. Looks to be a very rudimentary map. I actually have the map wrong.
Oh shit!
Yeah. All that's over here. So yeah, you find that. I'll take a picture of it and send it to you. What it looks like. I didn't scan it in because I'm bad.
This is that moment where Joey really hopes that we go and discover the crazy secret map, but if we don't, all of us will not.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, I made this cool map for you guys, but
All right. So while that's going on, I'll get that to you. Eve, you go up to the top floor and just searching around, or?
Yeah, I'd be investigating, trying to find anything about the incursions.
Okay, yeah, something was very obviously rushed out of here, kind of recently. It looks as if anything personal or anything that would bear any significance has been completely stripped from this room. All the drawers are empty. The beds have nothing but just the bedrolls on them. Even some of the mattresses have been like kind of cut open and torn apart. Everything in this room seems to be torn asunder and completely vacated.
Are there any desks or anything that look high class where a leader would sit?
Not in these bedrooms, no.
All right.
It's 2 fairly small standard bedrooms.
Okay. Nothing worth Well, I guess I'll check under the beds and stuff.
Yeah, you spend a lot of time searching. You can make a roll for it if you'd like.
Investigation?
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, just a 6.
Okay, yeah, you don't notice anything. This room seems to have been completely
Oh, jeez.
looted.
Your voice.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Potato
Uploading
cam.
that. Oh, wait, is my voice fucking up?
Yeah.
No. Oh, is it fucking up for anybody else?
No, you sound good to me, bro.
Oh, must be just
Weird.
a computer or something. But either way, I'm uploading that image right now. You don't find anything in these rooms. Unless
Okay,
you
I'll
want to
probably
check
head
the
back down.
bedrooms.
Nah.
I'm sending the thing on Skype for you. There you go. All right. That is the it was a very, what appeared to be a very rudimentary map, drawn out, very rough. Looks like someone spent many hours carving this into the wall in hopes that one day, like, somebody would discover it.
For the record, chat, it's not very helpful.
Yeah, no, I can't.
Okay, I would like to call Eve down.
Alright,
do I
I'll head
see?
over.
Is this the last room? Like, there's nowhere to go anywhere else in this building?
Yeah, it's just the basement, that main kind of living room, kitchen, and then the upstairs, which is the bedrooms.
Okay, then I want to call Eve down here and see what she thinks of the map.
Okay.
Take a
Wait,
look at this. What do
I
you?
posted it in the Skype. I can.
Yeah, I see it. It's just, should I make a roll or something to try to figure out what it is?
You can certainly try. Yeah. I don't know. The map is
Like, I don't know why he's asking me.
Yeah,
It's
the
like-
map is a map.
I mean,
like-
do you understand? I don't like literally. I don't know what this could possibly be of.
I'm not gonna let you. I'm gonna let you guys just figure it out from the map. Like a map, you can draw all the information from it just by looking at it. I'd say.
Probably, I have some parchment. I can sketch it down.
Yeah.
So, I can do that.
Is this Joey? Is the common alphabet being used?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Common alphabet is being used here.
Okay. Then I have at least some idea.
So a lot of time has passed while this is beginning to happen. After you heard the explosion and you're searching this building, the sounds outside begin to quiet eventually.
Get the fuck out.
It
Yeah,
gets
I'd like-
eerily quiet for a few moments.
I'd like to start moving out as fast as possible, realizing that we've been wasting time here.
Alright. Once I have it sketched, I'll follow you.
Yeah, commit the map to memory, and Oof leads us up the stairs.
Okay. Do you have any idea what the map might be? Just like character-wise, like what would you?
I'm
Not yet.
assuming it's the city in this small area. The H is the building we're in, and the X's are significant other buildings. I think that's my assumption at this point.
Okay, yeah. So you guys leave this building?
Yeah, and slink back into the shadows to perhaps discuss if we can. But
Yeah.
I imagine I have a feeling something else is going to happen.
You see what appears to be a large, like, swarming mob of dwarves off towards the direction of the explosion.
So
look
we
like
got outside?
They're trying. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Looks like they're trying their best to mediate the fire and douse it with whatever abilities they can, but they are struggling. It was a very large explosion.
So we can see the building that they're at.
You can't see the building really. You can see the group of dwarves, and you can see like the plume of smoke. But the building that is actually blew up, you don't see from your angle.
Can we assume that it's one of the X's on the map?
You can if you want to.
I mean, like, would it make sense for one of the X's to be that building? I guess is my question. Because I don't know.
Go
in terms
ahead
of,
and make just an intelligence roll.
okay.
We'll call that.
Because there's no there's no key to it, so I don't know if I know which direction or anything like that. What'd you say? Intelligence?
Yeah, it's intelligence.
Intelligence. Oh, just base intelligence. Okay. Let's do this one. I was gonna say nature, but ignore that.
Yeah. So you, from what you can kind of gather in your head, like, yeah, sure, it would make sense if the X's were the buildings you were at, but then why would there be multiples of them? Like, you kind of begin to think about that.
Well, I think my assumption was that the H was the building I was in, and the X's were surrounding significant buildings in the area.
That is, you feel comfortable with that assumption.
Okay, so then, knowing that is possibly it, would it make sense for one of those X's to
One second before you go, you do notice that the orientation of the map, you guys are kind of close to the northwestern wall of Gregoria, the wall that surrounds it. Where that H is indicated on the map seems to be the general direction of where the plume of smoke is coming from.
Aha. Okay. Then Okay, we don't know anything. Shit, metagaming. Okay. Eve, I'm at this point assuming that this H on the map is either that building we were just in, or since there's so many of those motherfuckers over there, that the H is that building. And those X's could possibly be other buildings that have access to it.
I would think that. Can I look around and tell the positioning of different houses and see the plume of smoke compared to the wall?
Yeah, like you look at the way the map is kind of etched, and you transcribed it down in your book. The walls of Gregoria kind of match up with what was carved into the wall. And again, it was as accurate as a map carved into a stone cell wall could be, but it does match up with the intersection of the northwestern wall, and that H is in that general direction of where the smoke is coming from. Yeah.
Right, and I'm guessing that technically that X on the bottom right is the house we were in?
I don't know.
Oh, well...
your orientation, no, that X is the opposite direction of you. You'd be towards the top left.
Oh, okay.
More towards the corner, sorry. You're right.
I would glance at it and think that that H probably stands for hideout.
Or headquarters.
Right. So I'm thinking these are different bases of operation, but they're not the main one. And that plume of smoke seems to be the main one.
Well, we have an opportunity. Shall we try to find one of these? Do you think anyone in particular is our better option? We probably need to move quickly here. I can't imagine that fire will occupy them much longer.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Then let's move, not knowing really. So we're in top left?
Yeah. Closest to that corner.
So we're assuming that the building we were just in is that top left X?
Yeah. So
okay.
Assuming.
Then,
based on the orientation of where you guys are at in the map, that's what you gather, yeah.
Then, we run this by Eve. We could go to the next closest one, but that does bring us closer to the fire. Our safest option would be the furthest away, obviously, the one on that western wall.
Every choice we make will let us lose time, and the more time that passes, the more likely people are going to come back.
I don't like this. All right, I think then, God, let's just go for it. Let's check out the closest one, the one that's to our east.
Okay. Yeah, you eventually make your way there a little bit, a couple blocks over, and you get to the building that you think is the one. There's a lot of buildings, and this map was very, very rough and not very accurate. So you get to the cluster of buildings to which you believe one of them may be the building indicated by that X.
Can I do a perception to look for a certain kind of symbol by the door or anything?
Yeah, you can make a perception check.
Wait, Joey, didn't I notice a symbol at one point on the Thieves Guild? Was it a symbol, or maybe was it just that I noticed... I remember noticing fortifications, like it was intended that it would not be easy to get in other than that front door. Was there anything else?
No, that's all you noticed. You just noticed that this building was built to not have any like windows or access from the outside.
Okay, then I'd like to at least mention that to Eve while we're looking for it.
Okay.
All right, I'll make sure to look for different, like the similar locks and lack of, sight.
Entry points.
Whoops.
Okay. Yeah, so you glance around after you make your roll.
It said I messed up, so I had to re-roll.
Gotcha. Yeah, and based on what Aragus had described to you, several of these buildings do have windows and terraces and things like that. There are, however, two buildings that seem to not have any sort of like windows or that match the description of what Aragus described.
I would point the two of them out and say, it seems like those are our two options.
Let's check them out. Let's go to the nearest one first. Okay.
You go to the nearest one. The door on this one is slightly cracked open, not locked. It's not the same kind of key card entry that you had before. Seems just to be like a wooden door, kind of reinforced with a little bit of stone. It swings open, creaks open. You look inside. This building has been completely cleaned out. There is no furniture. There's nothing in this room. Even some of the paneling has been ripped up. From this building. You notice that in the ground and in like one of the corners where the paneling has been ripped up, it seems like somebody was trying at one point to dig. They got a couple feet down and then lost interest, like they were trying to escape or something. But this building is pretty much just a empty box.
No upstairs, no downstairs?
There is an upstairs, which you kind of go up the stone staircase, and the upstairs is the exact same way. Some of the walls have even been destroyed, but everything has been completely cleared out from this building.
Nothing here.
Let's check the other one.
All right.
Check the other one. If it could be any more empty in this building, it is. This building also looks as if it was cleared out a decent bit ago. None of the floorboards are pried up or anything like that. This one doesn't seem to have that same.
There's no like secret entrance or anything that we're missing.
That'd be an investigation check, if anything.
I mean, would we have to, Joey, or would you prompt us?
You make an investigation check. Do you want to check for secret doors?
I suppose.
There's no harm.
Can't hurt.
Trap house. All right, so a 14 and a 21. There is no secret pathway in this building. It
I
is
say,
empty and barren as could be.
are you comfortable splitting up? Oof and I go check the other house. You go look at the situation on that
We're just gonna see
headquarters.
that rule applied for both the houses. Like you checked them both.
No, I mean we're going to the third
Another
X.
X,
gotcha.
and I'm gonna stealth to the H where the fire is.
And Oof and I will head to the third X.
Okay, the one in the bottom right.
Yeah.
Okay. So make a stealth roll, Aragus, please.
Please God, be so stealthy.
I'm still
So
confused as to
stealthy.
why you rolled
Yeah.
twice.
It automatically rolls for advantage or disadvantage, and so if you don't have advantage or disadvantage, you just take the first one.
Okay.
But yeah, you're able to slink through the alleyways just fine. Nobody notices you, Aragus. And you're heading in which direction?
Towards the headquarters.
Okay.
Whatever that H is on the map.
Yeah.
The burning building.
You head towards that giant plume of smoke, keeping yourself concealed from the doors that are in the street off a ways from you. Yeah, you get to this building, and it seems like to describe it to you, it's several buildings forming a square with a courtyard in the center of it. It looks like in the alleyways where they intersect and open up to this courtyard where this burning, destroyed building is, they started to like seal them off with stone walls and alleyway, like to cut off the alleyways to seal off this little courtyard type area, but they didn't quite finish. And inside the center of this courtyard is where that building is at that you heard the explosion come from.
Okay, so it's. I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I want to just make sure I'm getting this. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I'm gonna try again. Sorry, I'm drawing on your beautiful map, but
That's fine.
it's this kind of square structure with buildings on the corners, and then the building in question in the middle is the one that's burned.
Yep, except I'd add another building on each one of the sides, but yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Okay. Okay, then I'd like to just kind of look and see if I notice anything, maybe hear anything from the dwarves.
Make a perception check. You just hear panic and shouting as they're frantically trying to douse these flames.
They're all active? Is there any dwarves who are just looking, maybe?
Yeah, there's several dwarves that are just kind of standing around, look like they're surveying or monitoring or something. They're not actively working.
Do they look in charge in any way?
No. None of the ones that you can see where you're at right now, no.
How many dwarves total am I seeing at this
That you
point?
can see there are dozens.
Ballpark? Okay.
There are dozens.
Are the couple that are surveying on the outs,
Yeah,
on
they're
the
kind of like
edge,
off
probably?
from the larger group, the one that like the main group that's in front, kind of dealing with these flames and cleaning up the streets. They're kind of set off maybe about 10 feet from them.
Okay, I would like then if God damn it. Okay.
It's kind of like a gradually dispersing crowd.
Yeah, I'd like to pick the lowest number. If there's one or two, maybe just one on the outer edge. I'd like to walk up to him and kind of nudge, get his attention, and I guess his or her attention, and say, but implying that I'm knowledgeable, I guess, if that's at all possible. What the hell happened to maybe HQ, or what happened to it, I guess.
All right, yeah, you can do that.
But it's person on the very outside, just watching, theoretically not drawing the attention of any other
If
dwarf.
you go up to that dwarf and ask him a question, others will notice. They're not that
Okay.
far away.
Fuck. In that case, then I don't want to do that. God damn it.
You gotta remember you're a half elf, by the way.
Yeah.
That too.
I mean, what does that imply? Just that a dwarf wouldn't hate me that much? Like,
Actually, in my universe, to clarify things, dwarves and elves have gotten along very well for centuries and thousands of years. So it's not like the typical dwarf-elf rivalry. In my universe, they love each other. Friends.
I was just implying that it seems everybody that's not a dwarf is
Yeah.
disliked.
That is true, but
That's
just
Yeah.
for future reference.
right. That's kind of what I was trying to
Yeah.
figure out.
That's cool to know.
Fuck it. They can't stop me from running away, as far as I'm aware. So I'm going to walk up to that guy and ask. And again, at best I can, pretending I know what this is, and ask him what's going on, kind of thing.
All right, that is gonna be a tough roll, but you can make a deception check. I'll let you.
Dat DC.
Come on.
If there's ever a time for a nat 20, man.
Oh my god. All right, I'm gonna use my my inspiration. Or is that what it is? Right?
No, your feet. You mean lucky?
No. No. I don't have that yet.
Your inspiration die.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
So,
do
like,
still have that. Yep.
Yeah, I'd like to use that here then.
All right. So you just roll a that's not exactly how it works.
Oh, okay.
It's slightly different than. Let me.
Then yeah, explain that again to me because I need.
It's
to...
either a D6 or a D8. You roll that and then add it to the roll.
Would it be added? Oh, if it's added, then
Yeah.
I don't want that. All right. Well, I rolled a 2.
I just have to make sure. I know it's slightly different than Bardic Inspiration. I just want to make sure.
I thought you stated that it was an advantage on a throw.
Oh, did I roll that? I might have. Let's see. Let me just make
Yeah.
sure because I forget.
I'm not
Let's
sure what you told me
see.
first, but I was thinking.
Yeah.
That
Oh,
it
yeah.
was a
That is
reroll.
right. Yeah. For the non-Bardic
advantage.
Inspiration, you can choose a roll to have advantage on. Yes, that's.
Okay.
I remember now.
Well,
We
then
can
let's.
decide that.
Then I fucked it up and rolled a 2 then.
Okay. Yeah. So none of your rolls were particularly
yeah.
magnificent. He instantly doesn't believe you and swings at you and starts to attack you and shouts out, "There's someone who's not a dwarf in the dwarfen ranks.
I run
Get
away.
him!"
Run away. I'm faster than them, and if the
Yeah, you
opportunity
are
arises,
faster than them, thank
slip
God.
into the shadows.
But several groups of dwarves begin kind of scouting out the alleyways, and now I need to know Eve and Oof, you guys, over in the area you're searching, you eventually do reach that building. You still hear a lot of activity going on from where that explosion happened. But you get to that building, and the door is not hanging open like previously. That it's locked, but kind of budge it a little bit, and it's a pretty weak door. You're able to kick it down, no problem. You open it up. This building has also been cleared out.
So there's absolutely nothing.
There are wooden planks on the ground for the floor, and walls. Like it is
What?
particularly empty. Like no furniture, no anything.
I probably.
Whoever was here, and it was make a perception check. Make a perception check. You notice that this has not happened recently. This happened a while back,
Right.
quite a long time ago, weeks. But yeah, search that building. There's nothing there, unfortunately.
So either they moved just out of fear, or they moved because that's a normal thing for them. Either way, the information was stated. All right. I don't know about the hell that's occurring over by Argus, so I would not directly approach the H, but I'd probably be around the block distant, within sight of the building.
Yeah, you begin
But
heading down
definitely
that way, and you notice the commotion has started to get a little bit closer to you as you notice a pack of dwarves that's scouting through the alleyways is walking right towards you. You and Oof haven't quite noticed you yet. Hasn't come around the corner, but you hear them coming.
All right, let's go back.
I think they're around here. I can smell them. I can smell the half-orc. He's here. Or no, I can smell the elf. He smells delicious.
Oh, dear. Oh shit! Things just got real.
Okay.
Don't look at me like that, Fred. I didn't mean it like that.
Dude, what are you talking about? The plan.
We like elves. It's just never mind. Keep searching. Don't lose your focus.
Yeah, but I'll be heading away from where they're searching and try to do a loop around, like a double back over, like a circle.
Okay. Make a stealth roll.
Fuck.
There are several packs that are these alleyways.
I'm sorry.
See, what I don't fathom is like they don't like any other non-dwarfs. Let's go talk to them and pretend we know about the H.
I'll roll for oof.
4.
It's a 9. Not particularly stealthy, but you guys are heading opposite, or you're heading away from them, so they don't notice you just yet. They are gaining on you.
Yeah, like I said, we're trying to do a full circle, like through a different street.
Yeah.
Around to the other side of the street that the burning house is on.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So, Arius,
Hi.
slinking away in the shadows, trying to escape. Where exactly are you heading?
I am trying to get out.
Dang it.
I'm assuming at this point that Eve and Oof have investigated at least the building that they said they would.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm assuming they're either in process of going to the other one or have already been there.
Right.
So in attempts to meet up, where am I exactly right now?
A few blocks east from where the building was blown up.
Okay.
The further east you go and further south you go, the nicer it gets.
Right.
And the less.
And east is where our teleportation circle building is, correct?
It was actually a little bit north of that building that was blown up. A little bit northeast.
Okay. Well, if I'm going east, then I would like to head in the direction of the teleportation circle building.
Okay. Yeah, you can head in that direction. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And Eve and Oof continuing to go in which direction exactly? I need to know that.
If you think of a square or like a rectangle, it'd just be like us going like in a shopping. How there's different aisles. We'd be going to the one behind where they're searching, and then just go around.
Okay.
To the other side of the.
All right. I'm gonna have to make you make another stealth roll. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I don't think we'd be trying to stealthily move. I think we'd just be trying to book it.
If you're not trying to be stealth,
because we know we're faster than them, so we'll be trying to just run out of their searching radius.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, that works. So yeah, as long as you continue heading towards the nicer part of town where these populations are less common, then you're good.
All right.
Eventually, you get there to a point where you feel like it's safe to just relax and breathe for a moment. You don't hear any more voices of the dwarves that are chasing you and trying to find you. Arius, you eventually emerge into the same area, more or less in the same direction. I'd say you notice each other.
Because I was going to try to do...
Oh, what were you going to try to do?
I was just going to locate object, and within like 1 mile, I don't know if locate objects can work for people, but I could definitely remember some kind of gear he had. And it'd show up.
Yeah. To find Arius, I assume?
Yeah.
Yeah, so using that and everything else and kind of emerging in the same, within a couple blocks of each other, you do notice each other.
All right.
I'm gonna run up to them and say, "Holy shit! I went up. I may have tried to talk to somebody. They sent out search parties. Are you guys all right?"
Yeah, we had to run from them.
I'm so sorry.
It's fine.
I don't see. I mean, I'm at this point. I'm so lost. This whole time we've had honestly, I've had no idea what the fuck we're supposed to do.
Well, either they moved Queefy, or they moved your friend in one of the other buildings, because the third one we checked out was deserted, and it's been there like that for probably a week or so.
I don't see why the fourth would be any different.
What?
Are we safe to check that one out, Joey? Can we ascertain that?
You'd have to go back in that direction to town, but...
I don't see any reason. If we have to go back deeper in, I don't see any reason to. Although it would be fucking typical if that was the one building that had anything.
I didn't notice a fourth. Fuck.
You found the dragon's hoard. 50,000 gold.
How the fuck are we gonna carry that much?
I don't have that weight capacity. I have no idea. I have no clue. I'm
Well,
more than
the
willing to
way-
go check. Go ahead.
Are we on the western side?
Eastern.
Okay, we're on the eastern, so we'd have to go a long way to get to it. The way that we came up and with the way we saw the search parties heading, it was also to the eastern part of the slums, because we were coming from that far right X.
Eastern part of the slums, but the slums are on the west.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just saying they were heading in the direction of that X.
Right.
Because maybe we could try to go south a little bit and then head all the way over to that building.
All right. As
It'd
long as
take
we don't
us
have to go
time.
back through the slum, like directly through, there's no
You
way.
could take a longer path around, yeah.
Yeah, like way the fuck around, yeah. I'm more than willing to do that.
That seems better.
Yeah.
So Queefy,
Ashy now.
Hey.
You're dead.
your body currently blown to bits. You have a little bit of an out-of-body experience. As your soul begins to depart your body, you begin to manifest yourself kind of in this spiritual form as you have no control over where you go, but you know, like, this is the end. I have died. This is permanent.
Do I see any lights that I can go towards by chance? Should I roll for perception?
No, you're good. Your soul begins to float upwards towards the sky.
Jesus, I'm coming. Take the wheel.
A bright light does begin to appear as you get further and further up, but then you look down, and you notice that below you is a very hellish kind of landscape that begins to open up, and in your mind you're faced with a little bit of a choice. On like
Nine
you
circles.
gain a little bit of the control over your body, and you feel like you can choose whether you go up
Oh.
or down.
Dora
brief
says, dude,
minutes.
you had one job.
Essentially heaven versus hell, if you didn't catch that.
Yeah, and I have the choice of which one to go to.
You feel for a brief moment like the ability to control your body and choose which way you want to go as this hellish landscape opens up.
Just like I'm curious if this is like God's test as to like what I feel I deserve or what I want. So I call out to God like, God, I can't tell if this is a test. You know, like is this
A test of what? A billowy voice shouts out.
So,
is
dude, what are you
this
doing?
you know is this? I mean, this is your will, right? I don't get this choice.
You
know,
are
our
dead.
actions in life. Our actions in life are our choice, you know. So I mean, it should be pretty linear at this point. If I am dead, you are the one that should be deciding for this for me. Now, do you want me?
It
to
appears
choose?
you have not died before in your life. When you pass away, you get the choice on where you would like to spend eternity. You can either go up to the clouds above, or you can go to the hells below. Different people find different things comfortable. We are merely giving you the choice, Queepy. You are eternally dead.
So everything in life
Can't be more
was
clear.
for nothing. Like I could have done anything I wanted, and it would not have made a difference as to where.
Yes. This is not something a lot of people know, but alignments do not matter unless you have a magic power that relies specifically on a certain alignment. But have they not been communicating that message down below?
They've got some fucked up idea of what you actually want from us.
Well, yes. Alignments do not matter too much as long as you are true to yourself. That is all that matters.
All right, well,
And accept the consequences of whatever your actions are.
at this point, I feel like the whole religion thing was a lie, which means that I don't even believe that hell might not even be like the bad thing, and heaven might not be it might not be all bunnies and rainbows. I'm gonna go to hell.
Interesting choice, but one I can't say was unexpected from you, Queefy Varg. And your body began to get pulled down towards hell. It says, I hope you have a nice time in hell, Queefy Varg. I will not be seeing you again.
Bye,
As
Jesus.
Goodbye. And you get sucked down to the hellish fire beneath you. It's very painful. It sucks. Quite a lot. but you are now in hell.
Worth. Wait, so I'm in hell? Like I can move around in hell now?
Yeah, sure.
All right. What do I see around me currently?
Death and destruction and lava and burning buildings.
Am I able to
Yeah.
reach?
Hellbats flying around and demons poking slaves with their pitchforks, and there's like crucifixes of Jesus Christ, or like dwarven deities and other lawful good deities that have like been piked to the crucifix and then brutally just tortured as several of these demons start cackling and laughing. You do have like a form. It's not physical though. It's it's wispy, like a wisp of air.
So I'm
But
able
it does
to
manifest
kind of
itself
zip
in-
around as well. Like I'm bound to gravity or anything at this point.
You're bound to the gravity of hell, which is similar to Earth gravity.
Okay. Am I able to make my way over to one of these buildings?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. How tall are these buildings, would you say? Roughly.
They range from 10 feet tall to 500 feet tall.
I'm going to try and get to the top of the highest building I can find at this
You
point.
begin climbing up this building, and nothing seems to really stop you. It seems like your strength is almost inhuman as you're able to just ascend this building. Right when you get up to the top, you kind of look over and you see just this beautiful. It appears to be like the heaven you saw almost a glimpse of earlier before you chose to go to hell. You see a glimpse of that right before a demon just pops up behind you, cackles like that kind of thing, and then stabs you in the back, and you fall down several hundred feet to the ground. And you essentially experience death a second time,
Yes.
as your body is now reborn back in hell, and you fall this distance.
Am I able to seek out the devil at this point? Like, do I see anything that would look like it would be able to communicate, or maybe the devil himself anywhere, or like a massive fortress somewhere?
I'm gonna go fight the devil.
There appear to be several giant fortresses in this landscape.
Do I happen to have a banjo with me? Like, can I create a banjo out of thin air? Like, if I really believe that I'm holding a banjo, does anything happen?
No, I mean, you can try.
I will
Violin,
genuinely
perhaps.
just like really believe that I'm now holding this just pristine classic of a banjo.
All right, yeah, you begin to imagine this beautiful, ornate-looking banjo, and it appears in your hands.
All right. Have you ever heard the dole with the fiddle?
Yeah.
Have you heard the banjo version?
Yeah.
I'm gonna start playing like the intro to that banjo, like
As soon as you start playing, it just combusts into flames and blows up in your face. And you feel another wave of sadness overflow you. Like that was never a real banjo. It wasn't.
All right.
And it's not a banjo. I thought it was like a fiddle.
No,
or
the
something.
fiddle is there. There is a banjo version. Yeah, for the dueling banjos. Thank you.
Oh yeah. You're in hell. So let's go back to Oof and Arius and Eve. What are you guys up to?
I think we'd just be trying
Yeah, we're
to
looping around to the.
It's
Oh
the
yeah, you're
fourth
looping around to that
aspect.
building, right?
stop fighting me.
Yeah, you do get to that building, and lo and behold, it is the same as the other ones. Now you start to come to these conclusions that the first building you searched seemed like it was vacated fairly recently. The other ones seem like they have been vacated a very long time ago, and you start to draw this conclusion that that means something. I don't know.
Well, I was thinking that obviously either they move position a lot, and that would make sense, or that they just had to be cleared out due to previous searches and seizures.
I have no idea. I don't think we can do anything.
Nothing
There's
is found in
there's-
those buildings.
There's too many dwarves. I think the only option, if we're to remedy this situation, is to go back to Basan and say, "Hey, man, what do you want from us at this point?"
The
Queefy.
gem shop keep.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem to have any real staying power. He's just a shop owner.
I mean,
Sure.
he is, for whatever reason, heavily involved in the government and close to this situation. I don't know why. I don't know how, but he is of great importance for some reason.
All right. I guess we go there then.
Yeah, do you go towards the gem shop? That guy Basan?
Yeah, I mean, taking care to avoid the slums.
Right. Yeah, so you carefully make your way back, taking a long way around so you don't have to go through that very thick, nasty dwarven mob. And you eventually make your way to the gem shop after about 20 minutes or so. Yes. It is wonderful to see you. Welcome back to my shop.
Oh, it's going real great,
Can I s-
son.
Oh,
It's
is it?
going real
I'm
great,
Just
man.
good to hear. The diamonds I
Yeah,
sold you.
oh.
I assure you, the diamonds I sold you were legitimate.
No, you know
Your
what?
friend should be
Actually,
alive.
you know what? Believe it or not, that worked great. Thanks,
Oh,
man.
Of course, I am here to
other than
provide a
that,
valuable service to the town, of course.
you know, your town is your city's kind of fucked. I don't know what to do. You know, you guys don't have you fucking relying on a bunch of ne'er-do-well adventurers to save your problems. Well, I hate to tell you, but there's explosions. There's
Cheers.
about
Wait, hold on. Tell me more
there's
about
6,000 dwarves.
Wait,
in
6,000 dwarfs? That is almost the entire population of Tragoria.
there. I don't know what to do, man.
I would
Wait,
stop.
rewind. Stop. Rewind. Back up. Tell me more about these explosions. What?
There was
I've
an
been in my shop
explosion in the
already.
slums. We found a map. Okay, so, man. Okay, so I explain everything we found and discovered about, you know, I tell him we went into the building that Queefy Bard was taken into. We find the rudimentary map. We see that the building that exploded is this H building. And explain that whole situation to him.
Well, that is where um well that is an interesting story. I don't even want to ask this, but have you found your friend Queefy?
Well, no. Presumably he was taken care of. I don't know. He was
I
brought
can
into that
commune
building.
with my deity to ask.
It was empty.
I am just a little bit I believe the dwarven word for it is flabbergasted by what has gone on recently. I am gravely concerned.
Well, unless you have some greater plan,
Well,
I
no,
have
my
no
plan,
intents of sticking around this place.
the plan that I had unfortunately did not go as anticipated. I don't know what happened. I'm not blaming you guys. I'm not saying it is your fault. But, I mean, it is a little bit your fault.
I don't know how you expected 4 or 5 people to take down an entire operation, but there you go.
The operation was headed by a small group. Cut off the head of the snake. Snake dies.
Well, Gorham is your guy. He's the
Not my
freaking head
guy.
of the snake.
No.
You managed to let him infiltrate your business.
Yes,
We gave you the intel.
That was a particularly sneaky move for a dwarf. I agree. But that is why we called you our quote-unquote heroes, which apparently have let us down. But I don't think I should leave the city just yet. We might have the need for you. I don't know. What do you plan on doing? I am at a loss for words right now.
My staying power.
Aragus,
Yes, hi.
I would stop you and look over at the gem heap. You entrusted 3 people to disrupt a large political turmoil that you could easily have probably sent guards and other authority figures to easily take care of it yourself, knowing who the leader is. And yet you let people who have apparently little political weight, like experience and knowledge, and obviously aren't suited for exploring and sneaking through cities to try to find a gang leader.
What are you trying to get at, huh? What are you trying to say, huh?
How is it their fault when they're very less accustomed
I'm
to
not
this
saying.
kind of setting?
Quiet. I am not saying it is entirely their fault, but you can't argue the fact that it is a little tiny bit their fault.
It can be a little bit
I mean,
due
you've
to
been
their
with
ability
you've been with them for how long have you been with them now? A day, maybe.
a little bit.
And how many of these? How many irrational decisions have you seen the group make that don't quite make sense? I'm not saying they're entirely to blame, but it seems as if they may make decisions that are not the most rational at the time. So yes, I will say they are a little bit to blame.
I would have recommended that you send some kind of dwarven.
You would have recommended, but you didn't recommend. So
I've just been here. I'm surprised that you, a supposedly very clever and intelligent person, have not coerced with authorities of dwarven kind able to sneak through and impersonate thieves and try to cut off the head through an assassination attempt.
Kill him.
that is a good point.
Instead, you sent a half-orc, half-elf, some dragon to try
Hey,
to send...
some dragon.
I don't know your actual thing. I was barely told it. To go and help quell a dwarven rebellion that obviously any kind of non-dwarf would be shut out from at the very beginning.
Well, I mean, yes, that was initially the plan, but I didn't expect you guys to charge in so boldly. I thought maybe the half-elf ranger here would sneak and find out information while the rest of you guys stayed. I didn't know. I
gave you the
hold on.
information,
No,
Basan.
Ericus, you be quiet right now. It is Basan's time to speak. Basan is speaking right now. I offered you guys. You could have said no from the very beginning. You could have said no, Basan. We do not want to take your job. We do not want this. You can take care of it on your own, and we would have taken care of it. We had the ability to, but we offered you basically a job, a way to earn a good amount of gold. I don't even know how much we were going to pay you. It was quite a lot for taking down this threat that you said you could handle. I would like to remind you guys of that. You said you could handle this threat. This is something you said you could take down. You had the option at the beginning to not take this mission, so you cannot blame me. Do not say mean things about me. This is not my fault. It's partially your fault. A little bit. Basan's fault, but not entirely.
I'm not blaming you at all. You're just some shopkeeper.
Same.
I'm expecting the authority and actual law.
The authority and actual law would have gotten involved if you guys hadn't stepped up as the brave adventurers you guys claim to be. Figured the city was in good hands, and maybe we were wrong.
How long has this rebellion been going on prior to their involvement in your little escapade?
Gorham's disappearance happened the night that you were supposed to meet him around the table at the dinner with Ferros and the others. That was the last time. That was the last time we were supposed to see Gorham. We had seen him the day before, so we imagine that when everything happened with the Dwarven past, that he somehow involved himself with it, and we have not seen him since then. So this has all happened very recently. The developments. That's why we jumped on it so quick when we could and had such little information.
So, can you really put all the blame and make them feel as irresponsible and reckless as they can with such little information, such little leeway, and the fact that the whole dwarven law said, oh, here's just some random people. Maybe they can help us. Do you know of these people? Have you heard of them outside of this town?
I've heard rumors about maybe some of them. Doesn't matter, though. The point is, I'm not trying to say they're entirely to blame, just a small portion to blame.
You were saying that it was mostly their fault.
Well, maybe Basan misspoke.
You did.
Okay.
Currently, none of us have had good leeway on this situation. It's been out of control for all of us.
Well, I understand. You have lost
Hopefully-
control of the situation, and now we will send in the Dwarven guards and deal with it ourselves.
Especially since, due to the disruption and
And you know
burning
what?
of
No,
those
no,
headquarters...
quiet, don't care. You know what? Now Basan is going to take over this job. And Basan is going to get the gold. All 15,000 of it is going to be mine.
Do you honestly think that I would be interested? I, as a paladin, would be interested in the monetary wealth of this job and not quelling a rebellion that would help overthrow
Do not care. I
people?
was mainly proud that I was going to get the gold now instead of you guys. It was kind of it was good news for me that I was sharing with my friends.
Your friends that you
Yes.
just met in one day. Instead, your greedy self would be like, oh, I can just take it all now. What power do you have in your own self? Can you heft up a sword like I do? Can you fight off dwarven thieves and muggers? Can you go?
I have a power that none of
the
you
sea?
will ever be able to possess, and I'm sorry for speaking so brashly right now, but you have irked me slightly and aggravated me a little bit. I have something none of you will ever have, and that is the ability to buy people like you to work for me. I can buy the strength you have. I could buy someone stronger than you. Do you want to fight one of the people I can hire? I will have him come here right now and kill you with one blow. I can hire people stronger than you. I can hire rangers that are better than him. I can hire sorcerers that know more magic. I can hire mages that know more spells.
Then why didn't you?
because I thought you guys could handle it. And you said you could. Well, maybe not you, but your friend said you could handle it.
I'm
Well,
gonna.
it seems like we can all collaborate and hopefully cut off the head of the snake during this disruption of the burning
I
building.
would like to still pursue that, yes.
It seems like now is our best chance due to the disruption. They'll be scampering around. If we can send guards to check out the slums, maybe we can corner them.
Well, I am not really a fighter,
Not you, we're just sending guards, don't worry.
just sending guards, so if you want the guards to do the dirty work, then you are no longer involved.
We will gladly
No.
fight alongside a willing and
Right.
Okay, there we go. Then now we have
large
reasonable-
enough fighting force, which blows my mind why we didn't do this in the first place. Not really sure. But, fine. Let's get together the guard of the city and, do what they're supposed to. We'll help. I'd expect some compensation, perhaps not 15,000 gold.
Well, it was going to be 15,000 gold split amongst the group, but yes.
That's
Regardless,
still fine.
we are still
just-
willing to help out of the goodness of our hearts, despite the death, or perceived death. I don't know what the fuck's going on with Queefy. We couldn't find him. There's an exploded building. For all I know, he was in said exploded building. Who the fuck knows? Either way,
Or
I'm out
maybe
for blood
if
at
you're
this
trying
point.
to do it out of the kindness of your heart, maybe don't say it with such a sarcastic tone.
I'm gonna say after I say I'm out for blood at this point, I'm gonna pull an arrow out.
Why are you pulling out an arrow?
Just have an arrow because I want to fight. I want dwarf
Then
blood.
roll out your arrow when we get there.
I already have it out.
Well,
No,
Hassan-
sorry we don't know about the location or the fate of your dragonborn friend. Hopefully we'll be able to find her. If not, then it's an unfortunate cost to this mission.
Hassan, how many men can you have ready?
I can have as many men ready as you would like. The more
We-
men, though, the longer it will take. I suppose I could get 4 highly trained soldiers here very soon.
Or
We should need someone that can be able to report back and notify of the location of any thieves. We need to search out the slums and maybe even the middle class areas.
Now, I can do this, but again, everything that I provide from here, and again, I can get more than 4, but it would take a little bit longer to gather the soldiers and also to make sure that they are trustworthy due to the recent uprising that we have been facing. So we'd have to make sure they are trustworthy. We're talking dwarven background checks. We're talking all that stuff. So it's going to take time to get more than that, and also the money.
Is there a way to notify the guards?
I assume at this point, if there was an explosion in the western part of the town, the guards already know about it.
All right.
So I can do this, but anything that we accrue, all charges that we accrue, will either come out of your own pocket if we need a down payment, or it will come out of the price of the contract.
Most likely it will be from the contract. Would you prefer the head of the snake captured alive or dead?
I believe the higher ups in the government here of Gregoria would like to see the head cut off the snake, but I'm sure you will provide some proof for us.
All right.
But yes, some proof will be required to claim the bounty.
Are you guys ready to go search the slums?
at this point, I don't see why going back there and just searching is going to do anything.
Well, it's currently in a disrupted state. The people would be moving around. They'd be unprotected, or at least barely protected by the few people that were able to survive that outcome. Who knows? Maybe.
We were just there. There's, I don't know how
When
many,
you say just there, it was like 20, 25 minutes ago, but yeah.
but there's tons of dwarves. 4 guys isn't going to do shit for us.
We're not searching the headquarters directly yet. We're searching the areas around it.
I mean, we've been there. I feel like, what else do we have to find at this point?
If we're looking for the leader.
Oof,
I don't know
what
why
a
he's-
kill.
I don't know why he's going to be out and about. And if we start fighting some people all of a sudden in the streets,
We're not going to unless we try to.
there's going to be, I don't see anything positive that can come out of this.
This is one of our best chances to find him due to the fact that he won't be in a secure area for a little while.
Fine. I will, Basan, get whatever you can here as fast as you can. But if shit goes wrong, I'm leaving.
Of course. Be patient, though, because things do tend to go wrong. Have a little bit of patience. But yes, I will get them here right away. Please just give me a moment to make the necessary calls.
Can I get a appearance, like a description or a sketch of the head of the guild?
You don't really know where he's getting these soldiers from?
No, I mean, Gorham was his name?
Gorham, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just curious, like, is there a way for me to figure out what he looks like? Does Basal know what his appearance and stuff since he's higher up?
Yeah, the description described you. He's a lighter complexion skin dwarf, like the dwarven complexion you're typically used to seeing, not the ashy kind of gray one that you've been noticing recently. Seems to be a standard stocky dwarven build, short, very strong, also known for being quite nimble as well, and quick on his feet. Very long, majestic, bright white beard. Slows down good, like almost to his waist.
Is there a way that I could use locate object or seek divine help through a deity?
You've never seen any object. None of this is familiar to you. You could try, but
I think it would be more help to know, basically. I could ask if he has any weapon that he carries with him, a hammer of some sort that looks very specific, an axe.
as a matter of fact, he does. His main weapon of choice is a great hammer.
A great hammer. Certainly different for a dwarf.
Anyway, we see a lot of dwarves in Gregoria wielding great hammers.
Well, is it special, royal, gold?
It is not special as far as I know. Maybe it has some form of enchantment, or he is a dwarf with a lot of connections. I'm sure it's a very powerful great hammer, but I don't know much about it other than that, unfortunately.
Ben's here, by the way.
Yep, I know.
Should we, with that, pee break and let Ben in?
Yeah, we'll do a quick pee break, you guys, and invite Ben into the call.
Should restart it as well, because we're getting close to 4 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 3:25.
All right, so I'm going to end the call and restart it. You guys will take a quick piss break.
All right, give me 1 second.
Oh, let me know when I'm good to end it. Oof, oof, oof.
All right, you're good.
Okay.
Oof here.
All right, we'll be right back, fellas. While they're getting all this shit set up, we will get all these regions recapped. It's a little warm.
Okay, so we got Keith, and next is John, who's not here. Paul, who is here in spirit. There we go. Barely, what's up?
Just talking it out. Awesome.
Oh, yeah. So Pearl, and then Andrew, and then Ben. Okay. Andrew.
The chances of you finding a group to play with online Voxodon are pretty slim. They have forums and stuff for it, but not a lot of groups want to bring in brand new players and have to teach them everything. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's not possible, but from what I've heard on at least Roll20, a lot of the groups don't bring in new players.
I would like to touch on something that I kind of plan on starting up soon on my stream. Is it'll probably either be weekly or every 2 weeks. It'll be like a mini one-off D&D session. I've got some help already with coordinating like how it's going to work. Basically, we'll have probably groups. I haven't figured out exactly how it's going to go, but on my stream probably about twice a month or 3 times a month, I'm going to do little mini one-off sessions that'll last anywhere from 1 to 3 hours. It'll be more role-play based rather than like combat and knowing your roles and everything. A little bit of that will be involved. It'll be more role-play based, but it is something I'm going to be starting up soon. How it'll work is if there's a lot of people, they'll be split into like teams.
Oh, you're going to do like that one guy did.
Yeah, pretty much like
that's
yeah.
awesome.
Yeah. And so if you're a part of a team, you collectively come together with a decision regarding whatever situation you're in, and then you have the representative submit the decision to me, and then we proceed from there. It'll be a lot more role-play based than combat based, and generally last anywhere from 1 to 3 hours. But I do plan on starting that up soon. I think it'd be fun.
Yeah, that guy's concept was pretty cool. So if it's anything remotely close to that, it's cool to see the chat kind of crafted as a group and have their own little fucking chat rooms and shit.
I've still got a bunch of things to work out as far as logistics go and how it's going to work out specifically. But when I do have all that done, I'll make sure everyone knows.
We need Holly to accept the call?
You need to accept the call?
You sent it to...
Wrong one. Yep. Oh, bad. You're right. I did. Okay. Forgot. Wrong Skype account. There we go. My bad. There we go. We're good.
Alright, let's see how fucked up they are.
Destroys. You cannot destroy me.
Oh my god, that was a lot of talking I had to do.
You did well as far as you can tell so far. That
Fuck
probably-
Sean.
Oh yeah, dude, Ben. Queevy is dead.
Yeah, I saw that. What the fuck happened?
Explosions!
You fucking blow your. Did you go to
Ah.
Allah, Keith?
I'll message you after the stream.
Yeah, we can talk
22
about it after the
versions?
stream.
Yeah, there's more than meets the eye here.
The plan went into effect.
The plan. Oh my god, the
The
plan.
beauty,
Plan.
the beauty is, I look like I fucked up, don't I?
I mean, was it intentional? Did you mean to kill yourself?
No, it was not.
He was basically
Specifically
to give you a little bit of a description. He was in this. He was transported from the previous cell he was in to a different building. He didn't know where it was at. He was blindfolded, gagged the entire time, bound in this cell. And when he was placed in the cell, he noticed that it was a very thick smell of sulfur in this room, and on the ground was a pretty noticeable coat of like this dusty kind of powder. So he decided to cast his dragon breath
But
in the room and caused a massive explosion, and he took like
Okay,
86
so
points of damage.
You didn't know how much sulfur there was in there.
If
I
it
was
was
blindfolded.
yeah.
Okay, so you just you figured if you would have done that, it wouldn't have just went kaboom.
Yeah, so it blew up. Basically, Queevy's body is disintegrated, blown to bits. He's dead.
I am
I'm
kibbles
just-
and bits.
Can he be saved?
I'm just like, how does poison breath ignite?
Well, we can discuss that
It's
after the
fire.
stream.
Right.
But
No,
no,
it can.
whatever.
Oh, that's
magic.
right. Poison breath doesn't ignite. Okay.
All that didn't happen.
Oh yeah, retroactively changed the entire. No,
So
that's
There are certain things that can do that.
yeah.
Ah.
So Oof, you tried to read a book
Oh,
and got
how the fuck
frustrated.
did that go?
It got very well. You held it upside down and were confused.
sniffed
You
it.
sniffed it and you threw it at the wall. You didn't like it.
Not familiar.
Oh.
That's funny. Whose great idea was it to get me to read a book?
Hi.
Jokes.
That was
Like-
Aragus. Aragus was like,
Like,
just
how
stay,
right-
Right, just read a book.
I told you to stay put and hey, read a book if you want to.
since you don't have the marking of the lightning bolt, you can't use a teleportation circle, and so you stayed behind. And Aragus was just like, "Oh, well, stay here, read a book." And I was like, "How the fuck would that work?"
Wouldn't he just be
Sit
able
here, poke
to
book.
just like hold on and go through it like they did on the beach? Like,
They didn't try that.
yeah, they could have probably gotten him through if he just touched him.
Yeah, I didn't.
Just
I thought
poke
about
this
it, but
book
I
for a
didn't
few
want to
hours,
do it
we'll
because
be
I was
back.
gonna come back, and I think Pearl like passed out the last time we did that, so I wasn't so game on that. Oh, Pearl's been exercised, Ben.
Oh yeah.
Kind of. No.
happened.
So he's being he's having an exorcism done.
No, he's
No,
been
no.
Actually,
He's
like
been
the demon's
freed.
no longer inside of him.
Oh, really? So
yeah.
are you gonna stop being an asshole now, Paul?
No, not
Well, no,
really.
see, that's the thing is like he gets to go back to being an asshole instead of
Yeah,
pretending
exactly.
he's a good person.
See how it works.
He's just like
Um,
not making bullshit up now. He's just like, yeah, I'm a dick. I'm
Um,
gonna kill
the-
everything, steal things.
Yeah, the demon was expelled from his body as far as he knows, as well as anybody that he pacted with within the past 6 months. So that would include Queefy and Omen if he was still alive.
and I'm
They're all
in hell.
dead.
Yeah.
I had the
Smorgasbord,
choice.
uh,
I had the
raised
choice
from the
between
dead.
heaven or hell, and I took hell.
I love
Why
how
would you
everybody
do
died
that?
before Queevy. I mean, before Pearl.
Well, I'm the only.
Yeah,
living-
that's a little serendipitous.
If you
and
guys
Smorg-
die, you'll transfer. Everyone dies.
Smork is resurrected, but he is currently just kind of rehabilitating from
Recovering, considering he has to
recovering.
use his body in probably like 2 weeks in gameplay. In
right.
game time.
So he's
Can't
alive,
move my legs.
but there was not a strong enough connection.
I'm guessing Holly paid for his resurrection.
Yeah.
Thank God for Holly.
Uh,
Good. Knowing us, we didn't have any fucking money.
and you
We
want
had to do
you
diplomacy.
It died
Which
alongside with
shit
Queefy, I
was.
guess.
Mm-hmm.
all right.
Yeah, it was
Uh,
just
I think Oof's a simple feller.
I do want to speak about you about that, Joey, and see what actually is going on with the
If
like.
you have any questions you want to ask, you can send them to me right now on Facebook or something.
No, I mean after stream.
Okay.
Used Grand Wizard Elazar's bitch.
Basically.
Oh yeah, how's that recap video coming?
Done.
It's yeah, it's done
For what it
but-
is.
Yeah, I really need to re-upload it. I put it in the wrong settings, and it turned out it's 480, and the fucking screen resolution was crap. So yeah,
Did you end up getting Vegas Pro? Or Paul?
I have Adobe Premiere Pro thanks to Mr. Joey, Zero Save Skiller.
Bankroll in here.
06 Scape Skiller.
06.
Old school, man.
It's 06 Scape Skiller.
It's when I go into streams that like aren't RuneScape streams and I chat. Not a lot of people get my name right. They're always like 07 Cape Killer. Thank you for the follow.
I mean,
surprised
I'm sure a lot of people when they see it, it's like, what happened to 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6?
Yeah, I assume it doesn't make a lot of sense to somebody who doesn't play RuneScape. But yeah, if everyone is here,
Wait, we're thinking popping assholes. What are we doing?
I saw a person the other day. His name in my friend's chat. His name was Fat07, and I'm just like, and I asked him, I was like, is that for Party Hat 07? He's like, no. And I looked through his like followers, and he follows like Keith and like a few other people. I'm like, you're fucking.
no, I don't play RuneScape.
Yeah, I don't play RuneScape. It's like, don't have to hide it.
Dude, you're following Spark Mac and Bodie and Keefers. And,
He was following all of them.
I follow a ton of RuneScape stuff. I have absolutely no idea what half of the stuff in RuneScape does.
Man.
I just follow because I know the people.
I was playing on TeamViewer most of the day at the studio. I was bank standing.
So, there were so many things that have happened so far. Everything went according to my plan, by the way. All of that was
so
planned.
you wanted Queefy to die, or
I knew he was going to cast his Dragon Breath.
oh, you asshole!
No, there's been so many things this session that like I didn't plan to anticipate for. It's awesome.
Look at Keith. His even eyes are just like, you're a dick, Joey.
I'm sorry, I had all that designed beforehand, but man, the decisions made. I couldn't control. I wasn't gonna just be like, "Oh, the building's no longer like that."
As long as I roll a new
Sorry,
character,
man.
I'm all right, you know. Like, I don't have to re-roll number 4.
Joey, how do you calculate? How did you work out like
check
the
your
damage
Facebook.
for it?
Okay, I'm
The
excited.
damage for it?
Yeah.
To be honest.
Did you have an idea of like if it had ignited, it would have produced X?
I can tell you guys that like, later on once it is in the past, you know.
Yeah. We'll talk after, I'm sure. Okay.
Yeah,
Shall
it does
we?
all make sense.
Shall I continue being an asshole to Basan? I'm down.
Well, you cannot continue to be an asshole to me. I would appreciate that, but where are you guys proceeding from here?
We're waiting for backup, right?
Yes, we are waiting for the backup. I forgot all about that. Yes. No,
Um,
this whole time he closed his shop. You know, he changed his sign on the front of his display to closed. Ushered the people that were in there out as he began collecting the resources, being the guards. You about to say something, Queefy?
No, I was talking about
Okay.
Ben.
Okay.
I guess I can. I don't feel like it because we pretty much know that Queefy's dead, so I'm not gonna spend 10 minutes asking.
You don't
my
really
deity.
know that. You know that out of character. You don't know that in character.
Okay, then can I? I guess I'll spend 10 minutes communing with my deity to ask if they know the presence, if they can tell if she's dead or not.
Yeah, you could do that. You spend a few minutes establishing your connection with Dol Ra, your deity. And the connection is established as the golden gates open up and your deity kind of floats towards you and says, what can I do for you today, Eve?
Do you know how our Dragonborn friend is doing?
The one I spoke with earlier,
Yes.
he no longer exists on this plane.
Oh dear.
Oh,
So it's safe to assume that they've passed on?
Let me see. Yes, it would appear as if your friend has left the world of the living.
Alright.
I'm sorry.
That's alright. It was to be expected in the position they were in. Hopefully they have a pleasant afterlife.
Of course. It depends on which holy path he chose, but that is not a discussion for now. If there's anything else I can help you with, I am always here for you, Eve.
I shall probably commune with you at some point later, but thank you for your time.
Of course. And you return back to your normal self?
It seems your friend has passed on to the afterlife.
Wait, who's he saying this to?
You're with them, by the way. If you're with Ergus and Eve,
I'm gonna look at him and like just do this.
They've died. Oof.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
I'm just gonna walk away.
I'm saying.
No one cares?
I think like him walking away was like he's just so sullen that
Just fucking sick of this bullshit kind of situation.
Everybody's
Just like
dying, man.
at this point, kind of like of course, and just I don't want to deal with people right now.
Oh, okay.
I just my character is so dumb he can't comprehend truly of what just happened.
I can't comprehend death.
Oof.
Of course he can fucking cause it, but you know he can't.
Doesn't understand.
I would think that they could comprehend at least life and death at the basest of terms. You do kill people, so you should know that they're dead.
So they go to sleep.
I just don't know if I would know the term death.
Or like you wouldn't know like what emotional impact that it doesn't like register on you emotionally is what I think you're getting at. As you're just like, oh well, he's dead. Things die. I kill things all the time. Big deal.
And also, I did not know Queefy that long.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, he was very new. You only knew him for less than a week, so how attached can you really be?
I'm just
I just
seeing
Down
the.
and Queefy.
I'm just seeing how the plan just.
So out of the current group we have now, who has been here since the beginning?
Pearl.
I
Paul.
think it's just Pearl.
It's just Pearl, dude. I've re-rolled 3 characters.
Why do you guys die so much?
And you guys thought I would die. Just saying.
Well,
No
I
one's
mean,
died
in
in our
all
campaign.
reality, you've just had your ass saved by the DM 5
Oh,
or
fuck
6
off.
times.
Like, maybe twice.
Like no, like multiple
I think
times
we all
of
have.
completely harassing shopkeepers, like where they would have legit killed you on the
Whatever.
spot, but he's just like, oh,
I-
get out of my shop.
I hope John is listening right now because I'm totally about to expose a secret of his that he was gonna tell after the resurrection. He-
No.
Using his half-orc ability, when he had first died, he could have shrugged off the death and restored himself to 1 HP, but he was not aware of his own racial
I
trait,
knew that.
so he was not able to. He could have shrugged it off and
Ran away.
fine, but he didn't know about that. I knew that as well, but I didn't want to like point it out because that's something that he should have known. But yeah,
I know a lot about
Fucking
barbarians
see
and
ya.
half-orcs right now. Like I know, I think like
I mean,
half
and we all
agents.
fucked that up. Like I could have saved them
Yeah.
too. I could have just healed them. They had no idea. I could have like used the healer's kit on them. Had no idea. Like everyone could have saved them at that
yeah.
point.
John felt especially bad about that though. But
This group
anyways,
is more
Well,
catastrophic
that's on
than my
his
old
part
one.
on that time. It's like
you guys are surely heading down an interesting path. We'll see what happens. I will remain positive.
What a great group I've wound up with.
Well, anyways, that I think the guards that I have requested will be here momentarily. Give us a few minutes, and they will be here. You wait several minutes, and the guards appear. 4 very well-armored dwarven guards approach the shop and kind of enter in, or they knock on a door first when they see it's locked, and they get let in by Basan. Just, oh, well, it is wonderful to see you. I see you are prompt as always. And there are 4 dwarves. One of them is a ranger, it seems, has a bow and quiver on his side. The rest of them appear to be wielding battle axes and things like that. Standard dwarven equipment, very well armored.
I kind of
That was just a grunt. That was just a grunt.
I kind of like look at the dwarves and I don't really make a noise, but I kind of like snarl with my lips, just kind of ugh.
Well, there's no reason to be like that. We are here to help.
Can I like put my hand on Oof's shoulder and state they're allies, like they're friends?
I just kind of like look at Holly and I look back and I just like nod.
Well, that's all right. We are not here to hurt you. We are here to help. We were called in by our good friend Basan, who has promised us a lot of gold for this job. He says it is very easy of a job.
Like after he says hurt you, I just kind of like chuckle a little bit, and then I let him continue, and I'm just basically listening at this point.
What we have to do is we have to be able to find Gorim, was it?
Oh, Gorum, that sneaky devil.
Right. Currently, it seems like their headquarters was burned or is burning at the moment. It was about half an hour ago.
Well, Bosan has told us to do whatever you say to follow your command. He specifically instructed us to follow the half shark, half human creature, which of course is quite obviously you.
Right.
Okay.
We need to spread out throughout the slums or any place that he could be hiding and try to find him.
If you believe spreading out would be the best call, that is what we do.
Sadly, we don't have any better solution. It just seems like it might be difficult because there seems to be a lot of aggressive dwarves in the slums, and one or two of us would be have a lot of trouble handling them.
We are an aggressive folk, aren't we?
Right. And hardy.
And hearty. Oh, yes, we are.
So there are... So it would be Agris, Oof, me... It seems like we could split up into groups of 2 with only one of us being alone. So maybe 2 dwarves and 2 teams of 2 dwarves would search throughout one area of the slums. Oof and Aragus would search another, and I'll search alone somewhere else.
Okay. If that is what you command us to do, that is what we do.
Aragus, do you have any idea?
Says we will send our archer along with your archer, so that they are grouped together.
I kind of like not understanding what we're gonna do, but I understand Aragus's name and I understood like what we were supposed to do. So I kind of like start trying to pick Aragus up like a suitcase and walk out the door with him. Like, we got work to do. Let's go.
Well, let's go. I like this half-orc spirit. I like it.
Who's going with So yeah, I want to go with Oof. Oof is just taking me out. Who's with Oof and I?
It'd just be you 2. It's a team of 2.
Okay.
2 of the dwarves will be together, 2 of the other ones, and I'll be alone.
And
we are like a tag team wrestling match, I swear to God.
And we are looking for Gorham.
Yeah, we're gonna be...
Before we leave this building, what exactly are we doing?
Do
we charge in?
Do we have... Yeah, is there any way that we could contact each other if we find it?
Yes, it is what we are doing now. I am speaking to you. We talk.
These fucking dimwits.
I mean, while we're searching. Currently, we can't talk. Unless we have a way to communicate to each other while we're searching in the slums, we won't have much, help trying
That is a valid point. I assume if we shout loud enough, though, we'll hear. Don't
Joey,
worry, I'm a dwarf. I can shout loud.
Joey, do you know of any, like how big the slums are if 5 groups are splitting up?
Like what kind of reference are you trying to get here?
4 groups will be spread out in the slums. How, are the slums small enough that where one group could hear the other if they were yelling?
If they're close enough, I'd say it encompasses about a 15-block area-ish.
Maybe. It's not the greatest plan, and I doubt if one group finds the Gorham, he'll be surrounded enough that 2 people can't fight them. At least not without casualties.
Can I at least buy this beautiful-looking half-orc a beer after this?
If you live, then sure.
Oh, I'll live. He likes you. He wants to buy you a beer after the fight, after whatever happens. It's like, I like this half-orc's attitude. He has a lot of drive. He is very motivated, very tough. I would like to buy him a beer.
My chest.
He beats his chest back.
The 2 dwarven teams should be the ones closest to the hideout because that's where most likely the other dwarfs are going to be, and that has the least amount of alertness.
I will risk my life for you guys, and I will try to gain favor with the dwarves.
I wouldn't necessarily try to gain favor with them, but you're less likely to garner attention.
This is very true.
I would keep hoods up and faces covered. We don't want to disclose your skin tone.
I will not put a hood up. It will ruin my hair.
Well, they might ruin your life if they find you.
Oh my god. Well, we've got a great team to go. Oof and I are going to go. You guys work this out. I'm going to... We're just gonna go. You guys.
I just kind of but Aragus goes out the front door first, and then I just kind of follow up, and I stand in the doorway, and I just turn around, just hold up a peace sign, just walk out.
Behind me, I'm gonna shout, "If you find anything, or if we find anything, we'll find you."
All right, search the west end.
and we're going to search the West End.
All right. So there's two teams of dwarves, two apiece, right? And then you're going
Yeah.
alone, right, Eve?
I'll be searching the far eastern end, yes.
Far eastern end of the slums.
Yep.
Okay, gotcha. So Aragus and Oof, what is your plan here? Where are you going exactly?
To the
God
west?
damn
Is that what we're doing?
We're in the West End.
You guys are just going toward. I want to know, like, if you're just gonna head that direction, sure.
Yeah, yeah. For
I
now,
technically don't know where we are at.
I don't like it, but we're going slightly into the slums, just trying to see if anything.
So basically, we're going into the dangerous part of a really shitty town.
Mm-hmm.
So you can still see a lighter kind of cloud of smoke. It looks like most of the flames have been doused at this point. As you get, how close do you want to get?
Oh, we're not going close to the headquarters at all.
All right, yeah.
I'm still
that.
I'm walking confidently down in these slums. I ain't
Like-
gonna be no one's bitch.
Are you leaving Aragus's side?
Huh?
Are you leaving Aragus's side?
Oh.
Okay. All right. Cool. That's what to say, dude. If you're about to just charge right into these slums, prepare to roll your
Chill.
fifth character.
Yeah, I was gonna. No, that's my fourth character.
Fourth. But yeah, yeah. So you continue traveling along with Aragus, and when you start to notice and get a better view of the smoke, you stop and think for a second. You can't get much closer without trying to be stealthy or being exposed.
We don't want to do that. We're just looking for anything that would be obvious.
And it seems like commotion has died down a little bit, but it still seems to be pretty hectic.
I'm like tapping on walls and stuff like that. I know we're looking for something, but you know, like I'm just like at that kind of like point where I know I'm looking.
All right, you're supposed to be looking. All right.
I'm looking for something, and I'm looking for it, and I'm putting 110% in.
All right, Eve, you're exploring a slightly different part of the city. Anything in particular? Or Eve?
Or like, how big are the slums?
It's about close to a 16 to 20 block area.
Facing from the north, facing towards the north. We're gonna go to. I guess let's go to the left. So that would be
Yep.
west.
Yeah, I just like if you're just trying to skirt around like as
Yeah,
far
let's just
around the
skirt
border as you can.
Yeah, I say we should just make a complete circle around it, and then like start like kind of cutting through a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, you
What's that headquarters is? I don't want to get close to that.
you begin walking more towards the north, towards the northern wall. Just kind of arc and curve around, making sure to travel in paths that don't have very much traffic or any at all. And this area of town is very desolate, very deserted. There's nobody that really notices you as long as you keep this wide arc. As you get around this arc and you're able to peer down that main street where you saw the dwarves gather and begin to try and douse the flames, you notice that the crowd has dispersed significantly, maybe about half the size. You can't really tell too clear from where you're at, but that crowd has definitely decreased in size. Not much commotion going on anywhere other than by that area, though.
Can I roll a perception check to see if there's anybody kind of like eyeballing us or?
Yeah, you can do that. You can certainly do
What's
that.
perception roll off of again?
Wisdom.
Yeah, that's +3 for me.
Let's see what you get. Choice to go to.
Fuck.
Yeah, you don't notice anything. You can look around too, Ergus, if you'd like.
Yeah, I did. I rolled.
But I just assume that. That was your. Yeah, you don't notice anybody, and as you're traveling, it's kind of just assumed that you're taking the long roundabout way that purposely evades any people. So you're good.
Yeah, at this point, I'm not. I'm very skeptical of being able to find anything, as I expressed before. So I'm honestly just trying to stay safe, not
Okay.
get into anything.
And Eve, what are you up to? As you begin
Um,
searching a slightly different section of the slums.
Looking in alleys, looking in streets, looking for anyone that fits the physical description of Gorham. Any kind of niches, any kind of fortified-looking buildings that are reminiscent of the thieves' ones we found.
On the outer edge of the slums, the kind of the outer border, right when you begin to make that transition into the shittier parts of the city, you don't really notice anything that strikes you like that. You might have to go in deeper, but
Yeah, that's what
On
I'm
the
doing.
outskirts, you don't notice anything.
I'm currently just going through the eastern side and combing through. Do I have to
Yeah,
roll
if
perceptions?
you don't have to, but how far in do you go? Because the further that direction you head, that's pretty much directly towards the plume of smoke where that building blew up.
Well, I'm not trying to go directly towards it. I'm trying to.
Yeah, but that's
do,
what you just
like-
said. You said you're going that way. If you're not like arcing around like Aragus and Ufar, you're boom.
Well, that's on the western side of the slums, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm on the eastern.
Yeah, you're coming in from the eastern towards the west, though.
Well, I was thinking of it like through alleyways.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
stuff
it's
like
it's
this.
going to be through alleyways and stuff, but as you get closer to that area, you're going to be more and more people and more things to
I'll-
keep an eye out for.
I'll maintain a relatively safe distance
Okay.
from it and stop when I get to it.
I just want to know how brave you were being, is all.
Not
so yeah,
really
that's
brave.
good.
Not stupid brave.
That is good.
Do I have to make perceptions?
You can make a perception check, yeah. You've noticed a couple dwarves, but they seem to be mostly concentrated towards the deeper parts, at least right now. Yeah, and you're looking around. Nobody matches. Anybody that you see does not match the description you were given of Gorum.
No fortified buildings.
Nothing from what you've explored so far.
It seems like if he's
There are
not,
lots of dilapidated, kind of not burnt down, but like crumbling buildings. A lot of them look abandoned. Some of them look inhabited. None of them look really fortified, though. You know, they look like just really poorly made, crumbling houses.
right. Technically, I'll be looking for anything that lacks windows and stuff like that.
Right. Nothing strikes you as particularly noteworthy.
Do I see any of the dwarves that we hired?
You don't notice any of them. Once you split off from them, they went towards the south, kind of looped around there.
Right.
You can yell out for them.
Not yet.
Okay. All right. All right. So the dwarves are searching around town. Queefy is dead. That whole hell thing was a bit of a filler. You don't actually have a character that you're playing in hell. I just want to make that clear. Okay. So yeah, you're continuing to search around, like without getting closer. You can continue searching around, but
Sadly, I don't really have a way to cover myself. I do have the cloak, but that doesn't help much in terms of height. I am a little shorter than most. I am only 5'4". Maybe I could crouch down and with the cloak I could kneel and try to ascertain the height of a dwarf.
you could certainly try.
Right, because the helmet, I could wear the helmet and that can, hide the sharken part. So I guess I can do that and be on the skirts of the streets that are around it.
Okay. Would you like to approach like one of the first dwarves that you see, or what's?
No. I would be skirting around the edges of
That
the...
disguise is only for if you get approached. Is that correct?
I'll be cloaked with the hood up and the helmet on and kneeling at a
Gotcha.
height about 4'7".
So you look a little bit more nondescript. Gotcha. Okay. Cool.
And I'll be skirting around the edges of the area where that burning house is.
Okay.
Right. And
Okay.
I'll still be just looking for a person that matches the description or anything that looks windowless.
Yeah, you begin. You're just to clarify. You were talking about the building that blew up, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So you're kind of searching around the alleyways that intertwine between all these buildings and kind of surround the courtyard that this now blown up, destroyed building is still kind of still smoldering and smoking a little bit. You don't see anybody that matches Gorham's description, but you can make a perception check. At this point, the frequency of the dwarves has gotten a bit more consistent. There's definitely several more of them in the streets as you get closer to this section of town. Was that 14?
Yeah.
Nobody matches Gorham's description. No, you don't notice.
All right. Besides the obvious... What?
Across the street from this courtyard, though, once you get a little bit closer, you do notice what stands out to you as a fortified building. One that doesn't seem to have any windows on the outside or any terraces to climb up on, except for that one doorway and a stairway leading up in front.
Is there a way that I can approach it without being noticed?
You could try, but there are a lot of dwarves like right around there. It'd be very hard.
I have an idea. Can I look? So how close am I to an alley that is uninhabited?
Very close.
About
Is
10,
there-
15 feet?
Yeah, they're placed very evenly in between the buildings for the most part, so you don't have to go very far to find a new alleyway.
I will summon my warhorse steed in the alley,
Okay.
and I will direct it to charge near the area away from the fortified building and cause a ruckus, like crash into things, act like a wild horse.
Okay. To create a distraction so you can try to sneak in?
To walk towards it.
Okay. Okay. All right. What are you're just to walk towards it? I want to know what exactly is going to be playing out.
Pretty much me on the edge of the sidewalk and trying to skirt towards it while people are looking towards the giant bucking warhorse trying to
Gotcha. All right.
mess around away from that area.
All right, so you summon your fine steed, warhorse, and you give it a nice pat on its mane, like, be a good horse, and cause as much ruckus as you can.
Break
And
shit.
You send it galloping in a direction that you instructed, and it does seem to be successful in distracting these dwarves, and you're given a fairly brief opportunity to where they have their attention either focused on taking care of the rubble in the streets or the fire, as well as this horse that is kind of galloping. They look at that, but you get the sense that it's kind of a brief window of opportunity.
Yeah, I'll move fast.
Okay, so you move fast towards the door.
Yeah.
Do you try to open the door? Do you go in?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. So you go in and you open up the door. You close it behind you.
Anything inside? Can I see?
Make a stealth roll with advantage. I do actually have a...
That's just a normal stealth roll for me.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a normal stealth roll then. Let me... Hey, we get to show off my first ever hand-drawn map, you guys.
Oh,
I rolled a 14.
Okay. Oh, yeah, you're
Nice.
fine.
Cool.
Oh,
They were
no.
too distracted. Ba-ba-ba. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Wow, I went into a plot-relevant building!
Yeah, you did. Oh, my God.
I did good!
You went into a plot-relevant building. Let me place you onto the map here.
After 4 hours, the map changed.
Right? Right? Oh,
What the fuck is this? I mean, where are we?
You guys are scoping.
You're nowhere. You're there, Eve. Let me turn off the grid so it's easier to move shit on the map. There we go. Yeah, you get into this this room, and it appears to be a headquarters of
Awesome.
some sort. The very large desk that you see to your... You can see that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. The very large desk that is to your right is quite obviously one that is used for planning things and laying out large sheets of paper and studying things on. Like it looks to be a desk of a leader, a desk of someone who needs that amount of space. There's the table, the chairs are kind of pulled out. There's nobody actually inside this building currently. You do notice on the far wall there is a rack of it appears to be an armor and weapons rack, most of which has been taken from
What's
the
the
weapons
far
set.
right?
The far right is you. Do you go further into the building? I assume you're like kind of walking around.
I'm about 5 feet inward.
You should be able to move your token.
I can't click on it and move it.
Oh,
but
there we go. Let me. Now you should be able to.
There we go. I'll probably be right here.
All right. Yeah. So you begin kind of looking around this this building, being very careful to make as little noise as you can. It seems at one point that was like a little bar area, but now in the corner, nestled in there, appears several of the planks have been pried up from the ground, and you can see the start of a fairly vast tunnel that has been dug in the ground of this building in that corner.
I'm within 1 mile of my horse. Can I use telepathy to tell the condition of it?
Yeah.
How's it doing?
Like physically, like health-wise?
Well, yeah.
No, it's serving its purpose at this point. I don't know if you really know if it's still distracting him or not, but it's not physically hurt. It hasn't been attacked.
I will telepathically order it. It is 6 intelligence. It is sentient. It is smart. I will compel it to not charge, but run through the slums to try to find a tall orc and a slender figure and try to get them, like to nudge them and stuff to try to move forward to the area.
Okay. All right. So yeah, we'll go back while you're in this room. Oof and Aragus.
Hi.
You guys are just kind of scanning around the outer edge of this town. Make perception checks, both of you. Por favor.
Oh, I rolled well. All right.
Fuck.
Aragus, you notice, but Oof, you don't. Aragus, you notice something causes a brief disturbance in the crowd as their attention shifts towards something down that you can't quite see, but you catch like the glimpse of what appears to be like you've seen the ass end of a horse going out of your view distance before as your character, and it resembles that. Like you catch a very brief glimpse of that, and then all the attention gets drawn down there for just a couple minutes before focusing back on whatever they were working on. And you wait several moments, and that figure just continues to cause a distraction in that area.
Gosh, I mean, I'd like to move a little closer, maybe get an idea, but not very. Maybe a block at this point, block or two closer. I mean, really, what a block or two if we were to move closer to the. How many blocks away are we from the commotion at this point?
About 2 blocks.
Oh well,
You're
don't go
fairly
2 blocks
close.
closer. Then
Go
yeah,
2
no,
blocks.
stay where we're at and keep an eye out. Although I think at this point our attention will be pretty much focused in that area,
Okay.
like towards that direction.
Still trying to be stealthy?
Mm-hmm.
All right, make another stealth roll. Both of you.
Give me just 2 seconds.
Good
on the
lord.
Character sheet.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
You too, bud.
That ain't bad.
Now those are
Fuck
some
up.
good rolls.
Don't fuck up, Oof. Oof, be stealth. Oof, be most stealth.
Guys,
Oof
why
is
is
most
the stream
stealth.
not playing?
Ideal. All right. So yeah, you guys are not discovered. You're fine. As you begin to
Oof is
just
much
slowly kind of make your way closer towards the commotion going on. You're unnoticed, and you are now able to make out the figure of what appears to be a horse, but not like a standard looking horse. It looks to be like celestial almost.
Look at my horse.
That's
is
causing the
amazing.
distraction.
Can I roll perception on the horse
For what exactly? Like, what do you?
to see if I recognize? I mean, outside of character, if I would know that this is something that was summoned or
Make an Arcana
what
check.
type? Arcana. Okay.
Yes. And Eve, what exactly? Like you just, yeah, you don't recall anything. If anything, you lose some information that you had previously had memorized. So
I told the
God damn it.
act like a rodeo horse.
okay, and also keep an eye out for. Okay. Okay. The horse just continues to raise a ruckus in that area. The town doesn't seem to deviate from that. You did instruct it to keep an eye out for Aragus and Oof, but it does not seem to notice them.
No, when I was inside, I said, like, go and dash through the slums looking for a tall orc and a
Right.
tall half orc and a slender.
Oh, so if he's
elf.
not staying in that area, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it would have like bolted away.
Gotcha. Okay. Still has not quite found them, but that is good to know. So yeah, you guys, as you get closer, you notice the commotion dies down as the horse disappears towards the south. Begins trotting around. Their attention seems confused. A couple of them shout out a little bit of a concern,
The horse is going away.
but it seems like they have larger
What was that
concerns.
horse doing?
It seems like they have bigger concerns at the moment than that. And so, Eve, back to you in this building, in this house or this building. I guess would be the best word for it. This building. What are you doing?
So it doesn't look like that there's a basement, so I don't need to worry about my footsteps too much. First thing I will do is rush over here and look down to see how deep the tunnel goes.
It looks like it gets dark. You can't see when it ends. It gets too dark at that point, but it looks like it goes for quite a bit. It's not necessarily super steep at all. It's definitely not. It descends gradually down. But as far as length, it kind of twists a little bit. But you
All
can't, unless you go a little bit further in, you can't quite see.
Right. So what kind of armor is on the armor rack?
There are a few decent sets of chainmail and things like that. Most of the armor and weapons have been taken from the rack. There's a couple of axes that remain. There's a pickaxe that remains, and some chainmail. No full plate armor or anything like that.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I'll probably head over here and check the desk for any notes, any documents about this endeavor, about the guild.
There are some shreds of paper on the desk that you are able to kind of gather together. Also on this desk, there appears to be on like the section closest to the entrance, that area, that little
This one?
yeah, that little gold box rather.
Oh,
That is a chest that is chained to the table. It's got three very heavy, large metal chains that are bolted into the desk and are holding this box in place. On top of the desk, that gray thing you see also appears to be some sort of carrying case of some sort.
my blade can break stone, but I don't trust it to break metal.
These are thick chains that are chaining that.
Right.
I'm not
Can
gonna
I-
lie, I thought that was a TV.
Like I said, this is the first like drawing I've ever done in my entire life.
It's pretty good though.
Yeah,
Pretty
I'm
fucking
proud
I
of
thought it was a
it.
TV, and then that was a game system. That was the box, and because I thought that was like a Minecraft, like
I was very
pickaxe
proud
just
of
sitting
it.
there on the table. It's like we're raiding a
Wow.
teenage.
Way to
room.
try and bring them down, Ben.
Can I
I just
cast,
couldn't tell what it was. I like it though.
can I
I
cast
can tell what
bless?
it is now.
Sorry. Can I cast bless on myself and then try to do a strength check to break the chains?
Sure can.
All right. Bless is a concentration. Add D4 to any roll for a minute.
Yep.
Alrighty. So
See what you get.
is this athletics or just straight up strength?
Straight up strength.
Okay. Okay. Oh, that's not enough. No matter what the bless one roll
Yeah.
is.
Unfortunately, yeah, your sword hits the chains.
Well, no, I was just trying to use my hands at the moment.
Oh, just your hands. Yeah, then you boom punch and it hurts your hands a little
Well,
bit.
Trying to like He-Man break it, like
Right.
with holding it, not
Well,
punching it.
Regardless of what method you
Right.
try to dislodge this chest from, it doesn't have any effect.
All right. I heard that chain, like the way that you attack stuff with a weapon, is like a normal attack roll.
Yeah.
Can I try to hit it with the sword?
Yeah.
All right. So that would be a D20 plus 7 to hit.
If you want to make an attack roll, go for it.
Yep. I don't have. This is my last shot that I'm going to do with this plus 7. And 1 second. I have to. So 22.
All right. You are able to chip away a little bit of the metal, but unfortunately, it seems to be stronger than the metal your blade's made out of.
All right.
You
so
chip away a
like-
little bit of it, but not enough to loosen it.
Right. How about the big? No, is the big chest? Is that a big
It's
chest?
essentially like
piece?
a metal carrying container, like imagine a cooler you would take to the beach,
Yeah.
but made of
Can it
metal.
be opened?
It does look like it has a lid.
Can I do an investigation check to look for traps?
Yes, you can.
Alrighty. So
Damn dwarven metal.
and I doubt this will help, but oops, I just yeah 12.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is. Wait, you're checking for traps. Sorry, it's not
Yep.
right off. You kind of investigated a little bit and check out the hinges that are on the opposite side, and it does not appear to be rigged with any form of trap. Want to open it?
Oh God! I'm dumb. I just remembered the whatchamacallit. There's mining equipment. There's things that can pick away metal much better than a sword. So can I rush over here and get the pickaxe?
Yeah, there's also pickaxe on the table.
Oh,
That's
oh, I see it now. I wasn't looking at it. Can I grab that and try to pick away at the chain?
Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
Is that a strength check?
Make another attack roll with advantage on this one.
Okay.
It'll be much more effective at chopping us away, we'll say.
Whoops. Plus 7. Yeah, I'm gonna
Oh, the dream.
with that.
All right, yeah, you spend a good, minute or so pickaxing away at these chains, and eventually one of them snaps and breaks. and you're able to use that to gain some leverage to kind of rip the bolt that's in the top just completely off. Takes a little bit of the material of the chest with it, but it's now essentially free and moving.
The first thing I'm going to do, instead of trying to open the chest, I'm going to put it in my backpack.
Okay.
So the chest is now in my backpack.
Okay.
Alrighty. I will try to. What's a thing? I'm going to strike horizontally at the lid of the. You try to crowbar it, the metal
Okay.
lid, the stone lid.
Using
that
the
attack roll?
pickaxe.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make you roll for that because it's fairly easy to do. Once you kind of pry your pickaxe in there and begin to wedge it a little bit, it's not nearly as well restrained as the chest was that you just ripped off. So after a little bit of time, you've been making quite a bit of noise in this building, unfortunately. And there are a lot of dwarves outside. You begin to hear some footsteps walking towards the door.
Alrighty. Am I able to open the chest first?
Yeah, you pry it open.
What's in it?
You peer inside. It looks like at one point it was used to hold some form of metal ingot. Now it does not seem to have anything currently held in it. You did notice, however, one thing I want to point out is when you picked up that chest that you put in your backpack, that was heavy. Like that was very obviously weighted down with something. Like that was a heavy ass little chest that you grabbed. This one, you kind of peer into it. It strikes you as like a transportation vessel. Like if they were to be mining a bunch of ores in a mine somewhere, they would put into this, carry it up, and then filter out. Like
All right, so the door opens inward towards the.
Yes.
All right. First thing I'm gonna do is hop over the desk and grab. Give me you this and prop it up against the door.
Okay.
Can I do that in one
Say
movement?
that once again.
So hop over desk, go over here, move chair, and propped up against the door.
Yeah, you can certainly try.
Okay, what would that be?
Make an athletics check. Athletics or acrobatics, I'll let you choose.
I'm much better with athletics.
All right.
I have to 10, and I'm gonna.
Okay.
I don't know if even a 14 will help there, so I don't know. I'll roll.
Well,
14.
Yeah. Okay. So all right. While that's playing out, let's go back to Oof and Aragus. You guys are just continuing to slowly make your way towards this commotion.
I think we're just more of a like sentry at this point. The horse drew our attention,
Right.
but once we saw it run off,
Both of you make another perception check as well.
yeah, sure.
That'd be great.
But I think we don't want to get any closer.
Okay.
Oh man, my rolls tonight are just T1.
Oof. While you are studying the very intricate, ornate brick laying on the walls, you do notice the familiar faces of the dwarves that you had hired earlier that appear to be a few alleyways down from you guys, slinking about. They give you they make eye contact with you for a moment, Oof, and they give you like one of those nods of approval as they continue slinking through. Like, yeah, what up?
I just kind of like put out and I just go, I am Oof.
Oof.
Do I notice them at this point?
You notice you've noticed
If
something.
not, then I like grab his like collar or whatever and kind of like, I don't know. I'm not a gentle. I am gentle at heart, but I like, I kind of like manhandle him and grab him and like put him over in the direction where I'm facing.
And now you do notice them as they make eye contact with you and give you the little "what up" nod.
I'd like to go over to them and ask if they've found anything at this point.
Okay.
Wait, what direction are they? They are south.
South.
Yeah, then definitely go.
Okay.
We're free to.
Have you guys found anything?
Nothing, man. How about you guys?
Nothing but a lot of shit. We haven't found anything.
Have you seen anything from the other parties?
No, we haven't seen our dwarven compatriots since we split up recently.
What direction did...
We did notice that we think we saw one of your friends possibly make his way into the building.
Wait, what building?
The building across the street from the burning one.
What the hell? That's a little important.
Well, I know, we just are speaking now for the first time, that's all.
Yeah, holy shit.
Yeah.
Can you lead us there?
Oh yes, I can lead you there. It is right down the street.
All right, let's stay.
Okay,
Taking. If we need to take a roundabout route to.
You can decide if you want to take a roundabout way or if you want to just go straight down the street.
From what he said, it sounded like he just wanted to go right there. It's on the eastern side of the headquarters, or what side is it on?
The
from
door?
headquarters? The building that Eve is in at this moment.
Oh, it's on the western side of the street.
Oh, it's on the west. Oh,
Yeah.
so we got headquarters. So it's between where we are right now and the headquarters, theoretically.
I thought it was just across the street from the.
It's across the street from the building that was blown up.
Right.
Is it like a?
So what
here's
I'm
the
trying to
building.
ascertain
is it here
is
or
it's
here?
blown up building.
Blown up building, houses
Building
that
that
kind of
Eve is
line the
in.
courtyard, street, and then building you saw.
But it's between us and the
Yeah.
blown up building, right?
Kind of. You guys are on the same street that both of those are on.
So if we
Looking
were
down.
to, what's the dwarven situation around that building at this point?
Crowded and hectic due to the blown up building. They're still kind of clearing cobblestone out of the streets and just now finishing up dousing the last of the flames.
I mean, Holly had to make a distraction to get in, so I would like to get closer
Okay.
to that building that they say he went in.
All right. So yeah, you managed to make your way there, and unfortunately, in the meantime, several dwarves were able to make their way into the building that you are currently in. If you were not able to get the chair propped up against the door in time, got it. You started sliding it towards the door before they slammed it open. It says, "There is somebody in the fortress. Get them!" And
Do we hear him?
You can hear shouting. You can't quite make out what the words are, but several dwarves begin to go into.
How
this.
close is this new dwarf?
I'll add them onto the screen. real quick
Okay.
for you.
Right.
Yeah, and how close are Ufai and the two dwarves?
I guess I'm right there.
You'd be right about there. I will let you know that in just a second.
Okay.
Boom, paste.
That's a lot of them.
Yeah. So
Hey,
got
it's Basil.
yeah. All right, and you're right there. They begin charging in. You want to know what, Aragus?
How close are we? Because you
Can-
said we heard shouting. How far away are we from the building?
About still a block and a half. So decent ways.
But we just heard shouting.
You're hearing shouting, yeah, as you begin to finish your conversation with the dwarves.
Then I'd like to, upon hearing shouting, this is shouting I've heard before. Can I assume this is aggressive shouting at this point?
Yes, this
I've
is
heard
aggressive
these words.
shouting, very similar to what you heard in your previous encounter.
Right. Okay. Then I'm gonna make the assumption that Eve's in trouble and let's hurry us four. Like let's fucking go. I need. Hold on. Let me get the.
So while you're closing that gap, Eve, what is your reaction to this? Because you were trying to get
Throwing a door at them. I mean, throwing the chair at them. to try to
Throwing
slow
a
them-
door.
Damn straight if I could. Throwing the chair at them to try to either trip them up or slow them down.
Okay, make just a strength check, strength roll.
Okay. I still have bless. No, that's probably wearing off really fucking fast. It's almost out.
Yeah.
8. Yeah, that's
How long does bless last?
1 minute. Yeah,
Oh,
only
yeah,
a 9.
minute would have. That would be the last time you're able to use.
Right.
the
I got a
bless.
9.
Yeah, they're able to just kind of shrug off the chair that you just tried to throw at them and kind of just push it off. It glances off their body and
All right.
flies to the side
Am I
as they
able to
begin.
back up a bit and draw my sword?
I would recommend it. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. So I'll back up a bit and draw the sword, and I would probably call out.
What are you doing in the fortress?
This is my swamp.
That's what I was going for, actually. What are you doing in my swamp? That's what we call our thieves guild, the swamp. What are you doing? You better speak quick, or I'm gonna slice your head off.
Anyway, is it persuasion or deception to try to say looking for anything to help calm down the fire?
That'd be deception.
After you threw a chair at them.
Because they just charged it.
Fuck
Like,
you! Throw a chair. I was trying to help.
Like, dude,
It's never a party until somebody throws a chair.
That is true.
Just saying.
Yeah.
I mean, haven't you ever seen Boondocks? As soon as somebody throws a chair, people start fighting.
So you try your absolute best to convince these dwarves that you are here to help.
But I just threw a chair at you.
Yeah, you just threw a chair at them.
It's charged at me.
Yeah, but you are a half human, half shark in very, very well decorated, gorgeous looking full plate armor. They are not, they don't trust you. It's not, I'm sorry, it's not high.
Why not? He's beautiful.
I'll ask you one more time before I swing my axe and chop your fucking neck off. What are you doing in the fortress?
You better be rolling some persuasion checks.
Oh, I don't like when you take this long to respond. What are you doing in the fortress?
I would probably. Oh, jeez. I don't know what to say. I can't. Can I, while they're doing that, can I telepathically order my horse to come back here?
Yeah, you could do that.
At full speed, come back here and try to mess up these guys from.
I have given you enough time. If you do not answer, what is your purpose here? Who are you? I will have every one of my dwarven friends come in here, and each one of them take turns slicing off different limbs on your body.
Who is your daddy?
Tell me.
And what does
Good
he
fucking
do?
God.
She would smile like in a tooth-filled, almost malicious-looking grin, like not a friendly
Sinister
one.
shark grin.
And she would say, "Buying my friend's time," and then she would yell at the top of her lungs so she knows the door's open. Dolara, guide me, and probably strike at the one talking with her weapon. Both
All
attacks.
right, go ahead and roll for initiative.
Oh fuck, are we there? Are we close enough? Because I thought we were running there.
I'll get to that in just a second. You guys are going to be in initiative, but I'm placing you both at the end of the initiative order.
Okay.
20.
Okay. I'll ask for this.
Initiative. Ooh,
You got first.
Oh, such initiative.
That initiative, dough.
That initiative.
Some more
Here, what's
experience
going on, my
second.
initiator?
Okay. All right. Just give me a second to get all this together. It's not an encounter I had planned on.
Not when I encountered.
I mean, I planned everything that has happened today.
You should have said you were the janitor.
Yeah, right, Joey. It's just going. It's all going by plan.
Okay, so we got that all set up. All right. So Eve, you got
20.
All right, cool. So that does put you at the top of the round. Queefy, you're dead. Perfect.
Thanks for the.
Am I really dead, Joey?
I don't know. Maybe.
I had no idea.
No.
Is it all a coma?
We've already took one. Nope, yeah, you're dead.
All right.
Can I do a perception or a look to see how strong they look?
Yes, you can.
Does
That
that
look like
perception?
Basil.
Yeah, perception right before making your attack roll. Yeah, they look to be pretty strong, but not anything that really intimidates you.
All right. So who attacked me?
This
talk to me.
This one right here is the one that
Oh, okay.
set them out right there.
I'll be waiting here. And
Sword of Justice.
I'll be making 2 attacks.
All right, go for it. Make your attack rolls.
Yeah.
It'd be hilarious if he died on our campaign the first week.
It's not just us.
That would be so fucked.
It's like, Joey, your campaign is toxic, man.
I have never had a campaign where like a single person died. We've had
I
like
got a 16 and an 18.
We've had like 17 character deaths. All right, both those attacks hit as you swing your very, very well crafted great sword at the one standing in front of you. Roll damage for both of those.
I have to do a thing. So that's the first hit. Oh,
Yeah, roll that damage.
15, not a 14.
So 15.
Great weapon. Yeah, 15 for the first hit.
Okay. All right.
And yep, 16 for the second. So
Yeah. So you with
31.
with 2 swings of your sword, the first
Non-lethal.
Non-lethal.
Yeah.
All right. So the first swing, you swing in, you slice a pretty big gash in the front of his chest. You see him begin to
Non-lethal.
bleed quite a bit, but you kind of stagger your second hit as you use it to more or less just kind of intimidate him, and you swing at him, but stop it right before it's about to cleave his neck off, as he's kind of grabbing his gut like, oh.
Yeah, I'm trying not to kill these guys.
That is going to hurt in morning. Oh god.
You look
Well,
like
I'm
just being
thinking less.
sliced in the
What
chest.
the fuck are you guys waiting for? And he gets one attack off on you.
AC 20.
Yeah, I know.
God damn.
Oh!
Crit?
Yeah, that is a
Nice.
that's
Nice. I'm dead.
I have to remember how much health I have.
It's okay. You only take 11 points of damage as he haphazardly swings his weapon at you, and instructs the rest of his men to attack. Which brings the is it this one right here? No. Okay. This one is going to come around here and also attack at you.
All right.
An 11 does not hit. Unfortunately, he charges towards you, ready to defend his.
I know it's not a thing anymore, but when I mean non-lethal, I mean I'm still hitting them as hard as I can, just with the flat of the blade.
Gotcha. Okay, so all right.
I'm not holding back my strikes. I'm just making sure they don't cut him up.
So the second attack, you swing with the blunt end of your blade, and this one hits him right across the chin. You see his jaw visibly dislocate as he looks visibly dazed, grabbing his gut, and like, oh, son of a bitch, Jesus. And the other one comes up next to him and attacks you, but misses. The other one, his other friend, also comes up and is going to make an attack at you with a 6, and that also misses. He staggers forward, distracted by the commotion going on, and his attack does not strike. And that will bring us to the other one. The final one is going to come around as well, and flank you, and that gets a 14. He misses his attack as well. That now brings us to Oof and Argus. You guys are just now getting to the entrance of the building. There is still a lot of commotion going on outside. You can hear shouting coming from inside, and the sound of weapons.
Were they able to hear my yell?
When you yelled it, unfortunately, no.
Okay.
Everything from inside the building is more or less muffled, yelling and screaming. Familiar, but muffled.
Right.
I'm gonna draw my two-handed axe.
I thought you just had a battle axe.
Oh well, it's a two-handed axe.
I might have had it wrong on my sheet, but that's what he has.
And I'm gonna kick in the door. Is it closed or is it open?
It's hanging open, but there are a lot of individuals outside this. The commotion that's being raised inside this fortress has alerted everyone on the streets.
But we're right in front of the door.
You guys are getting close to the door. You can choose to dart off from that, but
I'm gonna go right through the door, and I'm gonna like slam it the rest of the way open.
Make an athletics check, because you're gonna have to pummel through some dwarves.
And there are dwarves in between us
and the...
Yes, there are dwarves between you guys and the door.
I'm in frenzy too, by the way.
Okay. All right. Frenzy the rage. All right. So go ahead and make the proper rolls.
Athletics, you say?
Yes. And have to pummel through some dwarves.
Yo.
All right. Yeah, you're able to pummel through these dwarves, and you now push your way right into. You're definitely not that.
I'm gonna like slam the door open, and I'm gonna be like, "Ooh, Belfred!" And I'm gonna like run at the...
Wait, what'd you yell?
Ooh, Belfred! And I'm gonna and I'm gonna run to this one.
Okay.
And I'm basically just gonna like run up to him really fast and just like baseball bat my two-handed axe like right into the side of his face.
All right, go ahead and make your attack roll, dude. Go for it.
In
Okay, your bonus damage.
Oh god. Actually, the Mortal Kombat sound listen to that. Oh yeah, go and roll for the attack, man. Yeah, that hits, dude. Roll for damage, man. Roll for damage.
Oh, can I move myself?
Yeah, you should be able to.
Alright, I want to be next to Holly.
Alright.
And, oh yeah, damage?
Yeah. I think your barbarian might give you +2 now.
It would be a 1d12 plus 6.
Yeah.
Are you 6 or 7? 1 second, let me check my character sheet.
Are you level 4?
Yeah.
Okay, no extra attack.
You only get one attack. 1d8 plus 4 is what you roll.
I thought it was a great axe.
It was,
then I have the X wrong on my thing. My bad.
Yeah, it'd be 1d. Oh yeah, then it'd be 1d12 plus.
Make your rolls, yeah. Because that attack for sure hit as you cleave this individual.
No, that's plus. That's 16. Because plus 6 because of rage.
Oh yeah,
so
that's
rage.
Right.
All right, yeah, that one takes a very solid hit. You said you clubbed him in the side of the head.
Yeah, just like right right there.
Yeah, so you barge into this room and like, chill, friend, or whatever you said. You run up behind this guy. You get the jump on him. He does not notice you come up as you just, bam, thwack your weapon right into the side of his face, and it jars him quite a lot. Now he looks back and notices that you and now Aragus entered the building.
Oh, and I entered?
Or you're beginning to enter. You can choose not to.
Okay, so
but
yeah, I want to back up for just a moment.
Just to give you a bit of a description, because it might change your decision.
Yeah, that's
the
what I'm
dwarves
asking.
that Oof had pummeled and pushed out of the way gives you a little gap you could run through without being attacked.
And then I would like to have, as well as instructing the two dwarfs next to me, get in there.
All right, behind you, brother. Of course. So let me add you to here. Boom.
How high is the table over there?
It is slightly shorter than normal table because it's meant for dwarves, but yeah, it's a normal table.
Okay. And did you run around to the other side, or are you behind them?
The way I came is I basically came as I was running and smacked him as I got into my position.
So you are where you are on the map?
Yeah, I'm right next to Holly.
Okay. The dwarves are all focused front still, Joey?
Yes.
They're all looking at us, me and...
the one that just got hit by Oof kind of looked back, but for the most part...
Probably doesn't have much of
entering
a
unnoticed
face right now, to be honest.
If you want to make sure that you're not noticed, you can make a stealth roll.
No, I'm assuming we're kind of bursting in here.
Yeah.
Left hand... Sorry, I'm just trying to get a one for sure hold of the situation.
Right.
Which dwarf did Oof hit, and which is the dwarf that Holly hit?
Oof hit the one on the far left.
And Holly hit the one center
right next
left?
to him.
That's the same one.
Okay. Then in that case, I'm going to, with that arrow I have drawn, approach that dwarf, and this is just for badassery, but I'm going to walk up to that dwarf and attempt to thrust an arrow into his back.
I have officially named the dwarves, by the way, so...
Oh dear.
If you want to refer to them, you can say dwarf 1 through 4.
Okay.
Hi-ho.
Should make it a little bit easier for you guys.
Yeah, if they're in that order, then I have an arrow drawn, and I'm going to attempt to thrust it into the back of the dwarf.
And just to specify, initially, Eve, you had struck your first hits at dwarf number 1. Oof, you attacked dwarf number 3.
Oh, then 3.
Okay.
3. Dwarf 3.
Can I see them enter the door?
Yeah, you
can I
see them as they enter, yeah.
Can the last
Well,
person...
it depends. Aragus, what exactly are you doing?
I'm running up, in full gate, running up to dwarf 3 and shoving an arrow into his back.
Okay.
So I don't know how I would roll for that.
Just make a standard attack roll.
Would it be a finesse?
I'm just gonna roll it as a normal attack roll for now.
Oh, I was gonna roll it as a dagger.
It would essentially be that, but just listen to what I say to roll. But that is not quite enough to pierce the armor that they're wearing on the back. Your arrow splinters a little bit, and now he notices you.
And as my just after that moment, I'd like to back off and move towards the back side of the desk as far as I can get.
Okay, you should be able to move your avatar.
Oh, okay. How far? Do I just have my standard movement at that point?
You'd have, let's just say, you'd be a little bit less than this, but we'll say half your movement because you had to go into the building.
Okay, I'll move myself. You can move on. I'll figure out what it is.
Okay. I just have to add the 2 dwarves here.
Can I tell the last friendly dwarf that enters to shut the door? Or to, block the door?
Aye, you can. Because after there, this brings us to ally number 1. Ally number 1 charges in. He's like, what did you say again? What? I forgot what exactly you...
Lock the door.
Oh, I will tell my friend to lock the door. Let's kill these fuckers. As they charge in, and he cleaves at the first dwarf he can see, which is dwarf number 1, right in front of him. And that does hit. And whereas you previously, Eve, tried to be non-lethal with your blows,
I'm not.
he just, boom, his head just gets chopped clean off.
Oh, jeez.
As he charges in. He dead. And it brings us to... Oh, these guys are pussies, we can take them! And he beckons his second friend on in, who is going to do the same thing, but to dwarf number 2, standing right there. Wait, he closes the door behind him. He doesn't seem to have any way to lock it, though.
Alright.
But he does close it behind him. before attacking with an 8. Unfortunately, his attack is not as successful as his friend's, and it misses. Which brings us to the top of the round. Eve.
Don't try to kill them, and I'll be.
Sorry, I just thought we were killing.
It's all right. And I will be attacking the dwarf. Is he number 2? 4?
They should be labeled. You should be able to see
This
them.
guy. I don't.
Oh, yeah, I gotta change that. Okay. 1 second.
So, was dwarf number 1 obviously stronger, or were they all about equal?
They're all about equal. That
Alright.
one was just seen to be the most ballsy. Alright, now you should be able to see the tags underneath them. Should be able to.
Yeah, I see 4, so I'm guessing I know that guy is number 2.
Yep.
So 2 attacks.
Alright, go for it.
It's 4 plus. Yeah, it's okay. 14 for the first one.
Alright, that 14, unfortunately, your first attack misses.
And a 16.
16 does hit, though, as you bring your great sword back and finish off with a successful hit.
I'll use first level divine smite on
Okay.
him. So that is 1.
Go for it.
2d4 plus 10. 14.
Right. And these are non-lethal hits?
Yeah. This is just one reinforced
Gotcha.
smack with the side of the blade.
Alright.
So,
Yeah, that's
27.
you smack him once, his dazed look appears in his face, his eyes kind of look a little bit confused, and then the second hit, whack right against his side, and his eyes just close, he gets knocked unconscious on the ground. Not dead, just unconscious.
As a bonus action, I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on myself for 1 minute. I have +2 to AC, so 22.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay.
And
Alright.
I'll pretty much look at 4 in the face, like, approach him.
Okay. What are you looking at?
A new victim.
Oh, we're all victims in this town today. No one walks away from this building with what they intended. We are all victims today. And that one is the one that is going to not quite swing at you yet. But that one, dwarf number 3, in the meantime, is going to take his weapon and swing at you, Oof. With a 15, that does not hit, with AC of 17. So he swings his sword at you, and unfortunately it does not hit. You're able to back out of the way just in time.
I think I get an attack of opportunity to do with my feature.
Your feat, which feat?
Sentinel.
Sentinel, I will look that up and see. Because I'm not 100% sure how that feat works.
Either it's after he attacks me or one of my friends that are near me.
Yeah, when you hit a creature speed become. Oh yeah, when you hit let's see.
I think it's just when they make an attack.
Yeah, it's
against
attack
your
target.
ally.
It's a target other than you.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, if it does attack someone other than you, you can do that for sure.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So that will end that one's turn. Brings us to. Well, that one is unfortunately unconscious. So now the one that you had just spoken to for a brief second is going to swing his weapon back at you. The one that was just like, there are no winners today, and he swings his weapon at you with a 21. That hits.
No, 22.
22.
Yeah,
Thought it was
20 plus
spot on.
2 to shield my face.
Yeah, so 21 misses.
And I am going to, as he's missing his strike, I'm going to twist my two-handed axe around to where it's not the cleaving part.
Okay.
And I am basically just gonna like kind of hold Holly out of the way and just bring that like side of the axe and just like hit him across the face.
So I'm over there now.
Basically
Yeah.
trying to knock him out.
Make your attack roll.
And I am still in frenzy.
Still in frenzied rage.
Wow, my shield of faith actually worked.
Yeah, that's impressive. So let's see. Well, that 12 is unfortunately not enough. You're able to pull Eve out of the way just a little bit, but your attack is just misguided slightly. and it just kind of careens over the head of the dwarf you were just trying to attack. But does bring you to your turn, though, your official turn.
Like as soon as that's done, like I'm gonna like swing it, and as I'm like missing, I'm gonna like bring it back down and like try to hit him up like the top of the head with
Like directly, like flat, like straight down on his head.
pop, just like trying to like just kind of
gotcha.
face planting.
Can I, am I able to interject before he does this?
It's non-lethal.
Speaking
No,
of
I mean-
reaction, so
I mean, attack the one that's facing you. I have this one. I would probably just like what
Oh, I thought-
in between
I thought
your
that
strikes,
was-
I'd point to the what?
Oh, okay, no, then yeah, I'm gonna attack that one.
Yeah.
Like I guess I'm gonna like do like some weird like fucking turnaround shit. And I'm just gonna like turn around to that target.
yeah, so you briefly contemplate hitting the dwarf that's in front of Eve, but then you decide it's not a good idea, and you make your attack at the other one.
Eve is very strong. Eve killing everybody. Well, not killing.
And that is definitely a hit right there.
Oh god. Now just roll that good with damage.
Yeah, you hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Come on.
And are these, just to clarify, are these all non-lethal hits?
Yeah, I think this was with the other side of his axe, so it's just
yeah,
like
this is on the not the sharp side.
Just wanted to clarify. Let's see. Yeah, so you
oh god.
I think
didn't
that's
mean
the
to.
wrong dice, wrong roll. D20 plus 6. If you're rolling for damage, it shouldn't be a
Oh.
20.
Oh,
Right.
okay, no.
I was about to say 17 damage is like
I
almost
was gonna
max.
say, gosh, dang, I just
Yeah.
destroyed him.
And wrong roll.
They might have a concussion if you do that much damage, but I doubt they'll die.
There you go.
Okay, yeah, that is still enough. You kind of just bonk him on the head as hard as you can. His eyes roll back and he falls to the ground unconscious.
I am falling.
And then after that, I just kind of look at the other guy that's left and just.
There's like, at this point he surrenders. Like
I guess I would
Please.
point to the door.
Like, I'm gonna walk up. I'm gonna guess we're done with initiative and stuff like that.
yeah, you're no longer an initiative order. This
I'm
guy
gonna
is
walk
surrendering.
up to him and grab him by like his armor, lift him up, and just kind of like breathe in his face for a second, and
Oh.
then smile.
Good.
Right, just put me down. Put me down.
I say, can you lock that door?
If your friend would let me down, I can lock.
I just
the
set
door.
him down
Yeah, I
gently.
pat
Right,
Oop on the shoulder.
He quickly pulls out like a key card from his pocket and uses it to lock the door. It says, "Door is locked. Well, please don't kill me."
While this is happening on one of the unconscious dwarves, I want to grab one of their key cards.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, they all have key cards.
I
I'll
would
take one
apolo-
from number 3.
Okay.
I'm just gonna grab one and just kind of bend it and look at it and observe it.
I would probably apologize for the accidental murder of one of your friends and kneel down and pray for them for a second.
It's okay.
As he's
I
like,
did not
as he's
like
like
him.
sitting there and praying for him, I'm gonna like poke his body, like not him praying, but like the dead body he's praying for. It's like, yeah, I did a number on this one.
That was quite a clean axe swing with your weapon, huge orc.
I just kind of
What are you? Do I expect to live?
What do you know about the chest that was... Oh, actually, I don't know about that.
Yeah, you don't
Holly,
know
what
that.
did you find in here? Eve, what did you
Ollie,
find when
what'd
you were in
you
here?
find?
First thing is I would just set my hand on his shoulder and say, "From us, you're fine, but we need to find Gorham."
Oh, Gorham, oh, that sneaky traitor.
Traitor. What happened?
He looks very not eager to share information, but at the same time staring.
Can I
I kind of like bend down like in front of his face, just kind of like
wait
look at him.
before you do that? Can I like gently set you aside and like try to level with him and do a persuasion roll for if we can stop Gorham, we can probably stop this this rebellion that's happening and probably put you out of danger. So
Make a persuasion roll.
He said it better than I could have.
15.
He calms down a little bit and he's like, Gorham Greathammer, biggest traitor the dwarves have ever known. Promised us fantasies of a dwarven utopia, but he did not explain how he wanted to accomplish the dwarven utopia. We did not know that he wanted to kill and eliminate all other races.
Oh God, he's Hitler.
That is not something that we were all informed on. Maybe his closest constituents were, but we were not informed.
Well, well, there's currently no real harm in having other races here. The diversity helps flourish the land. Currently, we need to find Gorm and turn him in, either dead or alive, to the authorities.
Last time I saw Gordon, he was going down into that tunnel you see over in the corner. He points over to the corner of the room, and he had this mind for several weeks building this tunnel that leads towards the castle, to where we could attempt to carry out the plan.
What is the plan?
The plan to overthrow his.
The plan that he had in mind was to overthrow. I don't know how. I assume I didn't ask questions. Maybe through murder, through coercion. I don't know. But his plan was to use this tunnel we dug to infiltrate and probably make it look like an accident, and then use that. Of course, Gordon was the next in line to receive leadership of Gregoria.
Right. We should probably try to head up through that path and catch him before he can go through with it.
Did he go down that tunnel with anyone else?
Yeah, he went down there with a group of about 6 of his best dwarves.
I would look over at our group and say, we could probably handle that group.
I think we could too. Let's do our best to
There's
hide.
some of the greatest dwarves and assassins that exist in the Gregoria.
Nice.
I assume you guys can handle them. You look tough, but be careful.
How
many? We've got 2 unconscious and 1 dead in front of us.
That is true. And 1 shitting his pants. Am I right?
I would reassure him again and say,
I
You're
get
fine
next
for
to him
us,
and I
right?"
pat his head and I smile. I say, "Oof, tough."
he trembles every time, like pat his head, like okay.
Let's dispose of the dead body. Let's hide it somewhere, because I'm assuming other dwarves are going to be coming in here any second. I think we should. What do you think? Should we take the 2 dwarves with us down the tunnel?
I would take our 2 allies with us and.
So then let's instruct this guy, and tell him, come up with some cover story for whoever comes in here. Explain the unconscious dwarves. I mean, we'll come up with something, but I think we set them up with a cover story. Bring dead guy, just like put him in a corner somewhere in the tunnel, maybe just out of sight, and say that everything's cool.
Well, I don't think we should deal with any of people going through here. We have a bit of time with the door locked, but we have to hurry through the tunnel.
Right.
And I would look over to the 1 dwarf and say, "Can you try to prevent them from coming to find us?
As long as you promise not to kill me,
you won't be harmed."
What is your name, sir?
My name. They call me Hugo.
Well, Hugo, we'll do our best.
Do not ask about my last name. It is not important.
Well, I would look over to his unconscious comrades and say, "I'm sorry that I can't, help them, but we need to hurry really fast too."
Then go. Don't talk with me anymore. Leave.
All right. As we book it down there, I'm gonna say, "Oof!" Drag the dead body, and we'll just leave it in the tunnel out of sight from anyone who enters the room.
I don't drag it. I just kind of pick it up and throw it over my shoulder.
That's kind of disrespectful, but okay.
Don't question the oof.
I'm questioning you. You're the one telling him to do it.
Dwarves, let's go.
I'm like going back and forth, just like, "Mom, Dad, quit fighting."
Look over to Hugo and say, "Would you like to keep the body for burial rites?"
To be honest, I never really liked any of them.
We don't have time for this. Bring the body. Put it in the tunnel.
Well, there was actually this one time, a long time ago.
All right.
What? Sorry, I didn't mean to hold you any longer.
Let's go.
Set the body down near the tunnel area, right?
Yeah, we'll set it down just so it's out of sight of anyone who just enters the building.
I will tell you a story another time.
All right.
Hugo, if you have a friend who's got 2 arrows in his bag, tell him I say hi.
I will.
What the fuck?
Don't worry. Wait, that was you? That was my best friend. He was the best man at my wedding.
We disappear down the tunnel.
Yeah, he doesn't actually say that, but
I was the best man at my wedding.
I will grab a torch from my bag and light it since I don't have dark vision.
Okay.
And I'm guessing we're going full running towards down the tunnel?
Yeah. So you guys are traveling down this tunnel. It has been just mined and excavated out from the natural earth. When you travel about, I'd say, 200 feet or so, as it begins to just arc around towards the north and over towards the east, you travel for well over 200 feet before it kind of reaches a dead end and cracks and crumbles, and you kind of peer in, and it seems as if this passageway has intersected with the sewer system of Gregoria. And it looks like the passageway or the crumbling that you're looking through right now was mined just big enough for a few dwarves to kind of sneak through.
So, have I seen the castle during my travels?
Can I physically make this hole bigger?
Yeah, you can make it bigger if you want to. You can certainly try.
Have I?
Everyone in the city has seen the castle. Yeah, it is.
All right. Can I cast Locate Object to try to find it and know which path would be the closest?
Oh man, I don't know if Locate Object works on like building.
Maybe, but
no,
if that's not the case, then I guess I'd think of a throne or something.
Yeah, I don't think it's really going to help you unless you had actually been in the building and knew like of the throne. You could certainly try, but I wouldn't rely on it too much.
Oh.
What do we see in front of us again? Is it?
You guys, like the passageway that you were traveling down that was mined out from, and that started at the beginning of at the top of that building. It kind of ended, and where it ended, it looks like they had either smashed into or naturally broken into a crevice that opened up into what definitely smells and looks to be like a section of the sewer system of Gregoria.
All right.
The hole is just big enough, like
sewers, motherfucker.
the only person that would have trouble getting through would probably be Oof. The rest
I think you can strength through it. Okay. Was the castle on higher elevation?
Not really, not substantially.
Was it about the same?
Yeah.
Fuck.
It wasn't like perched on top of a hill or anything, no.
All right. So there's no way that the terrain that I've seen prior to going down here would help me navigate the sewers in a general direction?
The general direction, yeah. The way the tunnel has already curved is the general direction towards the castle.
Did
All right.
Basan...
Then we'll probably head in the direction of the castle once they're done talking.
Did Basan ever show us anything about the sewer system in that initial meeting?
No. You asked if the entrances to the sewer, and you learned that in like the deep dwarven ghetto, there wasn't really a well-established sewer system and no entryways. But
okay.
Is there any kind of map or path or signs that point to the castle?
No.
Aliens.
But we do know the general direction of where the castle is.
Can we run percept? Can we like see if anyone's been here?
Yes and yes to both your questions.
I'm a roll 2.
Perception.
It wouldn't hurt. Have everyone roll.
Our allies roll. Oh my god, my roll.
Hey, there we go.
We see everything. Well, you see everything.
It's crazy. Oof notices more than Aragus does.
Seriously, the rolls tonight.
Yeah, Aragus, you don't really notice much of anything. Eve, though, you, as soon as you peer into this room, you kind of clear a little bit of the rubble out of the way, so you get a good view into the this little sewer subsection that you can view, and you just, for some reason, this very, very faint collecting of dust that looks like was formed by, several feet walking has been parted. The dust has been rustled recently, and you can tell just by eyeing the dust and grime on the floor. And they go towards the east.
I would take my holy symbol on my necklace and thank my deity for the guidance and say that we should head east towards that path.
Okay.
Quickly.
Yep.
Oh yeah, and you're with the two doors. Let me just copy the allies there. Okay. All right. So you guys continue heading east. Man, you travel for a good 10 minutes or so. Are you traveling as like max speed or what?
Depends. How is the terrain? Is it rough? Is it difficult to go through, or are there like ways to easily traverse?
There are like two ledges on either side, and flowing through the center is where the waste flows through. The other side, there's about a 5-foot ledge. Spaced periodically, there are ladders that you could climb up that look like they lead up to sewer grates. But you can continue traveling east.
Can we roll perceptions to try to look for used places, moved things?
Yep, you can. As you proceed a little bit further, you begin to look around and try to notice what you can. Okay.
Nice.
So good.
Nothing around you appears to have been disturbed recently. None of the ladders. You do, however, notice what appears to be a small grouping, maybe about 60 feet away from you.
Grouping?
Of
Like what?
people, like a grouping of people,
Grouping of
grouping of
bodies,
living
figures,
things?
grouping of
Okay.
grouping of something.
Is it a brawl?
Doesn't appear to be any movement.
I have like dark
Appear-
vision.
it
Do I?
appear-
Does that still not help me with that?
you
Knowing what's up there?
still see about the same. The figures you see are stagnated. They're not moving or anything, but
They're laying down.
they're not laying down. They appear to be standing.
All right. So I would ask
How far away again, Joey?
you
About
two.
60 feet.
You two try checking out that group. And is there a ladder with a manhole nearby?
Yep.
I'll try to move up there and push up to look where we are.
Okay, so you climb up the ladder, kind of push up the manhole, and you peer out. You don't recognize this place immediately. It's somewhere in the middle of the transition from the really nasty dwarven ghetto to the middle class, somewhere in there.
Am I able to see the castle over the buildings?
You can, you can see the castle. It's a little bit of a ways off, though.
All right.
Are
Can I
the-
gauge the general direction of where we need to go through the sewer system?
Yeah, it's
Cool.
just generally east with a slight north heading.
All right. So I'll close the manhole and then hop down to the place and go and follow them.
Is the grouping moving?
It is, nope, they are stagnated.
Yeah, because those two are technically going and checking it out.
Okay, tell me how that goes. You guys do
I'd like
actually
to
go all the way up them?
No, like stealth up and see if I can get any better idea of.
Make a stealth
Throw
roll
a rock at him.
if you
Dude,
want to.
Oof! Don't throw rock. please no.
Yeah,
Dude,
like
don't-
I pick up a rock, like getting ready to throw it, and you just like kind of
So
stop me,
dumb.
like no, just don't throw a rock.
All right.
Rock.
So yeah, that stealth was successful. You're able to slink up. If there's anything there to notice you, you're well
All right, let's
concealed.
see how good I do.
And now you're a little bit closer, within 15, 20 feet of this this still not
Fuck.
moving group. Make a perception check, Aragus, with advantage. Okay.
I guess that's a 16.
All right. Yeah, you're 16. As you get closer, you notice that these figures are the bodies of dwarves that have been what appears frozen in stone.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck!
Collectively,
oh fuck! Oh
some
fuck!
of them
oh fuck.
are in like getting ready to swing. Some of them have their shields up, but all of them appear to be turned to stone.
Am I there?
Yeah, you would have come down by this point.
Upon learning that these are not a threat, I'm gonna call to the rest of the group to come.
I'm gonna
Look at
like
this.
start tapping like the statue. Just gotta like like their statues. I'll tap it to see if it's like real because it's back.
basilisk, man.
Well, it's back.
Do any of them have a great hammer?
one of them does appear to have a great hammer. Yes,
Can I check to see what kind of beard it has?
long beard, but they all seem to be sporting fairly long beards. And in turn to stone, they're now like that
Right.
gray color. So
Yeah, I know. No, Eva's straight up scared. She's had terrible, like she's PTSDing. Like she's not happy. She's worried. She's anxious, not wanting to move forward. So she'd probably be like holding her cloak and something, or putting her hood up. And there's something here that can turn us to stone. So
what did we-
Were the doors about to say something, Joey?
Yeah, what they were. Thank you. Well, what do we do? That's all they were gonna say. They were just gonna ask you guys.
So that perception I rolled, that we discovered nothing other than that they're stone.
They're stone, and they
How
seem
many?
to have been. There's 6 of them. They seem to have been frozen in mid-combat, or at least getting ready to attack something. Their eyes, you do kind of also notice their eyes all. 4 of them, their eyes appear to go towards the same direction. The other 2 are frozen with their eyes peering off in a different direction.
And how many did we ascertain were with Gorham? It was Gorham and how many that he brought?
yeah, how many did Hugo say were going with him? I think there were 6 people with him.
I either said is 4 or 6. I'm pretty sure I said 4, but I could have said 6. We'll say 6.
I think it was 6.
I'm pretty sure it was
It-
6.
Yeah.
Then that means he wouldn't. Then that means he's gone.
That or he's one of them.
Can we identify him or?
I feel like we'd be able to see
They
if
are
one of these
turned
was
to
Gorham.
they are turned to stone, so they're all kind of that light gray. There's no like discernible color on them. They all have very majestic beards. One of them does have a longer beard than the others, but it's not quite enough to really determine like that is Gorham, like without any color.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we can only have to assume that he's still alive. Considering that there are 6 here, he took 6 men with him. He could not, and he might
Somebody is left. It's very. Do we? God, we don't. I'm going to turn to one of the dwarves and ask: do you know of any any creature or anything that would live in these sewers that could have done
not.
this?
Besides fucking Medusa.
Any urban legends?
The only creatures I know of that could potentially turn something to snow or to stone. Sorry, a little bit drunk. Only thing I know that can turn things to snow is a basilisk. That's all I know.
Is there, would there be one? Is there any reason there would be one in these sewers?
Fuck, I don't know, but I don't like it.
Neither do I. Oh,
Can I
shit.
roll to,
Wait.
Can I roll to see if
Wait,
I know
hold on,
what kind
hold
of
on, Ben.
animal this is?
No, hold on, Ben. Joey, would basilisk be registered on my, what's it called? My fucking, that just trait I have of like
Favorite
seeing within.
foe?
No, I don't remember what it's called, but within a mile I can.
Your favorite terrain?
No. I'm sorry, I don't remember the name right now. I'm looking on my shit, but it's the thing that
I
I
know-
can tell if there are these people within.
Yeah, that is. I
There are
think your
creatures.
favorite
would,
terrain.
would a basilisk show up? I get a bonus if it's favorite
Yeah,
terrain, and for some reason.
Favorite enemy, rather. Yeah, you chose for your favorite enemy.
No. I'm talking about. It's that little like trait that I have that is.
Yeah,
You have to know your stuff, dude.
Yeah, I don't. All I know is favorite enemy. I don't know.
Primeval
Check out your
awareness.
questions.
Primeval awareness. Primeval awareness.
Okay.
Holy shit! I was gonna be so mad. I don't know why
Um,
I can't find it.
So yeah, the kind of rule is if you don't know it, you can't use
No,
it.
I know. I just figured Joey would have remembered because I couldn't come up with the exact name at the time.
No, I don't like to. I don't like to do that.
Well, the fact that
That's
you
too
knew
often.
that you had something means that you kind of knew.
I'm glad you connected the dots yourself. Let me just look up something real quick.
I might know
Um,
that one.
Beginning at 3rd level, you can use your action to
Yeah, I
spend
know.
one-
I already read it. Don't worry. Okay. So yeah, you don't sense anything, anything like that that would fall under that jurisdiction.
Would a basilisk? Do I know if a basilisk would fall under that jurisdiction?
You would maybe technically make a nature check,
Okay.
and we'll see.
Can I do a perception to try to listen for any noise of movement?
Yes, you may.
Because-
Yeah, your nature check, you don't really recall anything.
Can I roll a nature check to see if I know this animal? Just
Sure.
like I may not be able to tell them, but I may be able to know.
Yeah.
I fought one. Can I try to discern?
Yeah. To discern what exactly?
I
Oh,
don't like aberration, beast,
Oh,
monstrosity.
yes,
That's
you
the info I
may.
need. Literally, that's the info
Yeah.
I need.
Yeah, that is understandable because you did fight one of these.
Yeah. Does that give me anything?
Yeah,
or just
you know that a basilisk is considered a monstrosity.
me?
No, not you, Oof.
I was gonna say I rolled a 5.
Yeah, no.
I
that's
fought
the
one
small-
before.
Yeah. So yeah, no, it would be a monstrosity. So it does not fall under the jurisdiction of a primeval awareness.
Oh, I rolled a 17 on my perception to hear everything.
Okay. Oh, that was the 17, but either way, it doesn't matter. That's what you recalled. 17, you do not hear anything besides the natural just glooping of the sewer. It's very nasty down here. Not very pleasant. Let me add you guys. I do have a scene for this too. Hooray! Another hand-drawn scene. I'm making a transition, by the way, to all hand-drawn maps. I'm starting to learn how to draw.
Is K the DK not able to do his maps, or is this just because
Well, this
you
is this is
prefer it?
different. I can't be like, well, I need this scene made. That's too hard to rely on an assistant for because I don't really know. So, but for the actual like maps of the countries, he's taking care of that. But for scenes and stuff, I want to draw that.
Have you considered giving him just a real brief sketch and having him fine tune it, kind of like we did for the main map? If he has the
Well, I
time.
gave him the exact copy of the map that I had. Like, he wasn't. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not that easy because I won't always know what I have to prepare, and I don't want to always have to rely on him. I'd rather just get better at it on my
maybe
own.
maybe you misunderstood me. Like giving him like the hand drawn and having him create up like the better looking ones, like he did the
Oh,
world map.
I don't know. I kind of like the drawing, man. I kind of like drawing.
That's fine.
And
Suitable.
there's another large part of me that really wants to bring like that authentic, like actual, some form of actual tabletop gameplay. So I kind of like drawing maps. As you guys are
They
here
look
with
fabulous, Joey.
what?
Said they look fabulous.
Thank you. I'm
I
really,
like
really
it.
proud. This is literally the first time in my entire life I've ever been interested in any sort of like art, and so I'm very proud of progress I've made. So you guys should be able to see that. That was my best drawing I could make of a sewer.
I need to control my person again.
Oh yeah, I forgot to do that. All right. This is
Kind of small.
yeah. Oof is kind of small. Let me make Oof a little bit bigger. Make Oof a little bit bigger. There we
How
go.
tall is Eve or I? Or is it Eve?
You are
Eve's like
set.
5.
Yeah, Eve's like 5'4".
Yeah.
You
How tall is Aragas?
6 feet 1, 6'1".
6 foot even, I think, somewhere around there.
Either 6.
God,
I think
dude,
it's
I'm
6
like
foot even or
overlapping
6'1".
everybody so hard right now.
All right.
And
So
Size doesn't correlate to strength.
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm just like the tallest. I'm looking down like on everybody.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm
dude, you're a giant
5'11".
half orc.
like a larger than normal half orc too.
Right. The only person that would probably dwarf you is a Goliath.
I got big. I got big from the abuse. It
Oh,
made
okay.
my-
Anyways, I need you all to
Right.
make perception checks, please. Once again, as you continue to investigate these bodies in chit chat.
My goal was
oh,
to
so perceptive. Ooh.
Fuck.
What were you about to say,
Myself.
Eve?
Like an idiot.
I wanted to try to resummon my horse as just a riding horse, a smaller horse, and try to get it to move forward.
It would have to either trudge through nasty waste or
Can I summon it as a mastiff? That's a steed.
not without some form of like long rest or something. Your steed, you are bound to. You can't just summon different kinds of steeds.
Okay.
You choose one
yeah,
steed
that-
and then you get that.
I'll talk to you later about that.
Okay.
But for now, yes.
I did not want a warhorse if that was the case.
Yeah, but I mean that is quite strictly what it says in Fine Steed. But,
That's. I will talk about it after. But for now, I can't have it. So okay.
okay. All right, Aragus. You notice on the opposite end of let me get the measurement tool here. Yeah, somewhere anywhere between 80 to 120 feet in front of you, you hear the not so typical sound of movement and water kind of dripping. You can faintly hear water droplets falling as some water begins to get kind of like swooshed around.
And the reason we can't see, Holly's probably described it to us at this point. Is a basilisk in this universe RuneScape style or Harry Potter style? We're talking
Joey,
snake.
what's the D&D
Or is
basilisk?
it-
What's Joey's version of the basilisk?
What is your basilisk?
In regards to what? Like
Just like what
I've
is it?
fought a basilisk before.
Yeah.
What does it look like?
like a fairly large-ish snake.
So
with-
Harry Potter, okay.
Yeah, like a Harry Potter.
Harry- okay.
basilisk.
Harry Potter basilisk.
Yeah.
I will communicate quickly that I hear something coming. And oh fuck me.
I'm gonna like push myself to the front of the group and draw my axe, just because I feel like I don't know. Oof's protective.
Oof, don't okay. Don't
Look
look in its eyes.
down.
Look down. We can't see in that direction, Joey,
I'm
because
gonna
it's
hold
dark.
my forearm over my eyes, like shading, like to where I can only see like I'm like the floor basically.
Okay.
I'm gonna move over so I'm about 10 feet from all the people that were
All right.
around.
Should be able to move your
I did.
avatars. Okay.
If so we've told everybody to not, to like look down.
Right.
I would like to grab one of my arrows, dip it in the sewage, shake off the moisture, and use it to light the arrow on fire and fire it blankly down the passageway in hopes of lighting and exposing whatever that is. Is that a thing I can do?
So you wanted to do, wait, say that again?
So I want to dip the arrow, because I'm assuming I can't light a metal arrowhead.
Right.
Dip it in the sewage, shake off moisture, even if I have to sponge it off on my shirt.
Right. You could do
Light it
that.
with-
There is, I'll just say this, there is definitely substance that exists in this
flammable-
nasty muck that would produce a flame when lit.
Okay, yeah. So dip the arrow in. It's covering the arrowhead at this point. Light it on Eve's torch and fire it blankly down the passageway in hopes of lighting up the area and getting at least a quick glimpse of whatever it is, but
Make an
maintaining
attack
that
roll.
not looking not looking at
Gotcha.
directly.
How reflective is
Oh,
Eve's
motherfucker.
armor? Is Eve's armor? You said it was shiny and very, very nice. Is it reflective? Can I see myself in it?
You want to just describe that, Eve? Because I'll kind of let you pick the design sort of when you bought it.
I don't think so. I think it'd be like a foghorn, foggy style.
For now, we're going to say that it's not reflective, but we'll look into that at some point. But for now, we'll say
So I was
that.
gonna say I was gonna walk backwards and use Eve's reflection to see what's behind me.
If you're gonna try to use a reflection, like how Eve and most people with a blade would she would pull out her short sword that she has on the back of her hip and hold it in a way that she can reuse its blade to reflect.
I can't do that with my axe because my axe is basically a stick and a rock.
Yeah, you have a stone axe. I have a steel short sword. I can use it as a slight reflection, but not really to use like a mirror.
So about the arrow I fired?
Yeah, that roll, yeah, let me,
That roll was...
Yeah.
Again, I'm not trying to hit anything.
yeah,
just
it was
fire.
it was a firing an arrow down like an empty
Yeah.
sewer, so it didn't really require that high of a roll, but you fired down there. As far as what you can see, it doesn't illuminate anything that doesn't appear to illuminate the ever-looming threat
Okay. Brace
before coming
yourselves,
down and just kind of,
lady and gentlemen.
Can,
It's ugly.
Is there a way I could improve my perception by pressing my ear to the wall?
sure, you could try, that, I don't know if that would be enough to give you advantage, though.
No, I don't think it would give me advantage, just hearing things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could roll for that. Go for it. Yeah, you hear in the walls, and you're able to hear a lot of the very intricate and minute sort of sounds that are happening in this sewer, and you do notice there is one particular sound that does not match the constant monotony of the rest of the sounds. It's very inconsistent.
Can I tell where it's originating?
It is coming from your guys's from in front of you guys.
I would probably stay crouched and state that it's in front of us. So, I would
I'd
like
like to
us...
How small am I crouched? Would I be I don't know, 4 feet probably still?
Yeah, 4 to 5 feet, somewhere in that range. Yes.
Good
I'd
lord.
like to prepare one of Marissa's arrows that she gave me.
Where the fuck did Marissa go?
When
Oh yeah.
We don't know.
She disappeared ever since that one encounter.
can
I brought her to safety though. I led those other doors away. She should be okay.
guys, I think we should
She-
move. I don't know how to ping.
You just hold and click, like click and hold, rather.
I think we should be either there or there. Just not in this corridor directly. I want to stay next to you guys because I know I'll help, but I don't want to be in this corridor.
Make a perception check for me, Eve, please. As well as you, Oof. Both of you.
Okay, Dad.
Oh, God.
Arius, I can just see the look of concern on your face. All right, was that 8 years?
Yeah.
Ooh. All right, and that 14 was yours, Oof. So yeah, when you stepped out in front of the group, Oof, and maintained your bold stance, that was a good call.
I have my arm in front of my eyes.
Right, right.
And I'm
Either
looking
way,
down.
though, Eve, you don't seem to notice a creature slinking towards you and kind of causing the water to ripple just ever so slightly. Very thick water, doesn't ripple very much, but you see a very faint gloop, like right out of the corner of your eye. You catch at the last second as this creature emerges. It catches your gaze, and you have to make a saving throw. You didn't
Would that
notice
count
it.
as me being surprised?
Technically, I'd say yes.
I have the alert feat.
Do I have like could I roll to like
let me see.
stop him from like looking in that direction or?
Unfortunately, no. But you still have to make a Constitution saving throw if you could, Eve. I'm looking up that feat right now.
Okay.
You can't be surprised, but I don't think that would negate the effects.
Well, are you? Well, we were making sure I was looking down, but I can assume that it crawled through the water.
I'm
Yeah,
already
it came out of the water and
thing.
met your gaze almost exactly.
Oh
let's see.
no!
Peanut butter and Ritz.
Yeah, so that would like apply, but it doesn't really help anything.
Oh, because technically there are reactions. If you know it's there, you can look away.
Yeah, but you didn't know it was there, unfortunately.
I rolled an 8.
Yeah, I knew, which is quite sad as as this creature emerges itself from the mucky, nasty sewer water. Its eyes catch yours for just a brief moment. As soon as that happens, you feel your body begin to kind of freeze and tense up as your body slowly begins to turn to stone from the ankles up.
She would be like, I don't want to actually do it because that's loud as hell, but she would probably be screaming at the top of her lungs in straight up fear.
All right, I am going to go ahead and, because you can now see that one.
Oh, hello.
Oh, that
So
one! Oh
cute.
god!
Yeah, that one. Besides the other 6 or 7 that are in here, don't worry.
Oh fuck. I like
So I need
as
you guys to roll for initiative.
like as I hear him scream though.
It's a she.
Oh, my bad. Yeah. As I hear her, I look at the character model and it's a dude. But
It's weird.
yeah.
Good luck trying to find a half shark,
Gonna
half
go
human.
into frenzy
Right.
stage 2.
Female.
Okay. Eve, you got your initiative.
Oh, I haven't rolled it. Do I have a disadvantage to initiative?
Yeah. You would. Aragus, you got an 18. Oof. What'd you get?
1 second.
Stone to flesh roll.
14.
All right, 14 for.
Initiative.
Yep.
I got a 16.
All right, Oof got a 16.
And I'm gonna jump into. And would you read? Could you read me off the? Because you never sent me the book that one day. Could you read me off Frenzy Stage 2?
Sure, I suppose.
I know what Frenzy Stage 1 does. I just don't. I want to know the consequences for 2. And like,
Yeah, there's going to definitely be some exhaustion, I'm fairly certain. So Frenzied Rage here. You might even only be able to do it once. Let's find out. Let's see. Where is that? There we go. Let's see. Single. Yeah, you can go into a frenzy raid whenever you rage. Just make sure I got this.
How many rages do you have left?
I can rage as many times.
No,
No,
you get
you
you only get 3 rages. Yeah, 3 rages per long rest.
Oh, I've only
Well-
raged once then.
Depends on his level. Let me try.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at his thing right now.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, make sure I got this. Yeah, when your frenzied rage ends, you suffer 1 level of exhaustion. So you currently have 1 level of exhaustion,
Okay, so
which we didn't apply. We won't apply retroactively, but we will from here on out.
well, no, I didn't go into a frenzy rage.
No, earlier we
You
did specifically
were
say
saying
you went into a
frenzy.
frenzied rage.
Then I didn't mean to, but I'll still take the thing for that.
I remember you specifically said that.
You have
Okay,
to remember.
No, but top of the initiative order. Let's Aragus, you are first. You get to
First
go.
thing that happens is Eve's blood-curdling scream.
Use blood curdling scream as she slowly starts to transform into stone.
Would cure wounds do anything at that point?
No.
I'm guessing not. Yeah.
You
So,
could certainly try.
I'm assuming it wouldn't. So I'm just gonna attempt to attack the basilisk.
All right, go for it. Go for it.
And this is with Marissa's arrows, so it's +1 to attacks. But I'm
Alright.
assuming that was enough.
Yeah, that is enough to hit the basilisk. You fire an arrow straight down at it. You deal 9 points of damage. It lets out a little writhe of pain.
It's right in front of me, and I hear it make out like some kind of like noise, right?
Yeah.
Would it be my turn next, considering I rolled a 16?
No. Fortunately, that basilisk got a little bit higher of initiative than you.
Fuck, I was gonna say that would have been a good time to attack, considering it just yelped and I had my eyes closed.
Yeah, but that basilisk is going to see this opportunity after taking an arrow to reach up and try and bite at you. At you, oof.
What is your AC?
With a 10, that does not hit. The bite misses. You
17.
are making sure to avert your gaze, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it just yelps, so I know which, from like hearing
Okay.
sense.
Yeah, it is now your go. Oof. It is now your
I'm
go.
going to take, since it is right in front of me and I just heard it yelp, I know that it's right in front of me. I'm going to take my two-handed axe, and I'm going to shut my eyes like really, really hard, and I'm just going to bring my axe down right in front of me as hard as I can.
Okay, you're going to have disadvantage on the attack roll.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to not use a shield for your AC, by the way.
No, you can use shield with unarmored defense.
Yeah, but he can't hold a shield with a two-handed weapon.
I don't have a shield.
Then your AC would be 15.
Yeah, it's been 15.
Oh, my bad. I thought you had a shield. I guess you just don't have it equipped right now. Okay.
Okay.
We'll discuss that later.
It would be 2d20 plus... Okay, I'm enraged. What does Frenzy Rage give me?
Starting when you choose this path at 3rd level, you can go into a frenzy when you rage. If you do so, for the duration of your rage, you can make a single melee weapon attack as a bonus action on each of your turns after this one. When your rage ends, you suffer 1 level of exhaustion.
Okay, I'm going to...
Technically, you have 2 attacks.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to strike.
All right, go for it. Make those attacks. So that first one,
okay.
you do have
They're both
disadvantage
18.
on these attacks.
Yeah, they're both
they're-
18.
They both hit, or not both hit, but that hits. That was just for your first attack. Roll for your second. For your second. 2 left. Yeah, and with disadvantage. What you gonna do? What's gonna happen?
You can do the same roll again, Ben. By the way, if you just hit up in the chat box, it'll bring up what you
Yeah,
did
so
say.
your first attack does hit, but your second attack that you follow up with does not. So go ahead and roll for damage.
All right.
And
Yeah,
this,
okay. Go 1d12 plus 6.
yes. Nice. Nice. So your first attack, even though you're swinging without looking and all that, you do manage to take a pretty good chunk out of this creature as it lets out another writhe of pain and agony. That'll end your turn. Eve, it is your go. You still have because it's not instant. Your body's about half stone, so you have like the upper half of your body if you wanted to move around.
Do I have to do a Constitution save?
You've already failed to save.
Oh, I thought that it was 2 saves and the second fail
I'll
is...
double check. I'll double check.
Okay.
I'll double check. It might be 2. I hope for your sake it is. Yeah, nope. It's just you must repeat. Yeah, you can repeat. Yeah, you have to repeat the saving throw on the end of your next turn. Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably not in the mood to do an action, so I'm probably just gonna save. Do a save.
Yeah. Repeat that saving throw.
No.
Yeah, you try to resist the petrification, but unfortunately you're not able to shrug it off as your body continues to be transformed into stone. You have still a control of like sort of the upper half of your body. You can swing your arms as it consumes you if you want to do something.
The character physically, like in reality, would be frightened. So no.
All right. Which brings us to the dwarves. One of the dwarves. Ally number 2 is gonna kind of walk up next to Argus and be like, "What do we do? I'm gonna charge in and kill this little snake." And he charges in. He just goes guns blazing, swinging his long sword at the creature. Gets an 11. Unfortunately, doesn't hit. But he does say, "Brother, come behind me and kill this fucker." And he comes up and goes next to his friend and also attacks with his sword. With a 19, that hits. Only that's weak. 7 points of damage. As the creature takes another hit, it's definitely looking pretty beaten up, but it's still alive. It brings us to the top of the round, Aragus.
Alrighty, attack it is.
That 12 is enough to hit.
Alright.
What the hell? I rolled a 12 earlier.
I don't think you did.
Yeah, I did. I rolled a 12 on disadvantage, and you told
On
me
the
to...
basilisk?
Yeah.
The previous roll?
Yeah, on my second hit.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. I must have been looking at the wrong armor class. My bad, dude. That should have hit. If you'd like, we can retroactively apply that damage. My bad. That was my mistake entirely.
And it's suddenly dead.
Let me see if I killed it. If not, we'll leave it to Aragas.
That was my bad, though. I must have
got
been looking at the
this,
wrong AC. That 12 should have hit.
And then splat.
Oh goddamn!
Wow, Jesus. The rolls, though. Yeah, so...
Just leave it alive for me. I got this.
Oof, realizing that you could have hit earlier, contemplates whether he should or
Goes
not.
back in time.
you planar shift to a different location in time before your attack.
The spirit of Quishivark.
No, but we're just gonna have to ignore it for now. I'm sorry, man. That was my bad. Brings us back to the basilisk, which is currently has its eyes.
I thought it was Argus.
Yeah,
That was your attack. That
No, that was.
that
was Ben's retroactive.
Yeah, that was Ben's retroactive attack. Gotcha.
He hasn't done damage yet.
Okay.
No, he rolled for 60. He got 16 for damage.
Yeah, my bad. DM's fucking up here, you guys. DM's fucking up here. All right, we're good. Aragus.
Okay. I hit.
Roll for
So I'm
damage.
gonna roll for damage, and I'm
Yes.
gonna apply Colossus Slayer to this as well. So
All
I'll
right.
add the 1d8 to it.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that is a decent bit of damage there. Oh man, yikes. Yeah, that is very, very close to incapacitating this thing as you fire another arrow. 2 arrows now lodging itself inside this creature. And now it is the basilisk's turn, who has a seemingly last-ditch effort. It seems like he's having a little bit of trouble lurching his body forward, but he is going to try and bite at Oof. Oh man, that crit. Crit. That's okay. This creature, somehow mustering the final bit of strength that it has, lurches forward, sinks its teeth into you, Oof, and you feel its teeth sink into your skin, and you take 23 points of damage.
Actually, I take 12.
There you go, because I'm glad you remembered that. Cool, yeah, so you take 12 points of damage. Excellent.
44.
He lets his teeth out. It hurt a lot. Oof, though, it is your turn now. What do you
I'm gonna
wanna do?
I'm gonna look at my arm that he just bit, and I'm just gonna blood hurdle scream, and I'm just gonna bring down my axe like as hard as I can. Basically, since I attacked twice, it's just gonna be like smash, smash, like on the top of his head, basically.
Okay, go for it.
With disadvantage.
Yep.
No, my eyes are wide open because
No, with disadvantage
Oh.
because of your exhaustion.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You get disadvantage because you're not looking as well as your exhaustion. So. But we're not going to do quadruple disadvantage because that's just ridiculous.
Right.
Don't think that exists.
Oh.
Yeah.
Not one.
Well, as you lean forward and try to swing at this creature, you don't pay close enough attention to where your eyes are looking, and you catch the gaze of the basilisk for just a brief second. you feel your body begin to kind of petrify. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Am I still conscious?
What does Constitution run off of? Or...
Your Constitution runs off your Constitution.
Okay, then I was stupid.
Am I still conscious at this time?
Just barely. It's like stones up to your neck right here.
He gets +4 to his save.
Do you shout that out to him? Like what?
No, that's just
Come on,
her
now you
aura.
can't say that. Jesus. Oh, yeah, it's because your aura. Okay. If you wanted to communicate that.
No,
it's
it's a passive thing. All allies get it.
Okay, then you should have let him know before the fight.
Damn. I got 15 either way.
What? No, it's 18. You just get a +4.
Yeah, you roll it. Yeah.
Oh, that's
But
cool.
that is fortunately a successful save. As you feel the petrification kind of begin to consume your body, you're able to kind of shake it off and shrug it off and just let out a grunt.
Do I get to attack twice now? Or my second time?
You still are in a frenzied rage, so you can use your bonus action to attack.
Sweet. I'm going to do that. I'll beat the shit out of this thing. And I'm assuming disadvantage.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Hey, but hey, it hits regardless. So go ahead and roll for that damage.
As I am bringing down my axe, I am screaming like a damn maniac.
I can imagine it.
I
All right.
I fucked up.
You keep fucking that up, man.
You gotta stop doing that.
Oh well.
Still though, man, how do you want to do this?
+6.
That's enough to kill it. How do you want to do it?
Basically, my eyes are just gazed wide open, considering I just accidentally looked at there but shook it off. I'm just going to continue just to bring my axe down really hard and just cleave it like right in between the eyes. And I'm basically just going to keep hitting it over and over and over and over again. And then just
Yeah,
still in a frenzied rage.
in your ridiculous, crazy, and powerful and intimidating, frenzied half-orc barbarian rage, you just lay into this basilisk over and over until it's just beaten into an obliterated pulp. You can't even really discern the different body parts and whatnot. There's a few larger chunks, but most of them kind of fall into the sewer and gently float away or sink to the bottom. But yeah, you smash the hell out of that thing. You guys are out of
As soon as
initiative.
that happens, I just kind of like hold my arms out and I just start laughing. Just, did good.
Can I yell something before I turn completely to stone? I was just waiting for the right moment. Because this would have been happening.
Your
regardless.
last breath would be right as Oof finishes his turn, so you could say.
Well, I was waiting for him to do that. I don't feel like
Yeah,
interrupting.
you can say something. Yeah.
It would probably just be her yelling for Dolorada to please help her.
All right, has been noted. All right, yeah, but you guys are no longer in combat as you watch Eve finish petrifying into stone.
Is there a way that we can prevent this, or?
There are ways of curing this. Make a nature check.
Fuck me, you're asking the wrong person. Oh, you better hope I get nat 20.
Not bad rolls though. Yeah, sorry, I guess let's see what you get. Oof.
Oh,
That was so close.
What?
man.
So close.
fuck.
So close. Aragus, you know that there is a way to distill an antidote for being petrified by a basilisk gaze, but it involves purifying basilisk blood and concentrating basilisk blood.
Well, shit.
There are a few larger chunks of the basilisk that were spread about from the one you just killed.
Yeah.
Or potentially shot, but you do remember that is a way, that's the antidote.
Is there any specific piece I notice?
Make a perception check.
Otherwise, I just want to grab whatever looks best, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, basilisk blood is also fairly worth like a lot of gold, or not a lot.
Yeah,
of
no,
gold,
okay, yeah.
I'm
Knowing that, then.
gonna take like the pieces of the basilisk and I'm gonna shove them in Aragas's his backpack. Like not even ask him, just kind of put him in there, like getting his
Oof,
stuff.
okay, just ask. Jesus
All right.
Christ. All right.
So you guys gather up as many
Ask.
fragments of basilisk as you can and put it in the bag. I'll let you know later exactly how much you got.
Okay.
But yeah, you guys are now out of combat, able to continue through the sewers.
I'll look to our dwarven companions. We have lost one, but our mission is not yet complete. Let us trudge forward.
I am sorry for your friend, but we will save him. Don't worry.
I barely knew her.
Just
Let's
gonna
go.
leave him there?
I'm not carrying a stone.
I feel like we should put him somewhere so he doesn't fucking fall over and break.
I mean, oof, if you want to carry the stone shark lady.
This is what I will do. Since I am big strong man, I'm going to pick up Eve and I am going to set her on her back so she doesn't fucking fall over and shatter.
All right.
Her what items? I know her cloak's magical, but is anything else classified as magical on her
Your
person?
weapons technically not. Your armor's technically not. I don't think anything else is.
All her magic items do not turn to stone, so her cloak of protection is still there.
Okay, well that's good because that means it would shatter as I laid you on your back.
Where are you getting that from?
It says in the petrification thing, all non-magical items turn to stone.
Okay. Yep. You are right. Cool.
So there's this cloak there then?
Yeah. This cloak kind of just fluttering unnaturally against your back.
All right, do I have to roll for that?
We'll take it off and plop it in a bag just in case we can't.
Like
save
someone,
Eve.
like I'm gonna signal one of these dwarves to help me just so like I don't fucking oops.
All right. So you guys continue slinking.
Oh wait,
through-
before we sorry, Joey.
Yep.
Before we continue on, I'd like to cast Cure Wounds on Oof.
All right. Go for it. Heal him up a bit.
8, you say, or
6.
6.
okay.
Sweet. Oof. Let's see.
I'm at 38 health now.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So you guys.
Is the chest magical or any contents in it?
No.
Okay.
Nope. All right. So you continue on through the sewers. Yes.
Yes, in the direction of Zakithel.
All right. You continue slinking down in that general eastern direction where your initial heading was, and you travel for a good, what feels to you a mile or so before. Make a perception check. Make a perception check before you make a perception check.
Perception.
All right. All right. You, Ergus, as you slink through your favorite place in the world, the nasty, disgusting, rotten sewers. You, by the way, Oof, now have 2 levels of exhaustion.
Your speed is halved.
Yeah, so your speed is halved. And you also have disadvantage on your ability checks as well. But Ergus, you notice one of the ladders that leads up to a sewer grate seems to be slightly ajar and not fully... Wait, what?
I can be enraged for an hour.
I thought it was minutes. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, just a minute.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah, either way, after the hour would be gone, you'd have a...
Hashtag
If you don't take damage or deal damage, you just go out of it anyway.
Yeah. All right. But you notice, Ergus, as you're slinking through these sewers, one of the ladders that leads up to a sewer grate has not been fully positioned back into place. It has been disturbed recently.
This is the spot. Let's go. And I'm going to motion for the 2 dwarves to head up first.
I'm gonna like prop myself up against the wall and like breathing heavily and just oof, tired.
All right. And do you climb up the ladder and kind of peek out?
Oh, I sent the dwarves up first to scout.
Oh, they got all right. And then they scout up there and peek their heads through. They come back down and says, "Well, by Moradin's beard, I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it for myself. That grate leads right into the courtyard behind the castle."
All right, let's go. Head on up.
Do I have to go first again?
Yeah, you don't have to.
Oh, thank God.
Oof, I'm going to like sit down. Like Oof's gonna actually like sit down where he's at, and he's just gonna sit there.
Oof, get up. Come on. We gotta go.
Come on, you lovable old bastard. Get
Oof,
up.
there's 1 left and a beer with your name on it. Let's go.
Several beers with your name on it.
I kind of just like look up with an annoyed gaze. Oof, tired.
There's no time to be tired. Oof. There's one guy left to kill. We need your help.
You
I'm walking
guys,
slower than you guys. Let's see. That's the thing. My speed's halved.
We're sending Oof up first.
you guys match Oof's pace.
Yeah.
All right. So eventually, you make your way out into out of the sewer grate, and you look around, and you are essentially in the back of the castle, back of the castle grounds. There's a garden back here, a few gardening sheds, things like that. Make a perception check as you get up. Everyone who's up there who wants to make one.
Nice.
Oh, very nice.
Oof, tired.
Oof, you notice you're so tired, but you notice there is a rope dangling down from an open window on the opposite side of the corner of this building. At the top of it, looks like there's a grappling hook that is positioned in the window.
I grab Aragus and I am going to like pick him up and basically put him in front of me and like kind of, like Simba, hold him like from the Lion King towards the direction of that rope, trying to like point it in his direction because I can't really say, look over there, it's a fucking rope.
Oof, what the?
Yeah, once you point it out, it becomes obvious to everyone. Like,
Okay, put me down. Let's go, everybody, up the rope.
how do we know? We should go one at a time. Light this first in case it can't support all our weight.
All right, I'll head up first. Do I have to roll for that?
No, you're good. You don't have to roll for
Excellent.
that. I'm gonna make you roll for that. So you climb up and then you kind of peer over into this window, and it appears to open up into a bathroom with the door on the opposite end hanging ajar. You do notice someone has been here very recently. It's hard to mistake it, but you do notice there are spatters of blood on the ground near the doorway.
Okay, I'm gonna turn around out the window and say, "Come on up." And while they're climbing, look into the hallway, see if I can see anything.
I'm gonna
Perhaps
I'm
determine
gonna
which
sit
direction the
down
blood
where
drops.
I'm at again, and I'm gonna like tell one of the dwarves that are going up there. I'm gonna say ally number 2, I guess.
Mhm.
Before he goes up there, I'm gonna say, "Oof, need rest."
Don't
As
worry.
as I'm breathing heavily.
It's okay. He pats you on the back. It kind of jumps as he pats you on the back. Don't worry, it'll be fine. We need you right now, Oof. We need you to be strong.
Fuck, you guys are trying to kill me. You guys won't let me rest for an hour?
We don't have time. Oof, get the fuck up here.
Okay, I'll wrestle my way up there and I follow them. I'm in the back though. I'm in the very back. Let that be known.
All right,
I will gladly,
Aragus.
at this point, I'll gladly outpace Oof with the like knowing that he'll catch up. Though I don't want to let him stop. I'm gonna say, "You will follow us. We're gonna go ahead, but you have to follow us."
All right,
and look down the hallways. Yeah.
All right, yeah, you open up the door that leads out of the bathroom, and it opens up into the banquet hall that you had eaten dinner in the previous night.
Mm-hmm.
And look around at this table, and you see a familiar figure sitting at the far end of it that does not seem to notice you, as well as a figure quickly disappear off the opposite end through the doors. You hear a loud shriek and a gasp as Marissa lets out a blood-curdling scream, and you notice now behind her that she slinks out of the way a little bit. She was initially blocking the view, but you now notice that standing next to her is her father with his neck sliced open, blood gushing out from his neck as she watches her father fall to the ground in a shadow, slink off towards the opposite end. And that's where we'll end it.
Oh, god damn it. Son of a bitch.
That's where we'll end it for the night, you guys, and call it a session.
Like, can I just spend an hour in that room, like, resting with her dead dad or something, so I can, like...
Next week, maybe.
I know, that's what I'm, like, asking. Like, dude, you guys are gonna kill me. All my ability checks are gonna be so bad.
But yeah, we'll go through our final parting words and stuff. Sorry, Pearl and Queef, there wasn't a whole lot of action for you guys today, but wasn't expecting Queefy to blow himself up. Are you still there, Keith? Like,
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Pearl, not so much.
Yeah.
No, I'm in.
Oh, it is worth noting,
shit.
Pearl. at the very end of your travels, you were able to see in the distance. You are very, very close to the Dwarven Pass, or what you remember to be the Dwarven Pass. It looks to be nearly destroyed at this point, but you
Just
do
saying.
get close.
Is this character on Roll20 like where he's at, basically?
I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, let me switch over to that map. Make sure it's still
He's
accurate.
literally like right where my.
Oh yeah, that got changed a little bit.
Oh,
Okay.
He's right there.
There's 2 pearls. Holy shit. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Okay, I was
He's
like
not right
that other
there.
pearl right there is basically standing like right next to where my tribe was at.
But yeah, Pearl, your travels were uneventful. Every creature that, like you were granted safe passage by the deal you made with Elazar. Every creature that saw you and looked like it was ready to attack, and there were some mean big things that could easily probably killed you. Every time they made eye contact with you and looked at you, they trembled in fear and ran in the opposite direction. But other than that, your trip was very uneventful. He did promise you safe passage, and he seems to have come through on his promise as you make your way up onto the Dwarven Pass.
Coo. Hey yo, I finally found civilization after 2 sessions.
We'll start with your final words, Pearl.
Okay, I've got something for you. Hold on.
What's up? Yeah.
There you go.
All right, I'll take it. I'll take it. And we'll go to Mr. Queefyvard next.
I feel obligated to explain a little bit of tonight's happenings with my character. I've been thinking a lot over the last week or so, and with our little side thing we did, if this is something we intend on doing for a long time, it was kind of my intention tonight to die. That wasn't necessarily how I thought it was going to happen. I'm not going to lie. That wasn't what I expected to go down. But I was going to push the limits and see and kind of let the campaign just play it out and see what happened. I was talking with Paul about this while it was kind of all going down. And you can ask Paul, like, that was not what I thought was going to happen there.
Yeah, and I'll explain that whole thing and like why that makes sense at a later date.
But for the guys that didn't hear or hear about it or know about it, we did like a little side campaign where I got to play my character in a kind of a different way. And it was a lot more fun to me. And it was kind of the way I wanted to play it originally, but I was bound to alignment issues and stuff that really didn't let me play it without feeling bad the entire time for just not playing my character at all. So this is my chance to sit down and actually do it all right the second time around and have a little bit more fun with it. So I got some pretty cool ideas. I'm not going to share any of them right now, but I'll talk with you about this, Joey. I would like to sit down with you and Paul to character create sometime this week.
Oh yeah, and before we go further, before I forget, Oof, Argus, Eve, and Pearl, you guys all leveled up.
Woo! I leveled up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can now.
You were right on the brink. I prefer to go through.
Congratulations for Eve.
I prefer to go through. I guess Eve. I trust you know how to level up. I'd like to go through each one of your characters individually and level them up together. So get a grasp on that.
What level are they right now? 6?
Some of them are level 5, some of them are level 4.
How
Eve is
will
level
this
6.
How will this go about adding a character in? Because normally we've done it with like 1 level behind.
Yeah, you'll start 1 level behind, but you'll start 1 level behind the highest level.
Okay, cool.
I'm level 7 now.
Not including Eve.
Yeah, well, yeah.
That
I
makes
was
me
like,
the
what
highest character.
bullshit is this?
Get carried, bitches. I'm the highest. Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll go through the leveling up for those of you who are sticking around in this schedule after
Actually,
the session.
Smork is the same as you.
Yeah, Smork.
Oh no, wait, not anymore. He hasn't been getting XP.
Yeah. But yeah, continuing on, Mr. Andrew. What's up?
Oh man, some good RP this session. I still clearly don't understand inspiration, but I think we're there now.
Inspiration's weird.
Other than that, good times. That basilisk was scary as hell.
Yeah. And Mr. Oof.
I had fun for the time that I came back. I'm glad I got to come back and baseball bat a few dwarves and had a lot of fun. Can't wait for next week to see how bad I fucking do in a fight.
And our special pilgrimage guest, who I feel legitimately terrible.
I feel so bad.
Because
I wouldn't feel as bad as if she got incapacitated by something.
Dice.
Roleplay wise, Eve got done in by her biggest fear. This is the one thing that just destroys her mentally, and she lost to it.
That's a crushing blow. I feel legitimately bad. Like I didn't fudge any of those rolls or anything like that. That was how
Don't
it played
worry,
out.
we'll get you back in working order.
Yeah, you'll be avenged.
Hopefully, her time invested in her deity will help her, but I don't know.
We'll see. But yes, thank
Another
you.
revive quest.
Yeah.
See you in 4 weeks.
Fuck the main quest line. We need to revive everyone that
Dude,
died.
we were supposed to go get a fucking Firestone like
Dragon
5
Balls.
months ago.
Well, the Firestone already is long gone. Elazar got remember that one
fucking
encounter?
village is destroyed, I bet.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you everyone for tuning in tonight. If as always, you guys can contact me on Twitter or Twitch if you have any sort of D&D related questions. I'm always available to discuss that. But yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed yourself, and I am going to be starting up a thing on my stream where I'll be doing like 1 to 3 hour one-off sessions of D&D. If any of you are interested, they'll be strongly more roleplay based than combat based, so you won't have to worry too much about like knowing modifiers and things like that. But if it's something you wanted to get into, we can start setting it up. But I'm gonna hash out all the details and get a Google Doc going for that. And once I have all that planned, I'll keep you guys informed. But that is something I'll be starting up soon. I think a lot of people have fun with. And that ends my final words. Thank you guys.
Take it easy, boys. Thanks for hanging out tonight.
See you guys.